dream, you exchanged a bottle of water for a lithography machine, and to your surprise, the lithography machine really appeared before your eyes when you woke up. This happened because you were unexpectedly chosen to become a timespace merchant, able to conduct free trade through a timespace trading space. Your first trading partner comes from a destroyed planet, where technology has advanced to the point of interstellar travel, but now it is filled with radiation and toxic substances, making food and clean water scarce resources. So you exchanged a bottle of water for a 2-nanometer lithography machine. Keeping such a lithography machine for myself seems useless, so I might as well sell it directly to the state. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country Semiconductor Research Institute, Director Wade Dakian received a phone call. This is Wade Dakian. May I ask who you are? Who I am is not important. Can you help me ask the leaders in your department? Just say that I have a 2-nanometer lithography machine that I want to sell to the country. I wonder if you are interested. Upon hearing this, Wade Dakian was immediately amused and angry. Are scammers this rampant now? They are even trying to deceive the country. From the sound of your voice, you should be quite old. Isn't it better to earn money honestly? Why must you take this crooked path? Upon hearing this, you pondered for a moment and said, how about this? We can do payment after delivery. You don't need to pay a deposit in advance or any prepayment. How about paying after confirming that the goods are genuine? Upon hearing this, Wade Dakian was taken aback. If the other party really wanted to scam money, they would definitely ask for a deposit first. How could they possibly say something like payment after delivery? Just then, Wade Dakian's phone suddenly made a ding sound. I know you still don't quite believe it, so I just sent an email to your inbox, which contains a photo of that 2-nanometer lithography machine, as well as some related equipment research and manufacturing processes. If you don't understand it, you can ask a few trusted experts to take a look. I'll call you back in an hour. Without waiting for him to speak, you hung up the phone. Wade Dakian immediately opened his email and saw that there was indeed a compressed file inside. Just as Wade Dakian was about to download it, a look of vigilance suddenly appeared in his eyes. No! What if this compressed file contained a Trojan program? Once I download this Trojan virus, it might infect my phone, and then he could steal the information on my phone. Wow! So he was actually waiting for me here. But the next second, Wade Dakian thought again. What if it is real? As a researcher in semiconductor equipment in Longwa, he knows too well the significance of a high-precision lithography machine for the country, not to mention a lithography machine capable of achieving 2-nanometer processes. Even a 5-nanometer lithography machine would be a huge boost for the research and development of Longwa's semiconductors. With this in mind, Wade Dakian immediately found a notebook computer with no data, then downloaded the compressed file, and upon opening it, he was stunned. It seemed that this was indeed a lithography machine. He immediately opened a document next to him and started reading, which was surprisingly about the research and manufacturing process of this lithography machine. This can't be real, can it? Thinking of this, Wade Dakian picked up his notebook and rushed into the office of the director of the research institute. Old Tang, take a look at this quickly. Looking at the other person's anxious appearance, Director Tang had a puzzled expression. Old Wei, what happened? You're acting so flustered, completely unlike you. Hearing this, Wade Dakian pointed at the image on the screen and the document, saying, forget whether it looks like it or not. You quickly check if this is a lithography machine. Lithography machine? What lithography machine? The other person looked at Wade Dakian with confusion, then turned to the screen. Upon seeing it, the other person suddenly widened their eyes and quickly used the touchpad on the notebook to zoom in on the image. This seems to be a lithography machine. Lao Wei, where did you find this photo? Wade Dakian pointed to the document beside him and said, take a look at that document again. Director Tang immediately opened the document next to him and took a closer look. Oh my, this can't be real, right? Director Tang gasped. Lao Wei, where did you get this information? Someone sent it to me. Wade Dakian quickly recounted the content of the phone call he had just received. After listening to his account, Director Tang's breathing began to quicken. If we can achieve a 2-nanometer manufacturing process, contact him quickly and tell him we want that lithography machine. The related equipment and R&D precautions described in this material are definitely real. There are many things we encountered during our recent research. Alright, I'll contact the other party immediately. Wade Dakian quickly took out his phone to call back, but it turned out to be a disconnected number. It seems the other party's technology is quite impressive. Didn't he say he would call in an hour? We just need to wait for him to call. Half an hour later, Wade Dakian's phone rang again. Seeing an unknown caller on the screen, he perked up and immediately looked at Director Tang. Let me handle this. Director Tang took the phone from Wade Dakian's hand and pressed the call button. The deep voice of a middle-aged man came through the microphone again. Director Wei, how is your research going? Can you trust me now? Hello, sir, I am Tang Chi-Chai, the director of the Longwa Semiconductor Equipment Research Institute. May I ask how to address you? Hearing this, You smiled and said, I am a businessman. Just call me Mr. Shang. Alright, Mr. Shang, I have already looked at the materials you sent over, and I am very interested in the lithography machine you have. I would like to know how we can proceed with the transaction. As I mentioned to Director Wei before, we will do the goods first and then the payment. I will first deliver the lithography machine to you, and after you check and confirm that there are no issues, you can transfer the money to me. Tang Chitsai immediately said, okay, when will you deliver the lithography machine? I still need to confirm this with someone, and I'll let you know later. Hearing this, Tang Chitsai felt a surge of energy. Needing to confirm with someone meant that the other party was not just one person, but an organization. It makes sense. How could someone who could obtain such a lithography machine be just a lone individual? Tang Chitsai then spoke again. So how is the price calculated? Can you give me a rough estimate so I can report it to my superiors? You pondered for a moment and said, just go with half the current price of the lithography machine sold by ASML. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Tang Chitsai and Wei Daqian's eyes widened in surprise. The lithography machine sold by ASML is priced at $120 million, but that machine only reaches the 5 nanometer level, while a machine capable of achieving 3 nanometer technology starts at a price of at least $300 million. In other words, they only need to spend $60 million to buy a 2 nanometer lithography machine, which is simply a bargain price. Tang Chitsai couldn't help but say, isn't this price too cheap? Is this your personal opinion or the consensus of everyone? Will you be at a loss with this price? Facing Tang Chitsai's repeated questioning, you smiled and said, isn't it good to be cheap? Director Tang, don't ask so many questions. Asking is just wild patriotism. Once the delivery time of the lithography machine is confirmed, I will contact you again. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Listening to the busy tone coming from the microphone, the two looked at each other. A few minutes later, the person in charge of the semiconductor industry in Longhua received a call from Tang Chitsai. What did you say? A 2 nanometer lithography machine? Hurry over to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I will notify a few leaders right away, and you can report to them in person. Half an hour later, Tang Chitsai arrived at the conference room of the Ministry of Internal Affairs with Wei Daqian and met several big shots from the ministry who had been waiting there. Xiao Tang, is what you said true? Is there really someone saying they want to sell us a 2 nanometer lithography machine? That's a 2 nanometer lithography machine, so don't be fooled. Faced with the doubts of several big shots, Tang Chitsai and Wei Daqian immediately distributed the prepared materials. Leaders, here are the photos of the 2 nanometer lithography machine sent by the other party, as well as the research and development materials for the key components. After research and deduction by me and Director Wei Daqian, the authenticity of this R&D material is over 99%. After listening to Tang Chitsai's report, the several leaders of the Ministry of Internal Affairs suddenly showed serious expressions. Do you mean that the other party really has a 2 nanometer lithography machine? According to the intelligence we have gathered so far, the 3 nanometer lithography machine has only progressed to the laboratory stage, and it will take at least another 4 to 5 years before mass production. Tang Chitsai shook his head and said, this is still unclear, but Mr. Shang said we could pay after receiving the goods, so from this point of view, it shouldn't be fake. In fact, there is one more thing I didn't have time to mention on the phone. The other party said they are willing to sell that lithography machine to us for $60 million. Hearing this, all the responsible persons were shocked. A lithography machine capable of 2 nanometer technology is actually being sold for only $60 million. How is that possible? Can they still make a profit selling it at that price? Is there some other requirement? Faced with the incredulous questions from several responsible persons, Tang Chitsai shook his head and said, no, there are absolutely no requirements. I also asked the other party if they would be at a loss, and they replied, don't ask. Asking is just wild patriotism. Looking at the confused expressions of several responsible persons, Tang Chitsai quickly added, this is what Mr. Shang said. After a moment, one of the responsible persons suddenly burst into laughter. What a wild patriotism. I hope we can have more of this kind of wild patriotism. Instantly, the entire conference room erupted in laughter. On the other side, you were speaking to a pair of glasses. Xiao AI, are you sure the other party definitely won't find out that it was me who made the call? Oh, I am very sure. Master, you let out a light breath. That works. This is the artificial intelligence glasses you exchanged for a bucket of pure water, equipped with thousands of chips at the 20 picometer level, with a computing power more than 1,000,000 times that of modern supercomputers. With the powerful AI, you easily obtained all the information about the head of the Longhua Semiconductor Research Institute, including all their call records, bank transaction information, and so on. After confirming that these heads were not involved in treason or selling out the country, you finally dialed their number. Thinking back to the shocked tone of the other party when they first heard the price, you couldn't help but smile. selling a lithography machine capable of achieving a 2-nanometer process for $60 million. There is no loss, it's just like exchanging it for a bottle of mineral water. Longwa may make a huge profit, but you definitely won't lose. At that moment, the smart assistant Xiao AI sent a reminder, Master, your mother is calling on a video call. Would you like to answer? Answer. In the next second, a floating projection video interface appeared in front of your eyes. You tried to take off your glasses for a glance and found that the interface was actually a naked eye visible AR projection. The smart glasses are indeed impressive. Son, when are you coming back? Your niece has been saying every day that she misses you. Just then, a cute little one bounced into the frame. Uncle, when are you coming home? I miss you so much. Looking at this cute and cuddly little guy, Shen Lang couldn't help but smile. Shen Lang's parents had 2 children. One was Shen Lang and the other was Shen Lang's older sister, Shen Hong, who were 10 years apart in age. 4 years ago, my sister got married and gave birth to a daughter. However, only 6 months later, news came home that my sister was divorced. The reason is that the brother-in-law cheated on his wife and got addicted to gambling. Just in those months before and after my sister's delivery, my brother-in-law not only spent all the family's savings, but even exported the house. Shen Lang's sister, on the other hand, didn't know anything about it until the debtor came to her door to repossess the house. After realizing what her husband had done, her sister, who was still breastfeeding, made a determined choice to divorce and get custody of her daughter. However, due to the fact that her sister was busy with her work on weekdays, it had always been Shen Lang's mom and dad who had brought up the child. For this niece who became a single baby at less than half a year old, Shen Lang is a precious baby. Although just work hands little money, but Shen Lang still frugal. Contracted niece all the baby supplies. When his niece was a little bit older, Shen Lang began to buy her all kinds of dolls again. Moreover, even if he was out running his business every day, Shen Lang still insisted on videoing with his family twice a day for 3 days, chatting with his niece through the camera for a while, even if she couldn't speak yet. Also because of this, ever since he could remember, the little guy had been especially close to Shen Lang. Of course Uncle misses you, Shen Lang said with a smile, but there's still a bit of work on Uncle's side that isn't finished, so he'll have to stay for a few more days. Considering that he had just become a time trader and needed some private space to feel and familiarize himself with, which he obviously didn't have at home, he was prepared to stay over here for a few more days. Ha! Well then the niece gave a lost look when she heard that. Looking at the little guy on the screen with a lost face, Shen Lang softly said, Uncle will come back to bring you a gift at that time. Oh, really? Alright then. Once she heard that her uncle would bring her a gift, her niece's mood immediately improved. Then you have to pay attention to safety over there. Remember to look at the traffic light when you cross the street. Don't run the red light. Shen Lang immediately nodded his head. I know. Uncle is also a good boy. I promise not to run the red light. Aha. Hearing this, the little one nodded reassuringly, smiling as she watched her granddaughter chat with her son for a while. Shen mother took over the conversation. Lunch is coming soon, right? Do you want to make it yourself or go out to eat? If you go out to eat, remember to look for those famous chain restaurants. I just saw the news a few days ago that several shady fast food restaurants were found to be using gutter oil over in Hangzhou. I know, Mom, Shen Lang nodded with a smile. Besides, having eaten gutter oil for so many years, we've already had antibodies. Even if we eat one more meal, it's actually fine. Nonsense again. Mother Shen blankly glanced at Shen Lang. That's fine. Hurry up and go eat. I won't talk to you anymore. Bye uncle. Bye, baby. Shen Lang smiled and waved to his niece, then ended the video call. As a result, just after hanging up, my mother sent a message over. Also, eat less instant noodles. I heard that those instant noodle manufacturers are just using gutter oil to fry instant noodles. Accompanying this message was a link to a news story about said shady manufacturers frying instant noodles in gutter oil. Shen Lang opened and glanced at it, and was so scared that he immediately went to soak a bucket of instant noodles to suppress the shock. While waiting for the instant noodles to bubble, Shen Lang began to think about his next move. Right now, the other party had agreed to make a deal with himself. So the question arises, where should one put the lithography? Straight to the door of the other institute? Shen Lang can naturally do it, and there is a smart little love evening. He only needs to wait until the latter half of the night when it is quiet to go over and directly extract the photolithography machine on the line. As long as no one sees around at that time, it will be God will not know. But that might trigger official scorn. After all, if you can silently put a photolithography machine of that magnitude on the doorstep of the institute, then maybe you can silently put explosives in as well. Therefore, it was necessary to find a place that did not arouse the other party's vigilance, but was also convenient for them to place the photolithography machine, and then it was also convenient for the other party to be able to get their hands on it right away. Thinking about it, Shen Lang finally set his sights on his hometown's harbor, Yongcheng Harbor. As the #1 port in Xia, Yongcheng Port has received millions of freighters in recent years, with at least hundreds of freighters waiting to enter the port to unload their cargo every day. So, all one had to do was quietly place the photolithography machine into one of the containers of one of the incoming freighters, and the problem would be solved. But immediately another question came up. How was one going to put the photolithography machine in the container silently? Maybe K has a way to help me with this. Thinking of this, Shenlang's mind moved, and in the next second, he came to the trading space and sent out a video invitation to K. Chapter 6, Space Rings, and Nano Armor. It took about 7 or 8 minutes for K to show up. At this moment, K's appearance was a bit of a mess, with 7 or 8 lip prints on his face, and the collar of his clothes had been peeled off, as if he had experienced an indescribable battle. Shenlang said, K, am I interrupting your good deed? Ha ha ha, no no no. K instantly laughed and said, it's just that the girls are a bit more enthusiastic. It's a pity, Wave, that you can't come to my place, otherwise I would have invited you to my water tasting party. Shenlang, what the hell, a water tasting party? Shenlang had a question mark on his face. Right, K laughed. I posted a message in my circle of friends this morning that I got a bucket of pure water and wanted to have a party to liven things up, but it turned out that in less than half an hour, 60 people showed up, and even the federal legislators came. Shenlang was surprised. You guys even have parties over there? That's true. K couldn't help but laugh. We have a little party 3 days and a big party a week over here. And the federal congressman who bought my bottle of water is someone I met at last year's party. Okay. Shenlang was somewhat speechless. Originally, he thought that the other party's planet had broken up, so it was reasonable that he should be living a miserable life. But in the end, he didn't expect that the other party was living a more dashing life than he was. How can anyone justify this? Wave, what are you holding in your hand? At this time, K suddenly pointed curiously at something in Shenlang's hand and asked. Shenlang looked down and saw that it was the very instant noodles he was about to start eating, and immediately said casually, this is instant noodles. As a result, I didn't expect K's eyes to widen instantly. What? Instant noodles? It's that instant noodle that you soak in boiling water for 3 minutes and then you can eat it? K asked with an excited look on his face. Yes. Looking at K so excited, Shenlang suddenly remembered. The other side doesn't even have much food right now, so obviously it's unlikely that they'll be able to get this instant noodle either. Wave, make an offer. Sell me this bucket of instant noodles, K said with a face full of eagerness. It just so happens that it's mealtime on my side too. When Shenlang heard this, he immediately said, this bucket? I've already soaked this bucket. Why don't I get you a new one? No, just this one is fine. K immediately shook his head. You give me a new one, and I still have to go boil water to make it. You know, I only have that one bucket of water. I can't use it to soak instant noodles. That's too extravagant. Shenlang said, it's fine. I'll just brew it for you and send it over. After saying this, Shenlang flashed out of the trading space, quickly entered the kitchen to take a new bucket of instant noodles, tore open the seasoning packet and poured it into the bucket, and then filled it with boiling water. And after thinking about it, Shenlang simply took the other half a box of instant noodles with him and returned to the trading space. K, you can eat this bucket of already soaked instant noodles. Then there's half a box of instant noodles over here. Sorry K, that's all I have over here. Enough is enough. When K saw that Shenlang actually gave him so many instant noodles at once, he was so excited that he was a bit incoherent. Wave, I swear, you are definitely my lifelong friend, the closest and dearest friend. We'll definitely be friends for life. Shenlang smiled. Right, K, I happen to have something I want to ask you too. You say? K said. Do you have any equipment on your side that can allow someone to sneak into a certain place silently without being detected by anyone or surveillance? Shenlang asked. The kind that can get away as quickly as possible even if they are discovered. By the way, there better be some self-preservation. Well, you wait for me to look for it K pondered as he touched a ring he carried on his left index finger and began to mutter. Something that can protect itself, with the ability to get out of a trap, preferably also with the ability to sneak in. Aha! This is it, K laughed out loud, and in the next second, he had a necklace in his hand. What the? Shenlang's eyes widened. K, how did you do that? What did you say? K looked at Shenlang suspiciously, then came back to her senses. You're talking about this ring I'm wearing. This is called a space ring. I traded it from a time and space merchant in a magic world. Space ring? This is a novel of a storage ring, isn't it? With this, then one didn't even need to enter the mystic space to store items at will. Upon hearing this, Shenlang's eyes instantly glazed over. K, can you help me trade another one of these rings over with that time and space merchant from the magic world? Sorry, Wave, I'm afraid I can't, K said with a regretful shake of his head. I haven't been able to contact him since about a year ago, so I guess something unexpected has happened. Shen Lang, a time merchant who could bring a space magic ring to trade, was so silently gone? It seems that he was right to ask Kay to trade for equipment that could protect himself. Gathering himself, Shen Lang asked, "What is the function of this necklace?" "This is a set of nano armor," Kay said. Nano armor is a piece of equipment specially developed by the federal government to hunt monsters. It has features such as mimicry, invisibility, and flight, and can withstand impacts of at least 1,000,000 tons while possessing a maximum horsepower output of 1,000,000. Hiss. Shen Lang's eyes widened. 100,000 horsepower would be able to lift an object weighing 75,000 tons to a height of 1 meter in 1 second, and 1,000,000 horsepower. That would be able to pick up an object weighing 750,000 tons with ease. This is too strong for Nima. Just then, Kay said, but compared to the Pimi-class armor that the federal government equips for its own direct troops, this is a bit pedestrian. It's a pity that you can't get that kind of armor in general. Crap. Surprisingly, there is a Pimi level of armor? I'll give you another virtual reality training pod, and you'll get all the permissions by binding it with your smart glasses. As Kay's words fell, a very futuristic pod appeared on the screen. Also, here's another one. This one. Just as Kay spoke, there was an additional ring on his hand. This ring is called the Hive. It has 24 built-in mechanical bees made of Pimi material, which can be used for tracking, surveillance, alerting and detecting whether the environment contains toxic ingredients. The maximum straight line distance between these mechanical bees and the mother hive, which is also known as the ring, can reach 30 kilometers, and the vertical distance can be up to 30,000 meters. Each mechanical bee is capable of emitting 3 electric shocks and electromagnetic pulses of 100,000 volts, and if 24 mechanical bees are combined together, the instantaneous strength can exceed 5 million volts. Also, 3 mechanical wasps put together can form an energy barrier. The more mechanical wasps there are, the more impact the energy barrier can withstand. In addition, this hive has an independent control system that can also be networked through the smart glasses and nano armor to share the view on the nanoscreen built into the smart glasses and nano armor, and it can be manipulated by the AI to complete the mission commands you give it. On our planet, it is the perfect equipment to use to detect the environment, find and hunt monsters. Hearing this introduction, Shen Lang couldn't help but have his eyes light up. This way, one has both active and passive defense devices. Wave. You must be careful. You must first familiarize yourself with the control of the nano armor in the training capsule, but don't do the nano armor dressing right away, otherwise it will easily go out of control. Got it. Shen Lang immediately nodded in agreement. Subsequently, after both parties confirmed the transaction, a set of necklaces and a ring named Hive appeared in Shen Lang's hand. At the same time, a training capsule with very futuristic elements appeared in front of him. Star. Chapter 7, a powerful virtual reality training module. After completing the transaction, Kay squeezed his eyes towards Shen Lang and said, "Lang, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Oh, there are still a lot of friends waiting for me outside." "Okay, you go and get busy," Shen Lang teased with a smile. "Take it easy and pay attention to moderation." "Ha ha ha, I'm physically strong." Kay laughed out loud and gave Shen Lang an "I'm strong" pose, then got off the line. After Kay left, Shen Lang did not exit the trading space and directly put the ring and necklace on his body. With the ring and necklace worn on his body, Shen Lang's ears heard Xiao Ai's voice, "Master, the system has detected an external device. May I ask if it is connected?" As AI speaks, AR images of the hive ring and necklace appear on the smart glass mirrors. All connected. As the command was given, Shen Lang quickly obtained all the permissions of the ring and necklace, and all the functions and operating methods about the two appeared on the screen of the glasses. So, Shen Lang read about the operation of the hive and the nano armor while eating the noodles. After waiting for a few moments to rest after eating the noodles, Shen Lang first activated the ring called the hive, released 5 mosquito-sized mechanical bees out, and gave them an alert command. As the 5 mechanical bees activated, 5 small screens immediately appeared on Shen Lang's smart glasses screen, all from the mechanical bees' vision. As for the nano armor, Shen Lang followed Kay's advice and did not activate the dress code immediately, but activated the training module first. "Master, the system has detected an external device. Is it connected?" "Connect." As the command came down, Shen Lang immediately obtained all the permissions of the training pod, and at the same time knew all the information about this training pod. According to the information, before the Earth broke up, a game company from an eastern country developed a virtual reality game pod and completed a public beta test, and just as they began mass production in preparation for nationwide sales, the world war that spread across the globe broke out. Human society instantly collapsed, and the game company immediately closed down. Fortunately, the core team of this gaming company didn't die in the battle, but miraculously survived. After the end of the Great War, This team restarted the development of the game pod program with upgraded enhancements and modifications. They constantly collected combat fighting skills from all over the world and various tactical information from the army on marching and fighting, as well as data on various monsters that gradually appeared on Earth and imported them into the game pod, together with the holographic simulation technology and somatosensory suits, so that the game pod that was originally used to pass the time instantly turned into a training pod for cultivating fighters. This training capsule with a real-world training function not only could simulate any combat scenario 100%, but also would not cause death or injury to the trainer, no matter who, after the training cabin's cultivation, can immediately master countless combat skills, even if the training before is a handless civilian, also can immediately become a soldier king war god-like existence. As a result, this training pod was immediately welcomed and sought after by the human world. To this day, this training pod has become an essential piece of teaching equipment used to raise and train monster hunters in K's world. As an Iron Man fan, Shen Lang remembers very clearly how badly Stark fell in the first film in order to familiarize himself with manipulating the nano armor. If Stark could have had a training pod like that, it would have probably been a lot less painful. In addition, this training pod has two power drive modes. One type is crystal core driven. A primary crystal core can ensure that the training module can run for 24 hours at full capacity, and this crystal core is a kind of energy crystal from the body of a planetary mutant monster. The other is electric power drive. Shen Lang checked. This electric plug is exactly the same as the present world, which saves the trouble of remodeling. After understanding the relevant information and operation methods of this training pod, Shen Lang immediately entered the pod. Welcome to the virtual reality training pod. Please select what you want to train. I'm going to train in nano armor. Okay, please wait. Nano armor virtual reality training is activating. 3, 2, 1. Training begins. An hour later, Shen Lang climbed out of the training cabin with a miserable face. In the past hour, Shen Lang had performed hundreds of maneuvers in the virtual reality environment, including 36 crashes into walls, 28 planting, well literally, 20 crashes as well as nearly 20 falls into the water. It was thanks to the simulator, or he was afraid he would have been dropped like Stark, who had just put on the iron battlesuit. It was just that although this virtual reality simulation could dispense with Shen Lang's external skin injuries, the mental stimulation was still not dispensed with. Leaving the trading space, Shen Lang went to the restroom, drank another cup of water, rested for a moment, and once again entered the virtual reality training cabin. Again, another hour passed. Shen Lang stumbled on his feet and climbed out of the training cabin. Similar to the last time, Shen Lang once again staged 100 ways to hit the wall and crash the car. I have to say, this nano armor is really difficult to operate, but this also completely stimulated Shen Lang's competitive spirit. At this time it was already 12 o'clock midnight, but Shen Lang did not have the slightest intention of wanting to sleep. After resting for a while, Shen Lang once again entered the training pod and started training again. In this way, he trained until 3 o'clock in the morning, and only then did Shen Lang turn on the deep sleep mode of the training ground and fell soundly asleep. This virtual reality training capsule can not only have the virtual reality training function, but also has the massage and other physical therapy and can let a person quickly into a deep sleep function. An unusual person only needs to sleep in this training capsule for 4 hours, which is enough to restore the human body to its optimal condition. Chapter 8, from today onwards, we're going to tear down Iron Man. In the next 2 days, except for eating and going to the toilet, Shen Lang spent all his time on training. 2 nights later, after experiencing thousands of impacts, Shen Lang finally mastered the various techniques of the nano armor skillfully. Walk, run, jump, sneak, fly, and maneuver with ease. Plains, dunes, mountains, cities, all kinds of terrain all move freely. On top of that, Shen Lang had gone through hundreds of combat training sessions with monsters. After being torn apart by monsters hundreds of times, he had finally become skilled in all kinds of grappling and fighting techniques. Shen Lang felt that right now, even if the Iron Man in the movie came out, he could tear each other apart by hand. That's right, it's just so swell. Congratulations, completing primary training in nano armor. When Shen Lang heard this announcement coming from the training cabin, he immediately revealed an uplifted and expectant smile. This meant that he could do a solid nano armor suit. Leaving the trading space, Shen Lang looked at the time. At this point, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Shen Lang released 10 mechanical bees to go out, and after confirming that the occupants and neighbors next door had fallen asleep, he gently touched the necklace on his chest. In the next second, a set of deep black nano armor spread out from the necklace like black mercury, covering Shen Lang's entire body in less than a second. After completing the dress code, Shen Lang gently moved his limbs, exactly the same as the feeling of simulating the dress code in the training capsule. Activate sneak mode. With Shen Lang's command, Shen Lang's figure gradually disappeared in place. In sneak mode, the nano armor goes invisible and cannot be viewed either with the naked eye or with a thermal imager or radar. Afterward, Shenlang quietly went out and came downstairs, looked up at the night sky, and then made an in-place jump. In the next second, with two huge streams of air jetting out from the nanojet devices on the soles of his feet, Shenlang soared into the sky. At first, Shenlang was still a little nervous in his heart. After all, this was the first time he'd ever flown in a suit in reality. But when he actually reached high altitude, he found everything surprisingly identical to the simulation in the training capsule. Thus, Shenlang completely faded his nervousness. Ow! With an excited howl, Shenlang completely let himself go. Soon, he came to the top of the Qiantang River. Looking down at the wide river, Shenlang jolt from the sky directly into the river, and then from the bottom of the river to pick up a half-a-man lone carp and then release it. After flying over Hangzhou for a few minutes, Shenlang flew in the direction of his home. 5 minutes later, Shenlang flew over his own neighborhood, and then released the mechanical bees to fly into his home and saw his family members who were already asleep. Shenlang did not go in rashly. After flying around the neighborhood, he began to fly toward the high altitude, and only stopped when he had risen to a height of 108,000 meters, and the system began to send out a prompt that he could not go any further up. At this time, Shenlang was already only one step away from the universe. Looking down at his feet, the entire planet was listed as what it looked like. AI. Activate Extreme Mode. Okay, Master. Extreme Mode has been activated. With the Extreme Speed Mode turned on, Shenlang's figure appeared high in the air, and then Shenlang chose a direction at random and sped away. With the protection of the nano armor, Shenlang could not feel a trace of the oppression of the wind and waves, but the sensory stimulation brought about by that rapid sweeping speed still made him cry out in excitement. After about an hour, Shenlang looked down at a brightly lit land below. AI, where am I now? Can you locate my current position? Master, your current location is at latitude N404121, 30 N, longitude W74240, 20 W. Below you is the Statue of Liberty, a famous building in the city of Nyoyo in the Eagle Jam country. What the? Shenlang's eyes widened. I can't believe I've come to Eagle Jam country myself? That's how long it took. Shenlang stayed high in the air for a while, and then he sped towards the direction of the Summer Kingdom. What Shenlang didn't know was that in that minute or so of his brief stay, several satellites located above his head had keenly captured his figure. Soon, the top brass of the Eagle Jam Nation received an urgent call from the space agency. An unidentified flying object has appeared over the territory of the Eagle Sauce State. Upon receiving this news, a few executives nearly pissed themselves. What's going on? Where did that UFO come from? Find out where it is now? What? Too fast to check? Shit. All the money you're given every year to develop satellites is fed to the dogs? Can you see what kind of craft it is? What kind of shape? How big is it? What's the exact altitude? What? A humanoid flying machine? About the same size as a human? At an altitude of over 100,000 meters? Fark, are you kidding me? At first, when they heard about a humanoid-sized craft appearing at a height of 100,000 meters, a few of the executives questioned it. After all, above 100,000 meters, this is infinitely close to space. Even here is already the altitude of near-Earth satellite flight. To date, no other aircraft has reached this altitude in decades, except for the test planes of the Hawksbane Nation, which once flew at this altitude, except for rockets, of course, and even that tester, that's very large. But now, someone tells you that craft is only the size of a man, but anyone with a bit of common sense won't believe it. Only, soon, as a photo from a satellite capture appeared in front of their eyes, they were instantly dumbfounded. Although that photo was taken rather blurry, everyone could tell that it was a humanoid shape. Oh, no, to put it bluntly, that's a person. This wouldn't be an alien, would it? So, actually aliens look like us humans? Don't be ridiculous. If the aliens really had this technology, would they still be so quiet? I'm afraid they'd have taken over Blue Star long ago. And what do you call this? Maybe, probably, it's Iron Man? After a wave of cock and bull talk, the top brass of the Eagle Sauce Nation issued a gag order to make sure to keep the secret, in the name of lest it spark panic in the world. Of course, what they're actually afraid of is that the news will get out and strike a blow to the Eagle Jam Nation's strong global position. It is a pity that in a capitalist country, such a gag order is virtually null and void. Half an hour later, the Huashang Shield Post was the first to expose the news of a humanoid craft appearing in the skies over Nyoyo, and then Reuters and the Nyoyo Times followed suit, claiming a suspected alien invasion of the blue planet, and even releasing satellite photos. A global sensation. Oh my god, that one looks like a human being. What's like? That's a person, a flying alien. Why couldn't it have been Iron Man? You've seen too many ING movies, haven't you? Why did the aliens choose to contact the Eagle Sauce country and not our great big stick country? Asterisk 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 you got a problem with your dad? Soon enough, the top brass of the Eagle Sauce Nation received the news that things had leaked out, and all of a sudden, one of them broke their defenses to the point of cursing. How the hell did those damn reporters know that? Damn it, there's a traitor in our midst. Find out for me, who the hell leaked it? I'll send him to the Black Continent to live with the gorillas for the rest of his life. Chapter 9, Photolithography Machine arrives. Please check. And as the initiator who triggered all of this, Shenlang was still on his way to fly to Xia at this time. Just as he was about to reach the border of Xia, a bright light on the dark sea below caught his attention. AI, what is that bright light down there? Please wait. As AI's voice rang out, a clear view of the bottom quickly appeared on the nano helmet screen. Master, that's a freighter H79856 from Holland. It will arrive at Yongchang Harbor in an hour. A freighter from Holland? Shenlang's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be just right? Shenlang immediately maneuvered the nano armor to land on the deck of the cargo ship silently, activated the infrared penetrometer, found an empty container located on the bottom of the deck, opened the container, went back to the trading space to extract the photolithography machine inside, put it into the container, and then left the cargo ship silently. On the way back to his residence, Shenlang dialed Wei Daqian's phone. On the other hand, after talking to the mysterious Mr. Shang on the phone, Wei Daqian and Tang Qicai had been waiting for the other party to call, but the day passed and the phone didn't budge. 2 days passed and the phone still hadn't budged. The two couldn't help but mutter in their minds, I'm afraid I'm not really getting screwed, but it shouldn't be. Who would have nothing better to do than fool around with something like that? But it's been 2 days, why is there no news at all? More to the point, this has all been reported to the Department of the Interior. If they were really screwed, then the two of them had sort of disgraced themselves to the Ministry of the Interior. Then the third day passed and the phone still hadn't budged. Now, both men were getting antsy. At night, Tang Qicai looked at the time. It was already 12 midnight. Immediately sighed, hey, old Wei, it seems like this call is not going to come again today. Go back to rest earlier. Wei Daqian let out a bitter laugh and said, where can I sleep? Yo, I've had insomnia every day for the past few days, just to wait for that Mr. Shang's call back. Old Tang, do you think we'll be fooled by that Mr. Shang? It shouldn't be, right? Tang Qicai let out a bitter smile. Apparently even he himself was a bit unconvinced, but could only reassure himself. Such a photolithography machine, wanting to be shipped to our country, the difficulty is certainly not small, and the other party might still be busy solving this matter. Moreover, from the point of view of the time of ocean shipping, from Europe and the United States to our summer country, the shortest voyage also of 30 days, this is only after 3 days. Did not give a reply letter is also normal? Yes, also normal. Just then, a ringtone came from Wei Daqian's cell phone. Wei Daqian looked down. Only 4 words appeared on the screen. Unknown number. It's him. It's that Mr. Shang. Wei Daqian was so excited that he almost didn't throw his cell phone out. Quickly get on the phone. Tang Qicai also leapt over in an arrow step and walked over to Wei Daqian. Under the burning gazes of the two, Wei Daqian picked up the phone. Hello? This is Wei Daqian. Hello, Director Wei. When that familiar low, middle-aged male voice came out of the microphone, Wei Daqian and Tang Qicai felt that the voice was like heavenly music. Hello, Mr. Shang. Tang Qicai immediately said from the side, any news from your side? When will that photolithography machine arrive? Sorry to keep you waiting. The Mr. Shang said with a smile on the microphone. I just received the news that the lithography machine will arrive at Xia's Yongqing port in an hour. You can check. The freighter's number is H79856. It's coming from Holland, and the photolithography machine is in container number XL39238. What? There's still an hour to go? Hearing this news, the two of them immediately felt a great surprise rush straight to their heads. Well, you directly send someone over to pick it up. Mr. Shang said, I'll send the bank account number over later. You guys can just call the money directly after confirming. Remember to give US dollars. That's it. Bye. The phone hung up, and Tang Qicai and Wei Daqian froze for a long time. Wei Daqian was the first to come back to his senses, only to see that he grabbed Tang Qicai's arm and said in an urgent voice, quickly, old Tang, quickly call and notify the Internal Affairs Bureau. Ha? Oh. Tang Qicai, who was dragged back to his senses by Wei Daqian, immediately reacted, immediately picking up his cell phone and dialing the direct leader of the Internal Affairs Bureau. Bureau Wang, the other party is calling. The photolithography machine will be arriving at the Yongqing Harbor Pier soon. It's at, right now. Half an hour later, a heavily armed inspection team entered the port of Yongqing and took over the ship. Number H79856. In the name of checking for contraband. I found it, Captain. Over here. With a yell from the inspector, a man in civilian clothes immediately rushed over at the sound. That's right, it's this box. After checking the container number and confirming that it was correct, the man immediately had his team members take out instruments to test this box. Captain, the check is complete. There are no dangerous items inside. Okay, open the case. Yes. A team member stepped forward and unlocked the container, then opened the hatch as the man in civilian clothes took out his cell phone and snapped 2 photos, then sent them off. Soon after, he received a reply. This is it, Captain Zhang. This device is of great interest to the country. You must deliver it safely to its destination. Yes. The container was then immediately lifted onto a collection truck that had already been parked aside, and was escorted all the way to the military airport by 2 inspection trucks driving the way and 3 inspection trucks breaking the back. An hour later, a military transportation plane took off from the Yongcheng military airport and flew rapidly to the capital of Xia. Star. Chapter 10, it's really a 2-nanometer lithography machine. After making the call to the Internal Affairs Bureau, Tang Qizai and Wei Daqian had been caught up in a state of excitement and agitation. Old Don, when do you think that thing will arrive? It should be soon. I heard from the top that arrangements have been made for a military transport plane to send it over. Do you think, if that thing is real, then will our country be able to catch up with those foreigners directly in the semiconductor industry? Ha, more than catching up. It's a straight lead. Yawn. The 2 instantly yawned as they relaxed. I can't, old Tang. I'll squint on your couch for a while. Tang Daqian rubbed his eyes. If there's anything you call out to me. Okay, I'll lie down for a while too. It's been a rough couple days. Well, get some rest. I don't know how long it took, but Tang Qizai's cell phone suddenly rang. Instantly awakened, Tang Qizai immediately picked up the phone. Hey, leader, it's me. What? The stuff has arrived at the airport? Good. Old Wei and I will go over right away. At this time, Wei Daqian also woke up from his sleep. What's wrong? The photolithography machine has arrived? Aha! Arrived! The higher-ups are telling us to hurry over. Go! Half an hour later, the 2 arrived at the military base located on the outskirts of the capital, and then they realized that apart from the 2 of them, there were 2 old friends already waiting over there. These 2 old friends are both authorities in the field of semiconductor equipment research and development in Xia, and in terms of status, they are on par with Tang Qizai and Wei Daqian. Old Tang, old Wei, you guys are here too? Seeing Tang Qizai and Wei Daqian, those 2 old friends immediately greeted them with smiles. Say, do you guys know what this is about today? An old friend, who seemed to be still a bit sleepy, asked helplessly. I was sleeping when I was woken up by a phone call, shouting quite urgently. Another expert also joked, that's right, shouting so urgently, and do not tell us what is going on. Make it mysterious. Those who don't know think that they are looking for us to develop and bomb to go. After listening to the words of his 2 old friends, Tang Qizai laughed and said, ha, not to mention, this thing is indeed comparable to a peace bomb in peaceful times. What? Hearing Tang Qizai's words, the 2 men's spirits were shaken. What? Old Tang, do you know what it is? Tang Qizai smiled faintly. You'll find out soon enough. Just then, a rumbling sound of a vehicle rang out, and within moments, a huge set of trucks appeared in front of the 4. Immediately, the crane that had been waiting on the sidelines drove over, lifted the container on top of the collector truck, and slowly drove into a warehouse that had been emptied in the base. Under the puzzled gaze of those 2 old friends the entire time, the container was lowered and then opened, revealing the equipment inside. This is? Looking at the equipment that was close to the size of a container at eye level, those 2 semiconductor research and development experts couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The 2 men circled the device twice, a look of disbelief on their faces. How does this device look so much like a photolithography machine? An expert frowned. Another expert also nodded in confirmation. That's right. This bench and the microscope arrangement. It should be a photolithography machine. This should be a photolithography machine, right? The expert wondered. Where did you get this from? At this time, a middle-aged man in civilian clothes walked over. A few of you have worked hard, making you come all the way here. Bureau Wang. Seeing the visitor, the 4 of them greeted each other. This Wang Bureau is Tang Qizai's immediate superior, the director of the Information Technology Bureau of the Xia State Internal Affairs Bureau. Wang Jin, Bureau Chief Wang. Now you can talk, right? What exactly are you doing by calling us here in the middle of the night? An expert asked. Wang Jin smiled and said, the reason why I've labored to invite the 4 of you over here is actually because I want you to help check this equipment. Confirm that this lithography machine is really capable of 2-nanometer process fabrication. What did you say? 2-nanometer process? Upon hearing this, those 2 experts' eyes widened. It's just nonsense. Even the 3-nanometer process photolithography is still under development. Where is the 2-nanometer process? Old Tang, old Wei, what do you say? It's outrageous. hurry up and arrest that liar. But soon, they realized that Tang Chizai and Wei Daqian didn't seem surprised at all, as if they had already known about this. Old Tang, old Wei, is it hard for you guys to have known about this for a long time? It's actually like this. Facing the puzzled gazes of the two of them, Tang Chizai told the story in detail. After hearing that, those two experts were dumbfounded. Goods before payment? How could the other side make such an offer? Where do they get the confidence? Is it hard to believe that this lithography machine can really realize 2 nanometers process? But how is this possible? We also feel that this matter is just too unbelievable. That's why we invited you all over. I believe that with you 4 top domestic semiconductor equipment authorities around, you should be able to tell the difference between this photolithography machine's reality and reality. Okay, then we'll give it a good going over. With such doubts, these 4 domestic most authoritative semiconductor equipment research and development experts immediately around the equipment for a detailed examination. After an hour or so of careful examination, the 4 men looked up at each other in disbelief. There was a shocked and excited look on his face. Well, watching the 4 stop their hands, Wang Jin, who had been silently waiting by the side, secretly clenched his fists and asked nervously, "It's real," one of the experts said excitedly. "It is. It really can achieve 2 nanometer imprinting. Good heavens, I'm not dreaming. My God, this is incredible." Another expert even looked at the huge device in front of him with a face of fascination, and Tang Chizai and Wei Daqian were also laughing excitedly. "It's true, it really is a 2 nanometer process lithography machine." The result was soon sent to the House of Commons. At this point, a bunch of the top brass in the House of Representatives are staying up all night waiting for news. What? It's confirmed? That photolithography machine is really a 2 nanometer process? That's great. When it was learned that that delivered lithography machine was really capable of 2 nanometer process, the whole conference room instantly shook. Good. Ha 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 ha, that Mr. Shang actually really didn't lie to us. Great. What? Is it hard to believe that you still suspected that the other side would cheat us all along before? It's definitely a lie to say that I'm not skeptical. If the other party hadn't said that they could inspect the goods before paying, I wouldn't have believed it at all. After all, this is really a bit unbelievable. Indeed. What's even more unbelievable is that such a photolithography machine that can realize a 2 nanometer process, he wants to sell it to us at half the price of a 5 nanometer process photolithography machine. Didn't people say that? It's called wild patriotism. Ha ha ha. Since it has been confirmed that the equipment is real, then hurry up and notify the lower side to pay the person for the equipment. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 11, $60 million in the bank. On the other hand, after talking to Wei Daqian, Shenlang flew back to Hangzhou within the shared room. In sneak mode, Shenlang silently landed on the balcony outside his room. Back inside the room, Shenlang opened the trading space again, drilled into the training pod, activated the deep sleep function, and fell soundly asleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Shenlang woke up from a sound sleep, picked up the smart glasses placed aside, and then exited the trading space. Just as he was about to go to the restroom to wash up, he heard Xiao Ai's voice in his ear. "Good morning, Master. An hour ago, a sum of $60 million arrived in your overseas account, and the remitter is from the Xiao Renaissance Trading Company." Aha, $60 million? Shenlang couldn't help but stare. This overseas account is Shenlang let Xiao Ai in the name of an offshore company opened in the overseas bank. As for the purpose of it, naturally, is to better hide their own as Mr. Shang identity. Before he had mastered absolute strength and ensured the safety of himself and his family, Shenlang did not want to expose himself prematurely. After all, even if the country would not harbor ill will towards itself, what about those hostile forces outside its borders? After freezing for a moment, Shenlang came back to his senses. This is presumably the money the state called in to buy the photolithography machine. Look at the time. Only 6 hours have passed since he called them. I didn't expect that the money would already be called over so soon. This efficiency. Simply. After thinking about it, Shenlang called Wei Daqian. As soon as the phone was connected, a voice matched in excitement came through the microphone. "Hello, Mr. Shen, how are you?" "Hello, Director Wei," Shenlang said with a smile. "The money has been received. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation, happy cooperation." Wei Daqian immediately said. "Mr. Shen, don't hang up the phone yet." "What? Is there anything else?" Shenlang asked. "Can you leave a contact information?" Wei Daqian said with a hint of apprehension in his tone. "Perhaps we can further deepen our cooperation in the future." "Contact information?" Shenlang raised an eyebrow. "Are you asking for my phone number?" Wei Daqian immediately said. No, just anything will do. The mailbox number is also fine. We just want a channel where we can proactively contact your side." "Well, okay. Turn back, I will send a mailbox number to your cell phone." there is something you directly contact me through that phone on it. After thinking about it, Shen Lang continued, you also don't need to spend effort to find out information about us through this mailbox. If we don't want to, you will never be able to find out about us. No, 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 you can rest assured of this, Wei Daqian immediately said. Our leader said, from a wildly patriotic sentence, we can prove that your party is definitely a fellow Xia countryman as well. It's a friend. When it comes to treating our friends, we Xia people always treat them with sincerity and will never play any tricks. Facing Wei Daqian's assurance, Shen Lang smiled. Contact me if anything happens. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Shen Lang summoned Xiao AI and let her enter the system background of the overseas virtual coin trading platform to register an account. Through the system permissions, Shen Lang let Xiao AI advance the registration information to 8 years ago, and edited a buying and selling information of purchasing 3,000 bitcoins 8 years ago and now selling the clearance bitcoins in 2 separate sales. Subsequently, Shen Lang asked Xiao AI to raise $18 million from the overseas account to transfer to the trading platform, and then circled around a few times, and finally transferred to the domestic bank account, and completely erased this transfer record in the overseas account and the backstage system of the virtual coin trading platform. In this way, even if someone wanted to trace the source of Shen Lang's money in the future, in the end, they could only find out the information that Shen Lang had realized $54 million through the virtual coin trading platform and transferred $18 million of it to a domestic account. As for Shen Lang's overseas account information, no one could find out. Soon, Shen Lang received a text message from the domestic bank, your bank account arrived at $18 million. In fact, with the computer technology that AI possessed that was decades ahead of this world, Shen Lang could have silently gotten himself endless amounts of money in the back office of any bank that used computers for settlements. But Shen Lang didn't do that. For one thing, it is because of the education of parents from childhood as well as from the culture and moral inculcation accumulated over thousands of years of the Daxia nation in Shen Lang's mind to establish the concept of money. A gentleman loves money, and there is a way to take it. Some people may think this is silly, but for Shen Lang, this is one of his bottom lines as a human being. If you can't even restrain this desire for money and abuse the favor that God has given you, then one day, when God's favor disappears, I'm afraid it will be the time of your death. As for the second reason, as a hangman, if you still have to steal to make money, is it shameful, low or not? After quickly washing up, Shen Lang left the room and went to the nearby breakfast store to eat breakfast. Hey, did you see the news? It says that aliens appeared in Eagle Jam country last night. Look at it, look at it. I opened my circle of friends this morning and it's all about this. Do you think it could be a fake news story that someone created on purpose? Even Reuters and the New Yorker Times have released this news, along with photos, so where could it be fake? It's probably true. You mean there really are aliens? Maybe it's a single weapon secretly developed by the Eagle Jam Nation. Inside the breakfast store, Shen Lang heard the conversation of the diners next to him, and his heart couldn't help but move. Immediately letting Xiao AI open the network and look at today's news information, I realized that all of the top 10 hot searches today were dominated by the topic of aliens appearing in the sky over the eagle's nest. The shocker, aliens over New Yorker. Alien surprise at button about. The Eagle Kingdom declares emergency alert. Iron Man or aliens? The people of Eagle Land are starting a mad rush for supplies in case of an alien invasion. Shen Lang then clicked on a news to take a look at it, and there were a few photos from satellite shots on it. It's not just yourself, AI. When I was high above Eagle Jam country yesterday, did you notice any satellites in space watching me? No, master. AI can only capture signals from electronic devices within 1 kilometer. In other words, those satellites were located beyond the radiation range of AI's signal, so they couldn't be captured. Shen Lang thought for a moment. Then do you have a way to access all the surveillance equipment, including satellites, in advance? If the target is connected to an external network, AI can invade any target device through the network. If the other party is not connected along with an external network, the master only needs to maintain a range of 1 kilometer or less from the other party, and AI will be able to capture the other party's signals and then realize the invasion. Don't use the word invasion. Invasion is a pejorative term. It's done with subjective malice, and I'm just trying to keep my privacy and secrets, which is technically self-defense and not considered an invasion. Got it, master. Xiao AI's artificial intelligence program told to run, and instantly deposited the meaning of Shen Lang's instruction into its own program as long as the act was done to keep the master's privacy and secrets. It was self-defense. At the same time, Xiao AI began to actively capture the signals of all electronic devices with photo and video functions within a radius of 1 kilometer with Shen Lang as the center of the circle, and silently entered into the back of the system run by the other party. As long as Shen Lang needed it, it could silently obtain the highest permissions of these devices. Chapter 12, Flying Home in Nano Armor. Uncle is back. After brushing the news for a while, Shen Lang exited the page. After drinking soybean milk and eating big cakes and fritters, Shen Lang returned to the room of the shared house and began to organize his household goods. 4 years ago, in the winter of the year when Shen Lang was preparing to take the college entrance examination, his father became seriously ill. In order to cure his father, the family's savings have been spent and he is still in debt. Considering his own academic performance, even if he took the college entrance examination, it would only be the third batch with expensive tuition fees. So Shen Lang gave up the college entrance examination in spite of his sister's and mother's discouragement and ran away to work in Hangzhou, where e-commerce is prevalent. Time passed, 4 years passed, and Shen Lang had lived here for 4 years. Now that I'm leaving, I'm a bit sad to say the least, but reluctant as it was. This wasn't his home after all. After packing up his luggage and putting it towards the trading space, Shen Lang made a call to the landlord. Half an hour later, the landlord arrived, and after confirming that no items were damaged or lost, he cheerfully returned the deposit of $800 a month to Shen Lang. After the deposit arrived, Shen Lang waved goodbye to the landlord and left the shared room where he had lived for 4 years. Strolling through the streets, Shen Lang looked at the pedestrian street with people coming and going, in which there were a lot of people with hurried steps. And there were also some people who spoke rapidly and said something into their cell phones, with a hint of humility and modesty on their faces. Looking at this sheet of the crowd, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion in his heart. Just 3 days ago, he or she was just like them, humbly contacting customers, desperately trying to pull orders and business for the company for the sake of performance. But now, one has the future firmly in one's hands, not to mention that hyperspace trading space, or that artificial intelligence and nano armor on his body. But just the $60 million in his overseas account, he was already standing at the end of the dream of 99.9% of the world's population. Taking a car at the intersection, Shen Lang came to the shopping plaza where he often ate and sang karaoke with his clients before, and bought a niece's favorite panda doll in a cartoon toy store, and then left the plaza. AI, can you erase all the surveillance records that captured my image today? Yes, master. According to the self-defense command you gave earlier, I have already entered the system backend of all the surveillance devices that captured your image in advance. Then delete them all. Yes, master. It's all cleared. Well, Shen Lang nodded, then looked for a restroom, activated the sneak mode of the nano armor, and then flew into the sky. Just on Shen Lang's way to fly to his home, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Mr. Shen. Hello, I'm the president of China Merchants Bank's Yongchang branch. My name is Zhong Ruidao. Sorry for taking the liberty of disturbing you. What is it? You say, Shen Lang said while flying. Here's the thing. According to our bank system, just 2 hours ago, there was a remittance of $18 million to your account at our bank. What's going on? Is there a problem with this money? Shen Lang asked calmly. No, there's no problem at all. The other party immediately said. According to the monitoring of the National Anti-Money Laundering System as well as our verification, this money of yours came from a regular investment platform overseas, and the source of funds is completely fine. I mean, what are you going to do with this money? Will you just put it in the form of dollars? Or will you convert it into summer dollars? Is it going to be an investment? Or are you going to do financial management? Shen Lang, so, you're here to pull in business, are you? The other party immediately laughed, seeing and laughing. Convert them all into summer coins for me. Shen Lang thought about it and said, as for the rest, wait until after the new year. Yes. The other party immediately said, you can directly exchange your summer coins on our bank's app, and our side will immediately arrange for you to help you through. In addition, from today onwards, we will settle the deposit interest for you at the highest interest rate of 5% per annum, and then settle it once a month. Do you think this is okay? Hearing these words from the other party, Shen Lang couldn't help but smile. This sincerity, it can be okay. That's all for now then, Mr. Shen. I won't bother you anymore. I'll come back to pay you a visit after the new year. Bye. Shen Lang nodded. Well, goodbye. Shen Lang noticed that the other party had remained on the receiving end until he hung up. There's no one simple in this bunch of executives. After the end of the call, Shen Lang let Xiao AI log on to his own China Merchants Bank app, and exchanged $18 million into summer dollars. Very quickly, the system came to the message that $18 million had been exchanged, totaling summer dollars, 118,800,000. Shen Lang glanced at it, and there were no waves in his heart. For the current Shen Lang, money was just a string of numbers. A few minutes later, Shen Lang arrived over his neighborhood. After looking around to see that no one was there, Shen Lang quietly landed on the floor of his house, then launched the nano armor, climbed to the 3rd floor, and opened the door of his house. It's Thursday, the 29th of Lunar New Year, one day before New Year's Eve. My parents and my sister, who lives with me, are both still at work, and my little niece is still in kindergarten care. Shen Lang opened the door and walked in. and after confirming that no one was at home, he entered the trading space one at a time to take out all the luggage items. Every time he entered the trading space, Shenlang would envy K once. If only he could have a space ring just like K's, so that he could take things out of the ring directly, instead of having to go into the trading space first if he wanted that thing like he does now. After taking out all the luggage items, Shenlang looked at the time. It was almost noon, so he panned some rice and cooked it himself, then opened the refrigerator, took a few ingredients from it, made a few small dishes by hand, and had a nice lunch. After eating, Shenlang went into his room, locked the door, entered the trading space again, and tripped into the training module to continue the next stage of training for nano armor. After practicing off and on for nearly 3 hours, Shenlang heard a sound coming from the screen on his left that showed the movement outside, and then he left the trading space. Just as Shenlang had just left the trading space, he heard a clear voice from outside the door. "Ha, Grandma, what is this?" Then, a surprised voice rang out. Isn't this your uncle's suitcase?" "Mom, I'm back." At this time, Shenlang opened the bedroom door and walked out. "Ha!" Shenlang's sudden appearance startled both the grandchildren. Next, "Whoa, it's Uncle who's back. Ha 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 ha, Grandma, Uncle's back." The little guy excitedly, while yelling and screaming, took his 2 short legs and rushed into Shenlang's embrace. Chapter 13, The Sweetest Peace of Mind. Shenlang picked up the little guy and turned around in the air, smilingly asked, "One, do you want Uncle?" "Think, the superbly want to." The little guy excitedly hugged Shenlang's head as a hard bite. One can miss Uncle ah. At this time, Shenlang's mother laughed from the side and said, "What's there to think about when you're chatting with your uncle on video every day?" The little guy immediately protested, "Just want Uncle. I just miss my uncle." Good. If you say you want to, then you want to." Shenlang's mother revealed a helpless yet doting expression. After Shenlang talked to the little one for a while about the conversation of "You miss me and I miss you too," Shen mother asked from the side, "Son, when did you come back? Why didn't you say anything in advance?" Shenlang smiled and said, "I came back at noon, thinking that you were all still at work, so I didn't tell you. Then I'll send a message to your father and ask him to go to the market after work to buy some vegetables and come back," Shen mother said as she called Shen father to tell him the news of her son's return. At this time, the niece pulled Shenlang's collar and said, "Uncle, you accompany me to play downstairs." "Yeah." Shenlang naturally wouldn't refuse his niece's request. "Mom, I'll take one down there to play for a while." "Okay, don't play too late." "Got it." Afterward, Shenlang carried his niece downstairs. Shenlang's family was the first batch of demolition households in Yongqing City 20 years ago. Surrounded by neighbors are basically the original elders of the same village and the same clan. At this time in the neighborhood, many grandparents were playing with their grandchildren, and when they saw Shenlang, they couldn't help but be stunned, and then greeted him cordially. "Isn't this Shenlang? What, on vacation? Shenlang, you should be graduating soon, right? I remember you're a senior this year. Are you nuts?" Shenlang graduated from high school and went looking for a job to work. He didn't go to college. "Shenlang, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want Granny to find you one?" In the face of this group of enthusiastic elders, Shenlang greatly felt unable to eat, shaking his head and waving his hand, saying that he was still young and not in a hurry. Looking at his uncle's wretched appearance, the little one covered his mouth and unkindly snickered from the sidelines. As the hours passed, more and more children gathered back from school. During this period, Shenlang quietly released 3 penny mechanical bees to guard around his niece. With these 3 mechanical bees by her niece's side, she could blow away even a car that hit her head on. After playing the chase game with the other children for a while, the niece ran to Shenlang and said, Uncle, let's play eagle as a chicken. You be the eagle and come catch us, okay?" Beside them, several little ones who had followed along with them also showed their expectant gazes towards Shenlang. Shenlang smiled and nodded. Yes. So a big 22-year-old eagle played with this bunch of little kids who averaged about 4 years old, and so it played until darkness fell. As the day wore on, parents called away their children. At this time, Mother Shen also called, "Why aren't you back yet? This has been playing for more than an hour. The food is ready. Quickly bring your niece back for dinner." "Okay, this is coming." Shenlang answered and looked at his niece who had not finished playing. "Grandma is calling us back for dinner." "Ha?" The little guy was obviously a bit reluctant, but he nodded obediently. "Okay then, want Uncle to carry you up?" Shenlang stretched out his hand and said. The little guy shook his head. "No need, Uncle, you just played with us for so long, you must be tired too. One can walk by himself." Hearing this, Shenlang felt a warm current in his heart. This sweet little cozy. Shenlang immediately bent down and picked up the little one. Uncle is indeed a bit tired, but as soon as he picks up one, Uncle will immediately be filled with strength. "Let's go home for dinner." Giggle for a while, The hallway was filled with the little one's crisp giggles. As soon as I entered the door, a pungent aroma of food hit me. It smells so good. Coming? Looking at his son who entered the door, Shen's father, who was sitting in the living room watching TV, stood up. Take your niece to wash her hands. You can start dinner. Okay, Dad, Shen Lang responded, taking his niece with him to the restroom to wash his hands. Where's old sister? Not back yet? Your sister is working overtime again today. Shen's mother came out from the kitchen and said, you said that your sister is working for someone in a dessert store. She's not her own boss, so why does she have to work so hard? 365 days a year. She spends 360 days busy at the store. She doesn't even have time to take care of her child. She just knows to leave it to us. Mom, this is where you're wrong. Shen Lang hugged his niece and said with a smile, it's obviously because we, like our grandparents. That's why my sister let live with them. Is uncle right? My niece immediately nodded happily. Aha! Loves living with her grandparents. After dinner, Shen's father and mother were responsible for cleaning up the dishes and cleaning up the kitchen, while Shen Lang took his niece to read children's picture books in the living room. An hour later, Mother Shen greeted the little one to take a bath. Uncle, you give me a bath. The little guy hugged Shen Lang's arm and said, this can't be done. When Shen Lang heard this, he immediately shook his head. Uncle is a boy. You are a girl. Uncle can't give you a bath yet. With a puzzled look on her face, her niece asked, then why did Uncle give me a bath before? Because in the past, One was still small. Shen Lang said, now One is 4 years old and in kindergarten. Uncle can't give you a bath anymore. Then if One doesn't go to kindergarten, is it true that Uncle can give me a bath? When Shen Lang heard this, he shook his head in tears and laughter. That won't work either. After a good deal of persuasion, the little one finally obediently followed his grandmother into the bathroom to take a bath. 20 minutes later, a fragrant little one bounced out of the bathroom. Shen Lang accompanied her to tell a dozen more fairy tales in the room. As we talked, the little one fell asleep, and by now, the time was nearly 8:30. Just then, the door of the room outside opened, and Shen Lang's sister walked in from outside with a tired face. Sis, Shen Lang immediately walked forward and reached out to help his oldest sister carry over the bag in her hand. Why are you back so late? Hey, Dee is back? Seeing Shen Lang come back, her sister's face showed a trace of surprise. There is an old customer who was going to have a birthday in the bar. Only in the afternoon called our boss and said that she wants to order 2 birthday cakes. The result is that the cake embryo happened to run out, so I can only rebake the 2 embryos now and send them over to her. Well, Sister Shen said as she changed into her slippers. Where's One? Asleep? Shen Lang nodded. Just fell asleep. At this time, Shen's mother, who heard the commotion, came out from her room. Back? Have you eaten dinner yet? The rice cooker left rice and a few dishes for you. I ate at the store, my sister said as she gingerly entered her room. After a while, her sister came out of the room and handed a gift box to Shen Lang. This is what I asked a friend to bring over from Shangjiang. See if you like it. A watch? Shen Lang turned out to take a look. It was a Longines. When Shen's mother heard this, she complained, why did you buy a watch? Nowadays, young people use cell phones every day. Who still uses a watch? It's a waste of money again. Didn't you say last time that the watch that Adi brought was not accurate in timekeeping, missed the appointment with the client and was almost fired by the boss? I heard from my friend that this brand is quite accurate in timekeeping. Sister Shen explained a few words, then looked at Shen Lang and said, take a look. Do you like it? Shen Lang joked, sister, if I say I don't like it, can't I take it and sell it for money? Sister Shen glared with both eyes. How dare you? Shen Lang opened the watch box. The eye is a conspicuous moon phase dial, which is a classic Longines replica. AI, check how much this watch sells for in Shenzhen? Shen Lang mumbled in his heart. In the next second, the relevant data about the watch appeared in front of Shen Lang's eyes. Longines Heritage Collection. The Shannon public price is 2,100, with a current general discount of 15%. According to this price converted into yuan words, 13,000 or so. With my oldest sister's salary of 10,000 a month as a dessert maker for someone, she'd have to work for more than a month without eating or drinking. Well, do you like it? Try it on? My sister said with an expectant look on her face. Aha! Shen Lang took out the watch and put it on his wrist. Don't tell me. It's pretty good looking. Good looking. Shen Lang nodded, then waved his wrist at his mom. Mom, what do you think? Good looking is good looking. Shen mother nodded and looked at her daughter. How much does this cost? It's not expensive anyway. When my sister heard that, she quickly changed the subject. Mom, I'm going to take a shower first. Stinky girl. How could Shen mother not understand her daughter's mind? She immediately scolded with a laugh, looked at the watch on her son's wrist, and then blanked her son. When you marry a wife in the future, don't forget how good your sister is to you. Shenlang? Shenlang burst into tears. What's this all about? Shenlang said, Mom, shouldn't you say, don't forget your mother when you marry your daughter-in-law? It doesn't matter if you forget about your mother. Shen mother shook her head, looking at her daughter who had already walked into the bathroom, and said with a grim expression, your mother at least has your father to keep her company. But your sister, hey, my mother sighed, then looked glum as she went back to her room. Well, I'm going to go back to putting on the TV, so you get some early rest too. Okay, Mom. Citing his mother closing the door to her room, Shenlang's fingers lightly touched the dial on his wrist and softly murmured in his heart, Mom, don't worry, I'll be good to my sister. Our family, we'll all be fine. All the best for the future. Star. Chapter 14, Playing with My Niece. When his sister came out after taking a shower, Shenlang chatted with her for a while. In Shenlang's memory, since he was a child, his sister had spent far more time with him than Mom and Dad had spent with him. Whenever he was on vacation, his sister would often take him out to play and buy him all kinds of delicious food and fun. And of course, all kinds of workbooks and exercise books that gave him a headache. But all of that is still secondary. What impressed Shenlang the most, and even until now he felt guilty towards his sister, was because of the matter of sharing the room. The house that Shenlang's family is living in now is the demolished house that his grandparents were given when Shenlang was not yet born more than 20 years ago. Compensation for evictions 20 years ago was not as good as it is now. At that time, as the first batch of demolition households in Yongchang, Shenlang's grandparents were only allocated a 120 square feet house, plus more than 100,000 yuan. There won't be much of that money left by the time we finish the house. Shenlang remembers that when he remembers, his grandparents had a room, his sister had a room, and then he himself slept in a room with his mom and dad. Later, Shenlang went to elementary school and didn't want to sleep with his parents anymore, crying that he must sleep alone in a room, being made to feel helpless. Mom and Dad wanted to give their room to Shenlang, but they were stopped by their sister. Shenlang remembers that at that time, his sister took the initiative to give him the room, and then he himself slept on the floor in the living room. And this sleep, it was several years. It wasn't until my grandparents died a few years later that my sister had a room of her own again. He didn't feel it before when he was small, but when he grew up, every time he thought about it, Shenlang felt that he really owed his sister a little too much. This was also one of the reasons why Shenlang was so precious to his niece after she was born. He wanted to make up for what he owed to his sister, even if it was just a little bit, on his niece's body. After chatting with his sister for a while, Shenlang saw that his sister's face had revealed sleepiness, so he terminated the topic. Sis, it's late, get some early rest. Well, you go to bed early too. The siblings exchanged goodnights and then returned to their respective rooms. Locking the door, Shenlang then entered the trading space and sent a video invitation to Kay, wanting to ask the other party about medicine, but after a long wait, the other party never replied. I wonder if something's wrong. However, considering that the other party has at least been a time and space merchant for a few years, the life-preserving equipment in his hands will certainly not be less. Shenlang did not worry too much. That night, Shenlang didn't enter the training cabin to sleep, but laid down on the bed in his room and slept soundly. The next day, he was woken up by a knock on the door. Uncle, wake up, the sunshine is going to tan your butt. Without waiting for Shenlang to respond, his mother's words rang out from outside. Baby, don't disturb your uncle. Let him sleep a little longer. Niece, why? The teacher said. Early to bed, early to rise to be in good health. Mother Shen, your uncle just came back yesterday. He needs to rest. Niece, oh, that's good blah. Listening to his niece's still slightly lost voice, Shenlang immediately got out of bed and opened the door to the room. Which little fairy was just calling uncle to get up? Uncle? Seeing Shenlang open the door to his room, the little guy immediately let out a surprised cheer. It's me calling uncle to get up. So it's little fairy 11. Shenlang revealed an expression of sudden realization. May I ask, little fairy 11, have you brushed your teeth and washed your face? Not yet. The little guy shook his head. Then let's go brush our teeth and wash our faces together. Good. Cluck 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 cluck. So, Shenlang took the happy-faced little guy into the restroom, brushed their teeth and washed their faces together, and then played in the living room. Alright, come and eat breakfast. At this time, Mother Shen came over and urged, we still have to go to kindergarten later. Now it is already winter vacation time. Just because the family has to work, no one to greet the child. So Shenlang's sister, enrolled in the kindergarten's winter vacation custodial class, has been able to hosting until New Year's Eve vacation. Hearing Shen mother's words, her niece immediately hugged Shenlang's arm. Grandma, I don't want to go to kindergarten. I want to play with my uncle. When Shen's mother heard this, she immediately shook her head and said, how can that be? Your mom has paid the money. If you don't go, the tuition won't be wasted. Niece, so uncle can accompany me to kindergarten school blah blah blah? Mother Shin immediately laughed. Uncle is so old, how can he go to kindergarten with you? When her niece heard this, her little mouth turned up. Ha, if uncle doesn't go, then I don't want to go to kindergarten either. Seeing that the little guy was so aggrieved that his eyes were red, Shin Lang immediately said, if you don't go, then don't go. I'm resting anyway, I'll just take one with me in the next 2 days. Mother Shin, but the money is paid. Just think of it as that custodial fee for me to earn, is not it? Shin Lang smiled and said to the little one, after dinner uncle will take you to the park to play, okay? Good. Upon hearing this, the little guy immediately happily kissed Shin Lang on the face. Uncle is the best, you just spoil it. Seeing this pair of uncles and nephews in this affectionate manner, Mother Shin was furious and amused. In the future, if one is spoiled with princess disease, it will surely be you, the uncle. Who will be responsible for it? How can it be? Shin Lang laughed. It's not the life of a princess that gets the disease of a princess. That's called princess disease. Our one was born a little princess. How can she get princess disease? Isn't that right, one? Aha, aha. The little one actually didn't fully understand what Shin Lang said, but there was one sentence that she still understood, and that was her uncle saying that she was a little princess. Forget it. Ignore you guys. Looking at this pair of uncles and nephews who had been acting outwardly, Mother Shin instantly rolled her eyes and went to serve breakfast to the two of them. By the way, Mom, where's my dad and my sister? Your dad and sister went to work early, Shin Mother said. So early? Shin Lang froze, puzzled. Isn't Dad working as a janitor at the elementary school? Does he need to go to work so early? Mother Shin seemed to realize that she had slipped her tongue, and instantly slapped her mouth in chagrin. At a glance at this situation, Shin Lang immediately realized that there was a situation here. Mom, what are you hiding from me? It's your father who didn't let me tell you. Under Shin Lang's pressing, the mother helplessly said, your father disliked the fact that being a janitor's salary was too low, not even enough to cover his own medical expenses, so he asked for connections to find a job as a sweeper driver in a sanitation company. Although 4 years ago after surgery, Dad's life is saved, but need to take lifelong targeted drugs to prevent recurrence, and that drug is not domestic, only imported. Even if there is health insurance can reimburse 70%, they still have to spend 60,000 a year. You guys are really... Shin Lang couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. Didn't I tell you guys? I'll give you guys this money. Let Dad have a good rest. Your sister and I told your father the same thing, but your father didn't listen. Mother Shin said, your father said that he's not disabled or crippled, with arms and legs. If he's living at home for nothing every day, he might as well have died earlier. While he still has the strength to go out and earn some money, he can at least ease the burden for you and your sister. Now your father has 5,000 a month, and the unit even covers one lunch, so it's not bad. Hearing this, Shin Lang couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Shin Lang knows very well in his heart that the only reason why his dad did this was that he hoped to save more money for his son, so that he could buy a house and marry his wife earlier. Similarly, in order to save money for her son to buy a house and get married, her mother, who had already retired, put on her old face to beg the leadership of the food factory and got the opportunity to return to work. What about sister? Shin Lang asked again. Your sister said that tomorrow is Valentine's Day and the store has to prepare the Valentine's Day chocolate set in advance, so she left early in the morning as well. Aha! Shin Lang nodded. By the time the uncle and nephew had finished their breakfast and were ready to go out, Mother Shin had already prepared some outdoor activities for them. This is a sweat towel. If your niece sweats, remember to tuck it in her back to prevent her from catching a cold. This is the kettle. Freshly filled. The water is just warm enough to drink. I've tried it. It's not hot. This is a mat. Spread it out when you're tired of playing. Don't sit directly on the grass. It's winter and the turf is too cold. These are the fruits I just cut and some snacks. And this is a garbage bag. Remember to throw what you eat in the garbage bag when you're done. And this. Okay, I know I'll look. Seeing that his mom had a big tendency to introduce every single item, Shin Lang hastily took over the backpack that was filled to the brim and carried it on his back. Goodbye to Grandma. Let's go. Bye Grandma, we're off. What about your lunch? Don't worry, Mom. I'm not a kid anymore. I won't starve one. Uncle will take you to eat something delicious at noon. Okay? Good, uncle is the best. Mother Shin. The park Shin Lang was talking about was just 300 meters away from their neighborhood. By the time Shin Lang brought his niece to the park, here has gathered a lot of parents with children to play. Most of them are grandparents' generation. Of course, there is no shortage of some elders in the same neighborhood with Shin Lang. See Shin Lang. Those who know the elders immediately warmly greeted, during which naturally cannot help but care about the emotional situation. I don't know how, but the elders of the Summer Kingdom seem to have an innate instinct for the matter of matchmaking and redlining. Compared to Shen Lang, who was surrounded by several elders asking about his relationship status, Wenwen was much happier. As the little flower of the district in the neighborhood, Wenwen's arrival received a warm welcome from the children in the same neighborhood, and a group of children enthusiastically went up and grabbed Wenwen's hand, running and jumping on the lawn, happy as can be. During this time, Shen Lang did not forget his mom's instructions and stuffed a sweat towel on Wenwen's back. In this way, a group of little ones happy to play in the park for nearly 2 hours. During the period of play, tired on the mat to sit down, together with the parents prepared snacks and fruits to eat and drink, and occasionally also share with each other. It's happy. During this time when the little one was playing, Shen Lang was not idle. After releasing several mechanical bees to silently guard at the side, he then let Xiao AI open an online real estate app, consulting with the agent about buying a house, and made an appointment to go to see the house this afternoon. Chapter 15, Porsche Booth. Encounter with high school classmate. It was almost 11 o'clock when the parents said it was time to go home for lunch, and the little ones waved goodbye to each other reluctantly. Shen Lang called a car and took his niece to the Yingtai City 3 kilometers away since its opening 5 years ago. Yingtai City has become the largest entertainment and dining consumption center within a 20-kilometer radius. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, plus it's almost New Year's Day, and Yingtai City is very lively, with all the major stores celebrating the holiday. Some celebrate Valentine's Day, some celebrate Chinese New Year, and some simply get it together. Uncle, what are we going to eat? Walking into Yingtai City, the little guy asked with an excited face as he looked around at the bustling scene. What do you want to eat? Shen Lang asked. I'd like fries and some ice cream. Is that okay? The little guy said with an expectant look on his face. Of course. Shen Lang laughed, took the kids up to the second floor, found a Western buffet restaurant that had good ratings on the internet, and enjoyed a beautiful lunch. Of course, Shen Lang didn't really let the little one let go of her food. The ice cream just gave her a ball, plus a small portion of French fries, and the main meal was a pasta and a small piece of raw-cut steak. As for the kind of chicken wings and the like that grow out of feeding medicine every day, Shen Lang did not give the little one to eat. After eating, Shen Lang took the little one to the mall while wandering around and eliminating food. The little guy's mouth was still barfing every now and then, as if he was savoring the deliciousness left in his mouth. Uncle, can we still come here for ice cream and fries later? The little one asked. Shen Lang smiled and said, of course, as long as you want to eat, Uncle will bring you here to eat, okay? Yes, yes, yes. The little guy's eyes lit up, but immediately he frowned. But Mommy doesn't let me eat it often. She says that little kids who eat a lot of ice cream will get a tummy ache. Actually, I haven't had a single pain. Mommy is lying. Mom didn't lie to you, Shen Lang said with a smile. Too much ice cream can really give you a stomachache. So Uncle only gave you one. Ha, is that so? Hearing his uncle say the same thing, the little one who was originally quite certain that his mom was lying to him suddenly began to hesitate. When has Uncle ever lied to you? Shen Lang said with a smile. But if you listen to Mom obediently, Uncle promises you that he will bring you here to eat once every week in the future. Okay? The little guy's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, let's pull the hook. Shen Lang stretched out his little finger and hooked it together with the little guy's little finger. Pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years and don't change. Whoever changes is a puppy dog. Seal. After the 2 thumbs were stamped, Shen Lang laughed. Believe it now, don't you? The little guy nodded happily. Walking, Shen Lang saw downstairs in the hall there is a Porsche car show. And then look at the side of the huge banner written Porsche wishes all lovers in the world to get married. Then understand that this is to take advantage of the Valentine's Day to engage in sales activities. The dealership still seemed to be in good spirits, with a booth that featured all 4 hot models, the 718, the Macung, the Cayenne and the Panamera. These colorful models attracted a lot of onlookers. Looking at these cars down below, Shen Lang suddenly thought that his own family seems to not have a car yet. Well, it's time to buy a couple cars. Thinking of this, Shen Lang held his niece and walked in the direction of the booth. Uncle, what are we going to do now? Wenwen asked. Shen Lang said, Uncle wants to go there to buy a few cars. Will you accompany Uncle together? Buy a car? Man cocked his head and said, is it a big car like the one Gao Gao's mom drives? Wenwen mouth Gao Gao is a little sister she met in kindergarten. The two play very well. Along with the Shen Lang family is also familiar with each other. In the Shen Lang sister and mother cannot come out to pick up the child's busy work. Are asked Gao Gao mother to get the child to her home first. Well, it's that kind of big car. Shen Lang smiled and nodded. In the future, whether it's uncle, mom or grandma sending you to kindergarten, you'll be able to take the car. Yeah, Wenwen clapped his little hands happily at the sound. Perhaps because they knew that the guests who came over to watch were basically curious. Not many really want to buy a car. so the Porsche sales staff did not take the initiative to give the guests who came forward to look at the car to make introductions, but just stood on the side of the car to take care of the car. Shen Lang did not care. Holding Wenwen successively took turns in several cars, feeling the comfort of the seats, as well as the vision of the driver's seat. After placing Wenwen in the back seat of the Mekong, Shen Lang asked with a smile, "How is it? Like sitting in this car?" "Love it." Wenwen carefully touched the backseat armrest next to her and said, "Uncle, this is exactly like the car Gao Gao's mom drives. Looks like Gao Gao's mom drives a Mekong too." Shen Lang smiled and said, "Then Uncle will also buy this car for Mom, okay?" "Really?" Wenwen's eyes lit up, but immediately thought of something. "Uncle, will this car be expensive?" "Not expensive." Shen Lang smiled, then greeted a female salesperson standing not far away. "Hello, can you order a car on your side?" "Ha, sir, are you ordering a car on the spot?" The saleswoman obviously didn't expect that someone would actually want to order a car here, and immediately walked up. When she came closer and saw Shen Lang's appearance, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment and asked tentatively, "Shen Lang? Ha?" Shen Lang was also stunned. Then taking a closer look, he couldn't help but laugh. "Su Banhua?" In front of her, this female sales with shoulder-length hair and bright eyebrows is clearly Shen Lang's high school classmate, Su Yiting, who was jokingly called the class flower by several small drivers in the class. "It's really you?" Being able to run into a high school classmate she hadn't seen in years over here, Su Yiting looked a little happy. At this time, she saw the little one in the car and couldn't help but froze. "This little child shouldn't be your daughter, right? How can it be? I'm not even of legal marriage age yet," Shen Lang said with a smile. "This is my niece, my sister's daughter." Also, the other party also seemed to feel that the question he had just asked was a bit silly, and immediately smiled shyly. "Hello, little friend, what's your name?" Wenwen didn't answer right away, but looked at Shen Lang. Shen Lang said, "This is Uncle's high school classmate. You can just call Auntie." Upon hearing this, Wenwen immediately said towards Su Yiting, "Hello sister, my name is Wenwen." Hearing Wenwen call herself sister, Su Yiting was instantly happy and took out a few Chinpi candies from her pocket and stuffed them into the little one's hands. "Wenwen is so good. Sure enough, he's better at talking than Uncle." After saying that, Su Yiting also blankly glanced at Shen Lang without any good humor. This girl hasn't even fallen in love yet. How come she's an auntie now? Humph. Straight man. At this time, the little guy asked Shen Lang with the candy in his hand, "Uncle, can I eat it?" "You can only eat one a day. If you eat more, it will decay your teeth." Shen Lang peeled a candy for the little one and stuffed it into the other's mouth. "Aha," the little one responded good-naturedly, looking at the little one's well-behaved appearance. A thought suddenly and inexplicably surfaced in Su Yiting's mind. How nice it would be if I had such a lovely daughter in the future. Immediately, however, Su Yiting knocked her head again in her mind. Su Yiting, you don't even have a boyfriend yet, and you're thinking of having a daughter? You're thinking pretty far ahead. Chapter 16, I'm just an ordinary worker. Shen Lang curiously said, "Su Banhua, shouldn't you still be studying?" "What? You'd better call me by my name." Su Yiting said helplessly, class flower. Sounds weirdly shameful. I'm graduating this year and I'm interning at a Porsche 4S. That's a coincidence. Shen Lang laughed. "I'll help you raise your performance." Su Yiting's eyes widened. "You really want to buy a Porsche? What's the point of lying to you?" Shen Lang said with a smile, "If you guys have a current car, I can pay for it now. There seems to be a few in if the current car." Su Yiting recalled, "Which one do you want to buy?" "I'll ask our manager for you." Shen Lang said, "Mekong, Cayenne and Panamera, buy one each." Su, why did you buy so many?" Su Yiting was dumbfounded. "More?" Shen Lang smiled and stretched out his fingers to count one by one. "One for my parents, one for my sister, and then one for myself. Aren't three just right, Su Yiting?" At this moment, Su Yiting suddenly envied Shen Lang's sister very much. It would be nice to have a brother like that, or an older brother. Myself. Unfortunately, his dad and mom had such an only daughter. If mom and dad were a little more powerful, more to give birth to a few like Shen Lang's brother would be good. What's the point of working for yourself then? Then I'll ask for you. Su Yiting immediately dialed her manager's number. When he learned that someone actually wanted to buy 3 Porsches in one breath, that manager immediately used unprecedented speed to send the information of the existing 4S store's few unsold current cars to Su Yiting. "Shen Lang, this is the current Mekong, Cayenne and Panamera cars that we currently have in our 4S store. Take a look and see if there is anything you like." Shen Lang looked at it. There are 2 Mekong current cars, both 3.0T displacement, one blue, one red. There are 3 Cayenne, also all 3.0T, one black, one white, one mahogany red, and finally there are also 2 Palmer, one black, one white. The black one is 3.0T, the white one is 0T. As for options, the Mekong and Kayans are similar, with options in the $200, 000 range, the Palmer's 3.0T is in the $200, 000 range, and the 4.0Ts has a few more options, reaching $300, 000. After looking around, Shenlang pointed at the cell phone screen and said, Mekong, give me the red one, Kayan mahogany red, and then pay my want this 4.0T. How much do you calculate in total? Wait, I'll do the math. Su Yiting immediately pulled up the prices of those 3 cars and quickly did the math. The price of this 4.0T pain is 422, 000, then for the Mekong it's 848, 000, and the Cayenne is 1.088, 000, and if you add them all together, it's a total of 4.358, 000. Then the manager said that if you really buy all 3 cars at once, both the Mekong and the Cayenne can give you a discounted price of 80,000 yuan, and the Pain can give you a discount of 150,000 yuan. So if you do the math, it's a total of 408,000 yuan. In addition, we also include a full car film. If you do not go outside to do the car coat, we can package the whole car crystal plating, in addition to send the driving 5-piece set and first aid kit. Gift list are here. You see. Shenlang looked at it. Let's add 3 more child safety seats. I'll ask Ha. Su Yiting immediately made contact, and within a few seconds, the other party replied, agreed. Shenlang nodded, then signed the contract. Su Yiting forced herself to hold back her inner exuberance and nodded. Good. I'll have my co-workers type up the contract right away. Wait for me for a while, Ha. When Su Yiting ran to the other side of the operation desk and told her co-worker that her high school classmate was going to buy 3 cars, the female co-worker instantly showed a look of shock and then envy. That's over $5 million in results. Although the Porsche's sales commission is only 0.1%, but there are more than $4,000 in the account, plus interns a month of 2005 base salary. Add together, this month's income directly broken 6,000. While envious, that female colleague was even more curious about the classmate who took 3 Porsches in one go. Soon, the contract was typed, and Su Yiting immediately took the contract to Shenlang, and the female colleague followed with the POS. Shenlang signed his name after confirming that there was no mistake, and then through the mobile banking app, he swiped more than $4 million in 3 strokes. Watching Shenlang brush off more than $4 million without blinking, Su Yiting's heart was even more thumping. At this time, the female colleague handed the slip from the card machine to Shenlang. Mr. Shen, this is the consumption voucher you keep. Whenever you are free to go to our store to pick up the car is fine. Our store is manned for the new year. While speaking, the other party took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. This is my business card. If you have any problems with the car in the future, you can contact me at any time. Hearing the other party's words, Su Yiting's face immediately revealed a trace of shock, followed by a surge of anger. Although participating in the internship has not been a few months, but Su Yiting understand that the other party is deliberately prying her customers, and still in her face, openly pry. No need to bother. Shenlang sized up the other party. Although she was also black and long, her face value was obviously a notch lower than the class flower. I'll just contact Yiting directly if there's something. Shenlang looked at Su Yiting and smiled. Right, old classmate? Aha! Su Yiting did not expect Shenlang to give a refusal so dryly, and immediately revealed a happy smile. Just contact me directly if there is anything. Anyway, we all have Weishuan. You shouldn't have changed your Weishuan, right? Shenlang nodded. No, it's still the same number. Looking at the two of them in this familiar manner, the female coworker suddenly snapped and put the business card back. After adding the microphone, Shenlang asked, I'll go over to pick up the car tomorrow, and your store can help with taxes, license plates, and all that, right? Without waiting for Su Yiting to speak, the female colleague immediately said, don't worry about it. We have commissioners who will accompany you to get everything done. Looking at her colleague stealing her lines one after another, Su Yiting was annoyed and her tone was no longer polite. Sister Fong, I'll take care of my classmates. You go and get busy with something else. You. The other party obviously did not expect a small intern to dare to fight with himself in public, and had the intention to teach the small rookie who had not yet graduated a lesson. But considering this large crowd, once an argument occurs, it may be possible to go back to be punished will be their own. Oh, that's fine, Xiao Su. Then you treat your classmate well. The other party laughed dryly a few times before snapping and leaving. Oomph, what a nuisance. Su Yiting spat out her tongue towards the other party's back. Don't get angry over this kind of person. Shenlang laughed and said, there are a lot of this kind of people in the workplace. Just get used to it. Looks like you've met this kind of person too. Su Yiting said curiously. Right, I forgot to ask you. What kind of work are you doing now? Surprisingly, You're so rich that you bought 3 Porsches at once? Me? Shenlang smiled. I'm just an ordinary part-time worker. Sue? A man who can swipe over $5 million without blinking an eye says he's just an ordinary part-timer? Who are you kidding? If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it, Su Yiting said in a bad mood. If you're an ordinary part-time worker, then what is our kind considered? Garbage collectors? That's definitely not the case, Shenlang said with a smile. Maybe the garbage picker earns more than you do, Athena Sui? It's solid. Old school. Just then, the real estate agent called Shenlang and said that he could go to see the house. I still have something in the afternoon. I'll leave first. See you tomorrow at the 4S store. Su Yiting nodded. Okay, see you tomorrow. Seeing Shenlang holding one left the hall, Su Yiting took out her cell phone, found Shenlang's name from the address book, clicked on it, and suddenly found that she didn't know when she had set up the circle of friends not to be seen by each other on him. Su Yiting's heart panicked, and she hastily changed it to become mutually visible, which was a relief. Subsequently, Su Yiting brushed Shenlang's circle of friends and found that the other party had not sent any information about his personal life except for a few links to Canvas for his niece's kindergarten activities. This also means, the other guy doesn't have a girlfriend yet? After exiting the circle of friends, Su Yiting thought about it and sent a message to Shenlang. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Sort of a thank you for giving me such a big raise. After sending the message, Su Yiting looked at the chat interface with an expectant face, waiting for Shenlang's reply. That look, simply like the ancient deep palace in 1,000 hope waiting for the emperor to flip the consorts. Chapter 17, Class Flower, do you think I still have a chance? Uncle, on the way forward to see the house, one asked Shenlang, does that sister like you? Why do you ask? Shenlang was curious. The little guy cocked his head and said, because that sister looks at you with the exact same glowing eyes that Gao Gao has when she sees something delicious. Ha! Shenlang couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Just then, Xiao AI reminded, Master, Su Banhua has sent you a micro message. Shenlang pulled out and took a look, then clicked on the other party's circle of friends to take a look. The original circle of friends that was empty at this point in time completely unfolded itself. Looking at the photos in the circle of friends that basked in the dainty look and figure, Shenlang couldn't help but smile. As early as 3 years ago, Shenlang realized that he had been blocked from the friend circle by this class flower, and at that time, he seemed to be quite lost. As it turned out, the other side was now unraveling. Looking at the photos in the other party's circle of friends, Shenlang suddenly felt that the class flower, which used to look high and cold, didn't seem to be so unattainable. After thinking about it, Shenlang replied back, I still have things to do today, another day. Soon, the other party sent another message over. It's already New Year's Eve, and you're still so busy? Your boss is also too good at exploiting labor. No, Shenlang replied. I want to buy a suite for my family before the new year. Su Yiting, buying a house? This is just after spending over $4 million on 3 Porsches, and you're going to go back to buying a house right away? This old classmate couldn't have dug up some kind of gold mine, could he? The neighborhood where Shenlang agreed to meet with the agent is a neighborhood at the east end of Yingtai City called Triumph Wooding. Without chatting with Su Yiting for a few minutes, Shenlang arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood and met the agent. I've arrived at the neighborhood where I'm looking at houses. I'll talk to you again sometime, ha. After using his mind to let Xiao AI send a message to Su Yiting, Shenlang exited Weixin. What Shenlang doesn't know is that while he was following the agent to look at the house, Su Yiting updated a dynamic in her circle of friends. 4 years away, and you're still a teenager when you return. Congratulations, Nirvana. Once this dynamic was posted, it immediately attracted the attention of countless Weixin friends. Who is Su Banhua congratulating? Run away for 4 years and return to know a teenager? Can it be that the class flower was the object of her affection 4 years ago? Atta, what's going on? Who did you meet? Something's going on. Heartbreak. Has the goddess fallen? In just a few minutes, this dynamic of Su Yiting's had gained more than 60 likes, and the number of comments had reached more than 30, and even more than 10 people had directly sent her private messages, asking her what was going on. Su Yiting picked a few close girlfriends to return a few sentences. As for the others, none of them took care of. After all, it's just licking dogs, and the less they're treated, the more they'll lick. Well, don't know when Shenlang will see this friend circle. On the other hand, accompanied by the agent, Shenlang looked at several sets of Triumph residences, large flats and villas, and after comparing them, he finally chose a white embryo villa with the largest area. The villa has a total area of 249 square meters, with 3 floors, each averaging 83 square meters, plus 2 basement levels, more than enough for a family of 5. The seller asked for $7,200,000. In the end, Shenlang took the house with $6,800,000 in cash in full, with 2 underground parking spaces on the outside. Considering that there will soon be 3 cars at home, Shen Lang spent another 180,000 yuan to buy an underground parking space from the neighborhood property. Subsequently, Shen Lang spent another 3 million to buy a set of 90 square meters of stores in the north neighborhood of Yingtai City. As for the title deeds of the two houses, they are all left to the agents to handle. The agent manager swore that he would guarantee that Shen Lang would get the house booked tomorrow. The reason why he was so energized was mainly because Shen Lang gave just too much. In this process, the little guy has been obediently stayed by Shen Lang's side, not noisy, and when he was bored, he took an animated pamphlet given by the waitress lady during lunch and looked at it with great interest. After dealing with the house, Shen Lang picked up the little one. 1-1. Uncle is done with his work. Come on, Uncle will take you to continue playing. So, Shen Lang took the little one, and returned to Yingtai City, straight up to the second floor of the children's playroom to play. While the little one was playing, Shen Lang swiped Weixin, and saw at a glance the dynamic that Su Yiting had sent, as well as the messages from the two sides' common high school classmates underneath. Naturally, the most common thing inside the message was asking who this teenager was, and for all these inquiries, Su Yiting replied with a smiley face emoji through and through. After reading it, Shen Lang silently nodded. Not more than a few seconds later, Su Yiting sent a private message. Have you looked at the house? Shen Lang, well, it's already bought. Su Yiting, bought it? How long has it been? Not even an hour? You're faster than a trip to the market. Shen Lang smiled. I bought it when I felt quite favorable. Su Yiting, where did you buy it? How big is the house? Shen Lang, just the Triumph Wooding next door to Yingtai City. Bought the villa. Athena Sui? Old classmate. Do you think I still have a chance? Cute. Shen Lang returned. Opportunities come to those who are prepared. Looking at this message, Su Yiting couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 18, My classmate became a billionaire. The high school group of classmates that blew up. The next day, after the whole family had gone to work, Shen Lang took the little guy to the Porsche 4S store in the city and received a warm welcome from the 4S store. The store manager personally stepped in to receive Shen Lang, hand-delivered a variety of gifts, and was also very thoughtful to give the little guy a doll pillow. As for Su Yiting, she kept smiling at the side as a companion. With the assistance of the 4S store licensing specialist, Shen Lang smoothly finished the tax, finished all the formalities, and then received a 3-point provisional license plate. As for the official license plate, it will be mailed directly to your home when the time comes, which is convenient. After everything was done, the 4S store held a kiddie ritualistic car lifting ceremony for Shen Lang, and also took photos, and Su Yiting, who was a responsible salesperson, naturally stood by Shen Lang. In the meantime, the agent called and the title deed was ready to be picked up anytime. At noon, ate a buffet in the 4S store. After resting for a while, Shen Lang drove his own Pame to carry his niece, and Makang and Kayan were handed over to the two employees arranged by the 4S store to drive, and departed to return. Just as we were almost at our destination, AI sent a reminder. Master, there are 22 Weixin friends in the high school classmate group to 8 you. Su Banhua to give you a voice call. Please ask if you want to answer it? Shen Lang said. Connect me to the car's Bluetooth. Connect it. Yes, Master. Shen Lang, I'm sorry, I may have caused you trouble. In the next second, Su Yiting's voice came out from the car stereo, with a hint of urgency and uneasiness in her voice. What's wrong? Slow down. What's the trouble? Shen Lang asked. I just sent the pictures we took of the pickup at the store up to my friends, and then our classmates saw them and sent them to the high school group, and now so many of them are talking about you, and a few of them are talking especially hard. Just this? After listening to Su Yiting's words, Shen Lang smiled and said, aren't the photos taken for display? You don't need to blame yourself. I'm not afraid of what people say when I walk the walk and make money legally. Hearing that Shen Lang did not blame herself at all, Su Yiting was relieved. Then I'll treat you to dinner. If you really don't blame me, don't refuse me, okay? Listening to Su Yiting's slightly begging taste, Shen Lang laughed silently. Okay, after the first 5 can be, you find a time is, then let's do it on the 6th night of the first month. Su Yiting said, I'll call you then. Shen Lang, okay. After talking to Su Yiting, Shen Lang continued to drive and drove all the way into the underground parking space of Triumph Residence. Waiting for the two 4S store staff from the car down, Shen Lang took the initiative to add a microtelephone friend with them, and then one person sent a red envelope of $200 to express their gratitude, and then went to the agency across the street from the district to collect the housebook. Look at the time is still early. After asking the little one's opinion, Shen Lang accompanied the little one in the next door of the Silver City to play for an hour, and then happily changed to Kayan and drove back home. Maybe it is out most of the day exhausted, when Shen Lang will be parked in the car into the parking space under their own home. just want to call the niece out of the car, but found that the little one at some point has been lying in the safety seat to fall asleep. Shenlang immediately gently picked up the little one from the safety seat, then gently climbed up to the third floor, opened the door of the room, and put the little one on the bed. Look at the time, less than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still 2 or 3 hours until dad and mom get off work. Left and right with nothing to do, Shenlang let Xiao AI open the Weixin interface. At a glance, the unread messages of the high school group showed 29.99. For the high school group that had been silent for almost 2 or 3 years, this value was simply explosive. Shenlang did not immediately enter the classmate group, but first clicked on Su Yuting's circle of friends and took a look at the other party's newly released dynamics. Congratulations to my old classmate on becoming a valued Porsche owner. Incidentally, it also helped me overachieve this month's performance. Rose. Below this text are 9 more photos taken at the pickup site. In the photo, Shenlang stood in the center with his niece in his arms, but at this time, the niece's head position was PA cartoon avatar. On Shenlang's left was Su Yuting, on his right was the 4S store manager, and behind him were 3 Porsches decorated with flowers. And at this time, below this dynamic, there are already more than 30 likes and more than 90 comments. Without exception, all of them are discussing whether this person is Shenlang, whether the one he is holding in his arms is his daughter, as well as what he actually did in the past few years to go. Surprisingly became so rich. After reading the comments for a while, Shenlang exited Su Yuting's circle of friends and took another look at the high school group of classmates. Then he realized that the unread messages that were only 29.99 just now had turned into 3,566. These guys, they're really chatty. Shenlang entered the classmate group and scanned the chat records, and found that what everyone talked about was not as serious as Su Yuting said. The so-called speak especially hard to hear, is nothing more than flirting with Shenlang is not a rich woman adopted. As well as Shenlang asked if you can also help them identify a few rich women or aunts. They also want to play wire ball. In Shenlang's opinion, this was just everyone joking around. If you really want to have a heart, you won't be able to say it in the group. You'll have come to chat privately with yourself for the rich woman's contact information. At this time, Shenlang saw a classmate in the group say, I don't know when Shenlang will be online. I really want to ask for advice on what I have to do to earn money that can buy 3 Porsches in one breath in 4 years. Simply invincible. Seeing this, Shenlang couldn't help but smile and replied, that's easy. As long as you bought 1,000 bitcoins for 50 soft dollars 8 years ago and then sold them in the last few days, you'd have enough money to buy all models of Porsches. Seeing this, all the students in the group froze for a moment, then reacted. What F***? Shenlang, you finally showed your head. Welcome Shenlang to our group. Where's the applause? What follows is an instant wave of copy and paste. Looking at the sand sculpture behavior of this group of old classmates, Shenlang couldn't help but laugh. You guys don't flirt with me. What kind of big trench do I count? It's just good luck. Please let go. Ha ha ha, the group burst into laughter. At this time, someone in the group aired Shenlang. At Shenlang, are you serious? You really have 1,000 bitcoins? And only spent 50 soft coins? Well, Shenlang smoothly set out the reason for numbering long ago. 8 years ago followed a netizen who played CF together to buy a little bit. I remember that at that time it seemed to be just a few cents apiece, so I spent $50 and bought 1,000 of them. A few days ago all cleared out. A small profit. Hiss, you're still making a small profit? Simply earn a lot of Now, 1 Bitcoin can be sold for $18,000, and according to the current exchange rate, converting it into soft currency would be about $119,000. 1,000 of them would be $119 million. A direct billionaire. All students? In the next second, the entire high school group exploded. Really? What kind of Bitcoin is this worth so much? It's true. I just googled it and 1 Bitcoin is just worth about $18,000. What F***? So Shenlang really is a billionaire? Cowhide. I didn't realize there was a billionaire among my classmates. At Shenlong and you say you're not a big trench? Simply trenching. Billionaire God seeks to adopt T. Ask for a package +1. Looking at these guys one by one clamoring for adoption, Shenlang immediately smiled and replied, come, line up. First send some private photos to this tycoon over the eyes. Wicked smile, wicked smile, wicked smile, wicked smile. Wahahaha, no problem. I'll go first. A boy who was on good terms with Shenlang took the lead in sending out a bunch of hot-eyed photos, along with a few imploring emojis. Master Lang, do you think I'm okay with this posture? Shenlang, get out. Ha ha ha. My turn. This was followed by a couple of boys posting a couple of quirky pictures, causing the group of students to burst into giggles. Driven by the boys, some of the girls either found it interesting or had another meaning. Also sent out their own beautiful photos, looking at a bunch of old drivers while drooling. Just then, AI sent a reminder that Su Banhua had sent a dozen private messages. Shen Lang opened it. Hiss. Star. Chapter 19, Xia's Iron and Steel Industry Dilemma. Monopolized iron ore. What Su Yiting sent over was none other than her personal private photos. The photos were not much of a rubbing, but they perfectly emphasized Su Yiting's body and beauty. One word. Nice. Immediately afterward, Shen Lang saw that Su Yiting sent another message. Master Wave. Take a look. Do I have a chance? Shen Lang couldn't help but smile. Not bad. Who did you get to shoot this? My best friend took this for me, replied Su Yiting. She studied photography. Shen Lang returned. Next time you can look for me. I myself have some knowledge of photography. Really? The other party immediately replied. Then I'll have to ask for advice in a few days. Witty. Shen Lang smiled. No problem. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After chatting with Su Yiting for a while, Shen Lang returned to the classmate group and saw that some classmates were discussing the matter of having a reunion after the year. That said, we haven't seen each other for almost 4 years, so how about having a reunion after New Year's while we still have vacation time to get together? When is it? We have quite a lot of relatives, so I don't know if we'll bump the date. Yes, it's better to settle early. Our family is going to go out for the spring festival this year. We leave tomorrow. I guess we have to go out for a week. I don't know if we can make it in time. I'm already in an internship, and the organization said I have to go back to work on the 7th day of the new year. So miserable. At this time, someone ate Shen Lang, at Shen Lang big brother. Do you have time to come to the reunion? Shen Lang replied. That's fine. You guys set a time. I'll definitely be there. I don't know if it's because of Shen Lang. After seeing Shen Lang said that he would definitely go to participate in the reunion, the students who originally responded less enthusiastically have won together. And in the blink of an eye there are already more than 20 students confirming their participation. Watching the crowd began to discuss matters related to the organization of the reunion. Shen Lang silently exited to brush their own circle of friends, just to see a microblogging friend named Playing Gray Machine sent dynamic. ****** in hell. Unfaithful Guilo. I'm so angry that my balls hurt. I'm begging Miss Sister to comfort me. This message has been blocked. Girlfriend adults. Who want to leak? The friend of all black. Seeing this flirty full of dynamics, Shen Lang could not help but laugh, then sent a private message to the other side. Miss No. Inflatable dolls want? Scram. Soon after, the other party sent a middle finger over. I'm so pissed off by a bunch of ghosts that I'm about to spit out blood, and you're still here to molest me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Falling tears, falling tears, falling tears. Shen Lang sent 3 question marks over. What's wrong? Didn't you say last month that everything was going well? Where are you now? Still not on vacation? Put a jill yo. I'm still in kangaroo country. The other party said. This gang of bad faith kangaroos. They've already negotiated a contract, but they've broken it. I and the leadership are now every day with them to wrestle with it. I don't think this year will be a good one. Shen Lang was curious. What's going on? Can you tell? The other party was obviously suffocating as well, and immediately said, wait for me for 2 minutes. I'll go out and call you. Shen Lang, okay. This microblogging named Playing Gray Machine friend, named Dai Fei, is Shen Lang from childhood to play to the big dead. The two all the way from kindergarten to junior high school are the same classmates. When the secondary school examination, Dai Fei did not do well. Into the vocational high school, and then through the 3+2 examination to a vocational and technical school to study international trade specialties. 4 years ago, Shen Lang's father was seriously ill and needed to raise money for treatment. After learning the news, Dai Fei to withdraw from school as a threat to ask the family to take $300,000 changed hands to Shen Lang, and told Shen Lang that this is his parents to save up to buy a house for him to marry his wife's money, and later if he did not have the money to marry his wife, Shen Lang has to be held responsible for the whole thing. It was also by relying on the $300,000 given by Dai Fei that allowed Shen Lang's family to survive the most difficult stage. To Shen Lang, Dai Fei was not only a brother, but also a benefactor who had saved their family. 2 years ago, Dai Fei graduated. His girlfriend's dad threw the relationship to him in the Yongqing Iron and Steel Group to get a job. After 6 months of training, he was dispatched to Kangaroo Land to take charge of operations related to iron ore procurement. 2 minutes later, Dai Fei's microphone call came over, and Shen Lang immediately picked it up. Prodigal son. You don't know. Those guys are really something. Obviously, they've already negotiated the price. But just because the international price of iron ore has risen, they directly announced that the previously signed contract was voided and demanded that the contract be redrawn. A bunch of dog-like things. But, isn't it possible to sue them in that case? Shen Lang asked in doubt. There should be a breach of contract clause in the contract, right? If they breach the contract, they should have to pay liquidated damages, right? So what's the point? Dai Fei laughed bitterly. What our iron and steel plant desperately needs right now is iron ore. even if they pay the liquidated damages and run out of iron ore. That's useless. What's more, once we tear our faces off, then it will be even harder for us to import iron ore in Australia. It's not just our steel mills. In fact, all the steel mills in the country are facing this problem. It's a real gas to say it, Dai Fei said. We are obviously the world's largest iron ore importer, but we have no pricing power over iron ore. The price is determined by the foreigners, not moving on the price increase, move to break the contract, but also to take them no way at all. It's a real pain in the ass. For the next half hour, Daffy launched into an in-depth and fiercely critical assembly of the mining companies of the Kangaroo Nation. I could tell he was really holding it in. After criticizing for a whole half hour, Dai Fei exhaled a long breath and ended his criticism of the Kangaroo Nation's mining industry. It's much more comfortable after scolding. Say, where are you now? Back home? Daffy asked. Shun Lang said, already at home. What about my niece? In not? Dai Fei said cheerfully. Let our niece say a few words. Still taking a nap. Shun Lang laughed. I took her out for the day today and she fell asleep when I came back. Alright then, Dai Fei said. I don't think I'll be able to go home for New Year's this year. You remember to give my niece a $2,000 red packet, huh? I'll transfer the money to you later. Okay. Shun Lang smiled. By the way, you send me your bank account number as well. After making some money this year, I'll return the $300,000 to you. Daffy screamed. Wah, you boys got rich? Shun Lang laughed. Fortunately, a small profit was made. Dai Fei said. You don't want to beat around the bush. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to use the money now, so it's okay if you give it to me a few years later. Don't worry, if I really don't have any money, I won't pay you back, Shun Lang said. Dai Fei laughed. It's fine, I don't have the money to get a wife anymore, so you're just responsible for fixing it, Shun Lang said. Don't worry, when it really comes to that time, I'll go to Taigwei to have an operation and come back to marry you. Daffy, convex. Roll. After chatting and farting with Dai Fei for a while, Shun Lang hung up the phone. Shortly afterward, Daffy sent a bank account plus a $2,000 Microsoft transfer. Shun Lang accepted the red packet, then asked Xiao Ai to call $300,000 into Dai Fei's account. Shun Lang didn't count any interest for Dai Fei either. After all, more interest cannot be exchanged for the friendship of Dai Fei when he reached out to help. There are many more ways to repay yourself as a brother. AI. Check the data related to last year's imported iron ore in Xia as well as the price trend. Yes, master. 3 seconds later, a detailed data report appeared in front of Shun Lang's eyes. Shun Lang looked at it. Last year, Xia's total iron ore imports were at 1.075 billion tons, accounting for more than 65% of the world's total iron ore imports. Import prices fluctuated significantly, reaching a high of $92.42 per ton and a low of $54.26 per ton. That year, Summer spent more than $76 billion on imported iron ore, and as recently as 2016, it cost just shy of $60 billion to import 1.024 billion tons of iron ore. That is to say, in just 1 year's time, in the case of the total amount of imports is almost the same. The Summer country spent a whole $16 billion more. According to last year's exchange rate, converted into the Summer currency of more than 100 billion. The reason for this is because the pricing power of iron ore is completely monopolized by the Big Four: Vale, Rio Tinto, BHP Billiton and FMG. These four giants own 9 of the world's top 10 iron ore mines, with a global share of nearly 70% of iron ore production, almost monopolizing the global iron ore market. After checking some information about Xia's steel industry and in terms of iron ore imports, Shun Lang was silent for a while. Subsequently, after confirming that the little one was still asleep, Shun Lang returned to his room, then entered the trading space and sent a video invitation to Kay. A few seconds later, a bloodied Kay picked up the video. Hi, dear Wave, long time no see, what can I do for you? Looking at Kay, who was covered in blood, Shun Lang was shocked. Kay, what happened? This blood, on you? Ha, you're talking. Kay looked down at himself, then laughed and said, it's okay, it's not my blood, it's all the monsters. Under Kay's explanation, Shun Lang realized that just 3 days ago, the federal parliament of the world where Kay was located had issued a resolution to restore Earth. According to the resolution, the federal government plans to clear all the monsters hovering over the Earth's landmasses within 10 years and restore the Earth. To that end, the Federation Council sent out a call to all monster hunters, summoning them to the war and making a public pledge to do so. As long as the hunters who ranked in the top 10 in terms of the size of the restored area, they would be rewarded with nobility from the federal government and become members of parliament to enter the federal parliament. At the same time, no matter who it is, as long as they successfully complete the regional restoration quest, they will be able to arbitrarily designate 1/10 of the region as their own or their team's exclusive territory, and the Lord will have absolute jurisdiction and dispositive power over that territory. I've waited so many years for a chance, Kay said with an excited face. Wave, speaking of which, it's thanks to you, relying on the bucket of pure water and half a box of instant noodles you gave me. I've recruited several experts. In terms of strength, my hunting group can rank in the top 10 of all monster hunting groups, the reward from the Alliance. I'm bound and determined to get it. Then I'll wish you good luck in advance. Shenlang nodded with a smile, but you must also pay attention to safety. Hey, don't worry. I'm at least considered a veteran hyperspace merchant. I still have some life-saving props on hand. Kay laughed twice and said, by the way, what are you looking for me for? Shenlang said, I wanted to ask you, can you get iron ore over there? It needs to be the kind with high iron content. Iron ore? A strange look appeared on Kay's face. If it were a few days earlier, I wouldn't have been able to give you any guarantees. After all, on my side of the world right now, most of the land is still occupied by monsters. But just this morning, my hunting group and I just completed a monster cleanup mission in the western region of Australia. According to the information, before the big break, this was the largest iron ore mine in Australia and the second largest iron ore reserve in the world. If you need iron ore, I'll have someone survey it right away. Hearing this, Shenlang couldn't help but laugh. It's a coincidence. Chapter 20. After confirming that Shenlang needed a large amount of iron ore, Kay immediately left the trading space and ordered his subordinates to launch a survey of this area in a transporter fitted with resource survey equipment. 20 minutes later, Kay returned to the trading space and told Shenlang in a giddy manner, Wave, my subordinates have just passed on the news that after surveying, this iron and steel ore mountain under my feet has a reserve of 15 billion tons, with an iron content of more than 60%. They are all iron ores of excellent quality. In addition, they also found several large warehouses at the foot of the mountain 1 kilometer away, containing nearly 80 million tons of iron ore, and all of it had been loaded into containers. It looks like they should have been preparing to ship it out at that time. Hearing this, Shenlang's eyes lit up. I didn't realize there were containers on the other side of the world. Kay, what is the approximate size of the container on your side? Shenlang immediately asked. I'll check it ha. Kay looked at his accompanying computer and then reported a few specifications to Shenlang. When Shenlang heard it, it was exactly the same as the specifications of the container in his own world. That would be more convenient. But soon, Shenlang thought of another question. Kay, have those iron ores been contaminated? Don't worry, I've tested them all. Kay shook his head. This side wasn't the main battlefield of the Battle of the Great Destruction, and didn't directly suffer from the bombing of peace bombs and all kinds of chemical weapons. Plus this batch of iron ore has always been stored in containers in the warehouse, so it didn't receive any contamination. As for that iron ore mine, the radioactive and chemical contamination is concentrated in the rock layers above 1 meter, and there is no problem with the rock layers below 1 meter. Perfect. Shenlang clenched his fists. Kay, then you first give me that 80 million tons of iron ore. And in addition, if it's convenient, you can arrange for manpower to mine this iron ore mountain as soon as possible. I want as much as I can get. Do you have mining tools on your side? Shenlang asked. If not, I'll find a way to send some over to you from my side. No, Kay waved his hand. I'll just have some planetary excavators flown in for me. How much iron ore do you need? So I can confirm how many excavators to order. Considering that the iron ore imported into the country in recent years has been over 1 billion tons per year, Shenlang said. Let's say 100 million tons per month. Is that okay? It takes that much? Kay's eyes widened. Shenlang nodded. Our country is a populous country and the world's factory. We consume a very large amount of steel every year. Alright, I'll have to go order a few more planetary excavators then. Kay laughed. I'll go ahead and get you that 80 million tons of iron ore now. But that shipment of containers is a bit much, so you'll probably have to wait a little longer. It's fine, just contact me when you're done. Shenlang nodded. Right, what do you need? I can also go prepare in advance. Just water and instant noodles. Kay let out a hefty laugh and rubbed his hands together. That way I can rope in a few more experts to join my hunting group. Okay. Shenlang nodded. I'll get you ready to go now. Leaving the trading space, Shenlang rummaged around the house, and as a result, not to mention the instant noodles, there was not even a bucket of pure water. Looks like a trip to the grocery store is in order. Just as she was thinking about it, Mom opened the door to her room and walked in from outside. Hey, son. Are you guys home? Where's Won? Mother asked. Sleeping in my room. Shenlang laughed. Mom, it just so happens that I want to go to the supermarket. Do you have anything you want to buy? What are you going to buy? Mother Shen said. Your father and I already bought the New Year's stuff a long time ago. Just don't spend any money. I'm going to buy some New Year's gifts. Shenlang said. Dai Fei can't come back this year when he's abroad. So when the day after tomorrow is the first day of the Lunar New Year, I'll go to pay a New Year's visit to Uncle Dai and the others. That's fine. Once she heard that she was going to buy gifts for Daifei's family to pay New Year's greetings, Shin mother immediately nodded. Remember to buy slightly better. Do you have enough money? Not enough, Mom will give you some more. Shenlang smiled and waved his hand. I have it. Mom, just keep the flowers for yourself. Downstairs to open the car. Shenlang went straight to the supermarket 5 kilometers away, and in one breath bought 10 bottles of Maotai, 10 and the world of cigarettes, 20 boxes of Cordyceps Healthcare, 10 boxes of barrel-loaded instant noodles, and 10 boxes of 500 milliliters 12 bottles of pure water. Shenlang's sweeping behavior instantly attracted the attention of all the guests in the supermarket who were picking up New Year's goods. After all, this New Year's Eve, it's not unusual to buy high-grade cigarettes, alcohol and healthcare products. What's rare is that there are people who buy so many instant noodles. A few young people couldn't resist taking out their cell phones and snapping photos to post online. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. It's New Year's Eve, to buy so many instant noodles and pure water. Can't it be that he's planning to eat instant noodles for New Year's Eve? I'll go. Maotai, and the world, Cordyceps, it's a big deal. This adds up to 50, 000 to 60, $000 gross. No wonder they bought so many instant noodles. With so much money to spend, there's no money left for New Year's Eve. Ha ha, I'm more interested in knowing what kind of people buy these things. Is it possible that they're going to send them to the leaders? Squinty-eyed grin, squinty-eyed grin, squinty-eyed grin, squinty-eyed grin. Say, why is the shopping cart part of the shot so clear? And why is the part that captures that shopper so blurry? Maybe it wasn't focused properly. Those who take photos still need to improve their photo-taking skills. They never dreamed that it was not that those people's photo-taking skills were not good, but at the moment they took the photo, Xiao AI had already entered their cell phones, blurring out all the shots about Shenlang's appearance. In addition to the gifts needed to go out to pay homage to the new year, Shenlang also bought some jelly, candy and yogurt and other small snacks for his niece, bought tens of thousands of goods at once. The supermarket immediately opened an exclusive settlement channel for Shenlang. No need to queue up, directly sweeping and settling. After paying the money, the supermarket arranged for a few more staff members to come along and help move everything all the way to the car. Shenlang drove to a place without too many pedestrians and sent instant noodles and pure water into the trading space in several installments. Just then, a prompt came from the screen of the trading space. Your friend K has sent a video invitation. Do you agree? Agreed. The next second, K's figure appeared in the screen. I've kept you waiting. Wave. I also happen to finish purchasing. Shenlang pointed to the 10 cases of barrel-loaded instant noodles and pure water at the back and said, in order not to provoke too much attention, I only bought 10 cases of instant noodles and water. After the new year, I'll get a supermarket, and then we can buy in bulk. There is no hurry, my dear friend. K looked at the 10 boxes of instant noodles and pure water behind Shenlang with 2 glowing eyes and said excitedly, these 10 boxes of instant noodles and water are enough for me to recruit 20 more top hunters. I'll go back and post a recruitment ad on the Hunters Guild. Ha ha ha. Come on, wave, trade it. I can't wait, K said, rubbing his hands together excitedly. But where is your iron ore? Shenlang looked at the empty trading space behind K and asked. Ha, almost forgot. Wait a minute. K slapped his head, then turned around and extended his hand with the space magic ring forward. Next, a large container of different colors, as far as the eye could see, appeared on the screen. Looking at this large area of containers stacked dozens of meters high in the screen, which could not be seen at a glance, Shenlang's entire body was numb. Star, Chapter 21, I have 8,000 tons of iron ore. Are you interested? It was not until this time that Shenlang realized what exactly the concept of 80 million tons was. If the maximum load of a container is 18 tons, then 80 million tons of iron ore will require 445, 000 containers, and the maximum load of a large container freighter is almost 14,000 containers. In other words, it would take more than 300 of these freighters to transport all this iron ore home at once. Of course, all of this is still secondary. The worst part is, according to the laws of the trading space, if one wanted to bring an item into or out of the space, one had to touch the item personally. This meant that even if one touched a container with each of their 2 hands and 2 feet, it would take more than 1 million trips in and out of space to do all of these containers. When he thought of this number, Shenlang felt like his entire scalp was going to explode. Cough cough cough. K, can I discuss something with you? Shenlang asked with a light cough. What? You said. K said. Can you lend me that space magic ring of yours for a while? Shenlang pointed to those containers behind K and said, these containers are just too many. If I don't have that magic ring of yours, I estimate that I'll have to carry them without food or drink for at least more than a month before I can move these more than 4 million containers out of the trading space. Ha, this. Hearing that Shenlang wanted to receive his spatial ring, a hint of hesitation clearly appeared on K's face. After all, trading spaces never have rentals or anything like that. Once the transaction was completed, it meant that this thing belonged to the other party, and if the other party cheated and didn't change it at that time, he himself didn't have any way to take the other party at all except to give him a bad review. However, Kay also hesitated for just a moment before immediately nodding. It's fine, Wave, I trust you. While saying that, Kay took one item out of the ring and put it to the side, then pressed his hand with the ring on the container at the back. In the next second, the vast expanse of containers that could not be seen at a glance disappeared from sight. Alright, Wave, come and trade. The iron ores have all been loaded into my ring. Thank you, Kay. For Kay's trust, Shen Lang's heart was touched. Soon after, both parties completed the transaction. Afterward, Kay told Shen Lang the way to use the spatial ring and the precautions to be taken. The way to use this spatial ring is actually very simple. You only need to put it on your hand and then use your mind to control the spatial energy in the ring to touch or envelop the object you want to incorporate. And then you can instantly include that object in the spatial ring. Of course, not all items can be incorporated into the ring. First of all, this space ring cannot incorporate living things. Second, the incorporated item must be in the line of sight of the ring wearer. Third, the incorporated items must be free from any bondage or immobilization. For example, something that someone else is holding in their hand cannot be incorporated into a ring. Another example is that items that are fixed to other objects without separation, or are isolated from other objects, such as various types of buildings, rooted flowers and trees, and those items in museums that are covered in glass enclosures, and so on, cannot be included in the ring either. It makes sense when you think about it. Otherwise, the person who possessed this spatial ring wouldn't be a divine thief, as long as it was within sight, winding the spatial energy over and instantly incorporating things into the ring. It's almost like God doesn't know what's going on. In the process of familiarizing himself with this spatial ring, Shen Lang was amazed again and again by the storage function of this magical spatial ring. I wish I had a space ring. Right, Kay. After completely mastering the use of the spatial ring, Shen Lang thought of his father's matter again and asked, is there any effective medicine over there that can treat malignant gastrointestinal mesenchymal tumor? A potent drug for malignant gastrointestinal mesenchymal tumors? Kay blinked. If you're talking about potent anti-cancer drugs, we do have them over here. What? You have anti-cancer special medicine? Shen Lang was instantly excited upon hearing this. Malignant gastrointestinal mesenchymal tumor is a type of cancer. Can you sell me a few? Shen Lang asked. Hi, what's there to sell or not to sell? It's not like that stuff is worth anything. Basically one can solve all cancers. If you want it, I'll just send you a few boxes then. Kay laughed and said, I'll have someone send that medicine over with the planetary excavator by then. I guess it'll arrive in almost 2 days. I'll contact you then. Can. Shen Lang nodded his head in a hurry. After bidding farewell to Kay, Shen Lang left the trading space with a pleasant face. 2 days. Just 2 more days. Father will be able to get rid of the malignant gastrointestinal mesenchymal tumor once and for all. With a pleasant mood, Shen Lang started the car and departed for home while letting Xiao Ai dial Dai Fei's phone. At this time, Dai Fei, who was far away from the other side of the ocean, had just finished a phone call with a business broker responsible for the communication of the iron ore mining company in the Kangaroo country, and was annoyed by the other party's lion's share of the money and taking advantage of the fire. When he suddenly saw that there was an unknown number calling in, Dai Fei didn't care and directly answered the phone. Hello? Who is it? Mr. Daffy, is it? Hello? A low middle-aged man's business came out of the microphone. I heard that you guys are looking for iron ore all over the Kangaroo Kingdom. I have 80 million tons of good iron ore on my side. Are you interested? Daffy, Sigma, A? Star. Chapter 22, what? Someone else is wildly patriotic? When Dai Fei heard that the other party still had 80 million tons of iron ore on hand and seemed to be interested in doing business with himself, he instantly became excited. Really? You really have 80 million tons of iron ore? How much iron content can it reach? On the other end of the line, over 60%. Hiss. Dai Fei immediately sucked in a breath. This quality is already on par with the best quality iron ore in the Kangaroo country. Dai Fei took a deep breath, calmed his agitation, and said, Sir, I haven't asked your name yet? On the other end of the line, no need for your name to be Shang. Mr. Shang, if this batch of iron ore in your hands really has the quality as you said, then we are definitely interested. Daffy said, Can I ask what mining company you're from? The person on the other end of the line replied, I'm not anywhere. Daffy? None of them? Then where did you get so much iron ore? I'm afraid I haven't met a scammer. That's not right either. If the other guy was really a scammer, he couldn't have told me so bluntly that he wasn't any of them. Or, is it because the source of the iron ore in his possession is not clean? Dai Fei's spirit snapped. So says, this Mr. Shang is a smuggler? And a handy smuggler at that. After all, 80 million tons of iron ore. How can you get so much iron ore if you don't have enough strength? Thinking of this, Dai Fei immediately said cautiously, Mr. Shen, if that's the case, then we might need to look at the goods first. Where is your shipment now? Is it convenient for us to go over there and take a look? No need to be so troublesome, replied the other end of the phone. As long as there is interest on your side, we can ship the goods to the country first, and then you can directly inspect the goods on the spot. Ha! Hearing this, Dai Fei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What about the deposit and advance payment? No need, the other said. We preach cash on delivery. Daffy, doing business for so long, Dai Fei or the first time to hear a seller will take the initiative to ask for cash on delivery. Generally speaking, cash on delivery is the buyer's favorite way to buy and sell, and the seller's least favorite. After all, commercial trade, especially ocean trade, is fraught with uncertainty. The non-payment of deposits and prepayments means that all risks are entirely at the seller's own risk. And the price? Daffy asked again. The other side said, $30 per ton. How much? Dai Fei's eyes instantly widened. Don't worry, you heard right, came a soft laugh from the other end of the line. It's $30 per ton. Hiss. This time, Dai Fei drew in a hard breath, and his heart thumped even more furiously. $30? $30 a ton? It is important to know that in the last 2 weeks, international iron ore has risen from last year's low of $54.26 per ton back to $60 per ton, and the price offered by the other party is only half of the international iron ore price. But, how is this possible? If this price is spread out, I'm afraid that the iron ore four giants will even have the heart to kill. Mr. Shen, are you serious? Dai Fei swallowed his saliva and asked, isn't this price a bit low? Won't you guys lose money? The other man laughed. It's okay, who made us like wild patriotism, but we'll have to be reimbursed for the turnaround shipping. Hearing this, Dai Fei's heart pounded. During the year and a half overseas, Dai Fei had experienced too many encounters of being suppressed by overseas mining companies, asking for exorbitant prices, and taking advantage of the fire, and there were many times when he wanted to go up and fight with them directly. But no, because he knows very well that what he represents now is not only himself, but also the image and interests of Xia's enterprises overseas. Once the conflict with the other side really broke out, then ultimately suffered losses, or their own back of the steel enterprises and even national interests. Therefore, even if he suffered much aggression, Dai Fei could only choose to hold his tongue, and at most, he could only find his iron friends to complain and vent. And now, all of a sudden, when a man told him that he was willing to sell him iron ore at half the current international market price because he liked wild patriotism and moving, as for any shipping costs, that's a crock. Mr. Shen, thank you. Dai Fei forced himself to hold down his inner excitement and said in a slightly hoarse voice, but I still have to report this matter to the top. I'll give you an answer later. Is that okay? Okay, the other said. I'll call you back in an hour then. Yes. After ending the call, Dai Fei immediately sought out his immediate leader, the first person in charge of the Yongcheng Iron and Steel Group's office stationed in Australia, and told the other party the contents of the conversation he had just had with that Mr. Shang in his head. After hearing this, the other person's first reaction was, it's not like you're running into an internet scam, is it? To this, Dai Fei immediately retorted, what do you think he can scam us? Don't want us to deposit, don't want us to prepay, directly as the cash on delivery, and still in our goods inspection after. That's also true. The other party nodded immediately. But this is something I have to report to both the group headquarters and the embassy side. No way. After all, that's 80 million tons of iron ore. Even if the other party only wanted half of the market price, together that would still be $4 billion. Soon, the Yongcheng Iron and Steel Group headquarters and the Xia embassy side in the Kangaroo Kingdom all received the news. The headquarters of the Yongcheng Iron and Steel Group was shocked and delighted at the news. The surprise was that someone would sell them iron ore at such a low price and not take a cent of the deposit or advance payment. Joyfully, if what the other party said was true, as long as he could eat all of this batch of iron ore, then at least for the next 5 years, he would not have to beg his grandpa and grandma to go around importing iron ore. So the headquarters of the Yongcheng Iron and Steel Group immediately replied, say yes to him. On the other hand, the embassy side, after learning about this matter, attached great importance to it and immediately contacted the relevant person in charge of the Xia State's Internal Affairs Bureau. What? 80 million tons of iron ore? $30 per ton? Is this news reliable? Where did it come from? It was told to us by someone from the Yongcheng Steel Group's office in Kangaroo Land, who was contacted directly by the other party and spoke to them. And there's no need to pay any deposit or advance payment. Support cash on delivery. Hiss. The head of the Internal Affairs Council sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately asked, did the Yongcheng Steel side ask the other side why it was so cheap? Embassy asked. The other guy said, because he likes wild patriotism. Head of Internal Affairs? Why does that phrase sound so familiar? Isn't this the same slogan shouted by the mysterious force that sold us a 2-nanometer lithography machine a few days ago? Is it hard to believe that another wildly patriotic and mysterious force has popped up? The head of Internal Affairs immediately had the question. Did you ask what the other person's name was? The embassy side immediately said. It seems to be called Mr. Shang. The man in charge stared in disbelief. Chapter 23, I'll show my cards. Your son is actually a billionaire. Mr. Shang again? Is this a coincidence or what? Or is it the same person? Soon after, the head of this office reported the situation to the top of the House of Representatives. The president of the House of Representatives immediately called an emergency meeting of the top brass to tell the rest of the top brass about this happening in Kangaroo Land. What do you say? Could these two Mr. Shangs be the same person? Is there any need to discuss this? It must be the same person. Right. Same name, same fracture price, same cash on delivery, and same wild patriotism. The other guy is so close to just quoting his ID number to prove he's the same person. Ha ha ha. After a burst of laughter, one of the senior officers immediately said, then what do you say? Should we take the initiative to contact Mr. Shang and talk to him about this iron or matter? I think it's fine. That person in charge who specialized in international business immediately nodded. Since the other party revealed his identity to the clerk of the Yongqing Iron and Steel Group, it means that he doesn't exclude us from knowing about this matter. Don't we have this Mr. Shang's email number? Contact it and see. That's fine. I'll have someone email him and see if we can get in touch. On the other hand, after ending the call with Dai Fei, Shen Lang drove back home. As soon as I got out of the car, I was just in time to see my father coming back from work on his little donkey. When Shen's father watched his son get out of a brand new Porsche SUV, he immediately showed a surprised expression. Where did you get this car? Shen Lang smiled and said, I just bought it. Father Shen? Shen's father's eyes widened. Where did you get the money? Looking at the gazes of the neighbors who cast their attention in all directions, Shen Lang smiled and carried 10 boxes of cordyceps down from the car. Dad, help me take some. Let's talk about it when we get home. Father Shen, just entering the door of the house, Wen, who had already woken up from her nap, ran over and hugged Shen Lang's thigh. Uncle, where have you been? Uncle went to buy delicious food for you. Shen Lang set a large bag of snacks in his hand in front of her. Here, all bought for you to eat. Wow, what a lot of delicious food. The little guy immediately clapped his hands happily, those big eyes smiling like 2 rounds of curved moon. At this time, Mother Shen just happened to come out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly cooked cauliflower fried shrimp. She saw the cordyceps in the hands of the father and son at a glance and immediately said, What is this? Cordyceps? Why did you buy this? It's expensive. Shen Lang said smilingly. It's okay, Mom, this is what I bought for you and Dad to eat. You guys get 2 of them every day to make tea, or steam them and eat them dry. When Mother Shen heard this, she quickly shook her head and said, Your father and I don't need to eat this. You hurry up and return it. It's too much of a waste of money. At that moment, I heard my father say quietly from the sidelines, There's a bigger waste. Under the puzzled gaze of Shen's mother, his father pointed to the windowsill and said, Your son bought a Porsche without a word and it's parked downstairs. What? Upon hearing this, Mother Shen's eyes widened and she immediately placed the dish on the dining table before running to the windowsill to take a look down, only to see that down below, a number of neighbors were gathered in front of a car and pointing, and Shen mother even faintly heard their conversations. I heard the car was bought by old Shen's son. Right. It was Shen Lang who bought it. I just heard him tell old Shen with my own ears. This car is old and expensive, isn't it? Look at the license plate. It's just a Geely, right? How expensive can it be? Geely the hell with it. This is a Porsche, okay? It's got to be $1 million a piece. What? Millions? Surprisingly, it's going to be so expensive. Old Shen's son is getting rich. That's right. When Shen's mother heard the next part about the car costing $1 million, her entire body went a little numb. She immediately went back inside and asked her son, How much did you buy this car? Shen Lang said, All done down $1 million out of it. For S-Store's New Year's rush, gave 80,000 discount. Clunk. As soon as Shen's mother heard this, her feet went limp and she sat on her but on the chair next to her. But that's not all. Only to hear Shen Lang said with a smile, Dad, this car is bought for you. From now on, you can just drive this car to work, and your hands won't regrow frostbite in winter. For me? The father on the sidelines froze. What about you? I still have Shen Lang said. I also bought 2 more. One for my sister to drive, and the other I drive myself. What? You bought 2 more? Shen's mother on the side once again widened her eyes. How much does that cost? Shen Lang, the one for my sister is more than $800,000. Mine is a bit more expensive. It's more than $2 million. Clunk. This time, it was the sound of Dad falling into a chair. In the next second, my mother screamed, Sins, why did you buy so many cars? Wouldn't it be better to buy a house with this money? Don't worry, I bought the house too. Under the dull gaze of the two old men, Shin Lang took out 2 real estate certificates from the room and placed them in front of his parents. Here is a set of villas in Triumph Vista. 3 floors up and down, a total of 248 square meters, plus 2 basement floors, just enough for our family of 5. Then I bought a storefront across the street from the neighborhood. Hasn't sis always wanted to save up to open a dessert store? This store can be used for sis to open a store. Shin's father and mother. Star. Chapter 24. The whole family is numb. Looking at the 2 real estate certificates in front of him, Shin's father and mother's entire body went numb. They looked at the real estate license in front of them and then at their son with a dumbfounded look on their faces. After a long time, the 2 old men finally came back to their senses. Son, where did you get all that money? Won the lottery? The mother asked with a nervous look on her face. Pretty much. Shin Lang smiled and told his parents the same remark he had made in the high school group, and opened the mobile banking app and showed his parents the deposit balance on it. When Shin's father and mother saw the uncountable series of numbers in the cell phone screen, the whole person once again went numb. After a long time, Shin's father and mother finally slowed down. Where did you just say this house was bought? Mother Shin asked. Triumph Hua Ting. Shin Lang said. It's the one by Intai City. The mother immediately stood up. Quick, take us there to see. Father but said, I have already bought. Tomorrow and then go over to see is not the same? It's time to eat. You don't want to cook? My mother gave my father a blank look. What do you want to do? I don't have the heart to cook right now. Go. Go look at the house first. Come back after looking at the house and then do the dishes. Shin mother took off her apron as soon as she could and went to the kitchen to turn off the stove and range hood. Go. 1. Let's go see the new house that uncle bought. The father and son looked at each other and immediately revealed a helpless expression. No way. Who made this mom the biggest in the family? So, the family of 4 went downstairs and got into the car under a burst of envious gazes from the surrounding neighbors, and drove straight to Kaishan Huading. In the car, Shin's mother also called her daughter and told her to hurry up and run to Triumph Residence and wait for them at the entrance of the neighborhood. There is something urgent. Shen Hong, who thought something had happened, hurriedly greeted her boss, got off work early on a rare day, and rushed to Triumph Residence, 3 kilometers away, on a small electric donkey, because this is the peak time of work. When Shin Hong rushed to the entrance of the district, Shin Lang has not yet arrived. After the phone contact, Shin Hong will be parked in the parking lane next to the car, waiting for family members to come over suspiciously. A few minutes later, when Shin Lang appeared in front of her eyes in a brand new Porsche Cayenne, Shin Hong was just like Shin's father and mother before. Her whole body was confused. Shin Lang then led the family down to the garage. First they looked at the other 2 cars, then they were taken upstairs to see the house as well as the store across the street from the neighborhood. After re-entering the underground garage of the neighborhood, Shin Lang gave the car key of the Cayenne to his father and the car key of the Mekong to his sister, and the family drove 3 cars back to the neighborhood. When Shin Lang's family returned to the neighborhood in 3 bosons, they instantly set off a small half of the neighborhood. Wow, this looks like the old Shin family, right? What's wrong with them? How dare they bring back 3 cars? That one seems to be all Porsches. How much does it cost? If you average one at $1 million, it starts at least 3 million. Hiss. I'm afraid the old Shin family didn't get rich, did they? Won the lottery? $3 million for a car? That's too much of a loser. Wouldn't it be better to buy a house? Right in the middle of the crowd's astonished and envious gazes, Shin Lang's family went back to the house. Mother hummed a little song and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking, and father, with a rare smile that had not been seen for a long time since he had been seriously ill, went into the kitchen to give his wife a hand. As for her sister, Shen Hong, she accompanied Wen to watch an early childhood program. Looking at the family's happy appearance, a warm smile appeared on Shen Lang's face. This, in his mind, is how a family should live. Only, somehow, Shen Lang always felt that he seemed to have missed something important. Well, what the hell is going on? Illustration. Daffy jumps to his feet. Did you forget about me? Star. Chapter 25. The future of our group depends on you. Just as Shin Lang was enjoying the happy atmosphere of the family, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly sounded. Master, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Summer Kingdom has sent you an email. Do you need to open it? Open up. As Shin Lang read silently in his mind, an email from the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Xia appeared on the screen of his glasses. Shin Lang looked at it. The other party really came to ask about Yongqing Iron and Steel Group and Iron Ore, and also left a contact number, hoping to have a direct conversation with him. And the moment he saw this email, Shin Lang finally remembered what exactly it was that he had missed. In hell, forgot to call that daffy bastard. With Shin Lang's understanding of his own brother, that guy was probably already drawing circles to curse him. Shin Lang immediately gave Xiao Ai an order. Xiao Ai, used the virtual signal to make a call to Dai Fei right away. On the other hand, after receiving the confirmation call from the headquarters, promising to make a deal with that Mr. Shang, Dai Fei and his leader had been staring at their phones, not even daring to blink more. An hour passed and the call from Mr. Shang did not come as promised. Now, Dai Fei was a bit tense. What's the situation? Why didn't you call? Didn't you say you'd call in an hour? The leader next to him tapped him on the shoulder and asked, wait a little longer. Maybe there's some kind of delay. 10 minutes later, the call still hadn't come. Daffy's entire body was agitated. I'll go. I'm not really going to get ripped off, am I? 20 minutes later, Dai Fei stared at his cell phone while pulling a green leaf from the greenery next to him, gritting his teeth and tearing it up, with his mouth still broken. If you damn well dare to lie to me, I'll wish that the top of your head is as green as this green leaf. Green. Leader on the sidelines, _. And so, after another 5 minutes, just as Daffy was about to rip all the leaves from the greenery, the phone rang violently. Dai Fei's entire body instantly leapt up and scratched the call button. Hello? It's Mr. Daffy, isn't it? Sorry, something has delayed me. When that familiar voice rang out on the phone, Dai Fei was almost about to kneel down for the other party. It's fine, it's fine. Dai Fei changed his appearance of gnashing his teeth while tearing the green leaves just now, and said with an extremely humble gesture, you're a busy man. Understand. What did your leaders say? Do you agree? Agreed. Dai Fei immediately said. Our leader said that he is very interested in this batch of goods you have. When your shipment arrives, we can immediately go over and purchase it. That's fine. I'll arrange to send it to you right away. I guess the fastest batch will take about 10 days. It's fine. We're in no hurry. No rush. Dai Fei nodded his head repeatedly, then saw a sentence written on a cardboard by the leader next to him, and immediately asked again, that Mr. Merchant, can I take the liberty of asking? How many tons can there be roughly in this first batch? At least 3 million tons or more. The other party said, it also depends on whether there are enough freighters. Okay. Dai Fei nodded his head frantically once again, and then the leader next to him gave him a hint once again. Can you give a contact information? The group side wanted to speak with him directly. Dai Fei immediately conveyed this meaning. Direct conversation? Am I not having a direct conversation with you right now? The other party laughed and said, I'm a bit of a sociopath. I don't want to communicate with too many people. I'll send you an email later. In the future, if your group has anything to do, you can contact me. That's it for now. I'll let you know when the goods arrive in Hong Kong. Bye. With that said, the phone hung up. Manager, you see. Looking at the phone that was hung up, Dai Fei looked at the leader. But the film found that at this time, the face of this leader was a kind face, only to see him pat Dai Fei's shoulder. Xiao Dai, I heard that you're already in a relationship, right? Have you bought a wedding house yet? Not yet. What? Is there no favorite house? It's because there's no money. Also, right now our Yongqing's house prices are growing a bit outrageous. This way, later I'll make a call to the group leader, and tell him about your situation. For employees as good as you, our group has always had very good home purchase benefits. Aha! As soon as Dai Fei heard this, he became excited. Mr. Mu, then thank you so much. It's fine. The other party once again patted Dai Fei's shoulder kindly. Little Dai, our group's future depends on you. Daffod, Sigma, A, Star. Chapter 26. From today, I'm contracting the iron ore of Xia. On the other hand, after ending the call with Dai Fei, Shen Lang asked Xiao Ai to send the mailbox number to Dai Fei's cell phone. Shen Lang knew very well that the words he had just spoken would inevitably bring great benefits to Dai Fei, and that, in a nutshell, was his purpose. The favor of saving my father's life is repaid 100-fold. The rewards for DYFY have only just begun. AI, dial the House of the Interior. Yes, Master. On the other hand, the Summer House of the Interior. After sending the email out, a group of top executives from the House of Representatives sat in the conference room and waited patiently for a reply. A minute passes without the phone ringing. 2 minutes passed and still no movement. Waiting for 5 minutes to pass and still did not see a call come in. A few executives could not help but be somewhat unable to sit still. What's going on? Could it have been sent to the wrong email address? How come there's no reply yet? No, I double-checked the mailbox and it's right. I'm not saying that we've made a mistake. What I mean is, the email number that the other party sent over, could it be wrong? So that if we send it according to this email number he gave us, how can we not possibly contact him? Someone immediately shook his head and said, this should be even more impossible. How could an organization as powerful as the other party make such a low-level mistake? Maybe the person had something going on and didn't pay attention to the email. Wait a little longer. Just as the crowd was talking, a phone rang suddenly in the conference room. The crowd's spirits rose in unison. Here we go. The president of the Internal Affairs Council even picked up the phone before the bell even dropped. Hello, this is Xiao Weiman, the president of the Internal Affairs Council of Xia. Hello, Dean Xia. A low voice came from the microphone. I saw the email that was sent over. And indeed we contacted the staff of the Yongcheng Iron and Steel Group's office in Kangarooland. What? Could it be that you guys are also interested in iron ore? Hearing these words, the spirits of all the executives in the conference room shook once again. May I ask if you are Mr. Shang? Xiao Weiman immediately asked. It's me, Mr. Shang. Hello, Xiao Weiman immediately said. We are very interested to hear that you have 80 million tons of iron ore on hand, and it only costs $30 per ton. But I've already promised the Yongcheng Iron and Steel side that these 80 million tons of iron ore will be sold to them. The other party said after pondering for a while, if you guys are interested, then I'll get another batch of them for you. What do you think? Ha! Inside the conference room, all the executives who heard these words all stared in disbelief. Xiao Weiman wriggled his lips. His voice even trembled a little as he asked, Mr. Shen, can you still get iron ore on your side? Aha! Although it was just a single word, it fell on the ears of the crowd like a thunderclap on a flat earth. Literally everyone's heart fluttered. Mr. Shen, how much more iron ore can you get? Xiao Weiman's entire voice trembled. Well, if things go well, we can get almost 100 million tons a month. All? How much can I get? Because of the instant tension, Xiao Weiman's voice became shrill. About 100 million tons a month, the other party said. Xiao Weiman felt his palms start to sweat. Mr. Shen, is this 100 million tons to be maintained every month in the future, or is it just this time? Unsurprisingly, we can keep mining 100 million tons every month, as long as K doesn't have any surprises. Then we want them all. Xiao Weiman immediately said. Mr. Shen, 100 million tons of iron ore a month. We want it all. Okay, then I'll contact you when the next batch of iron ore is available. Still calling this number yes? Yes. Okay, bye. After saying that, the other party hung up. The entire conference room instantly fell into silence. After a few moments, a great wave of jubilation roared out of the room. On the other hand, after ending the call with the House of Internal Affairs, a smile appeared on Shun Lang's face. From today, I've contracted for all the iron ore that Xia imports from overseas. Chapter 27, the first day of the Lunar New Year, paying off the debt. Just as Xia entered into the dead of night, 14 overseas branches of the Xia Ocean Freight Company received an inexplicable phone call. On the phone, the other party asked the freight company to arrange for a freighter with a standard number of containerized containers to sail to Xia as soon as possible. All cargo ships are completely empty and do not store any items. At first, all 10 companies thought they were receiving harassing phone calls. After all, but whoever has no problem with the brain, who will go a long way to sail an empty ship to the summer country? Not to mention the fact that contracting an empty ship with a cargo capacity of around 200,000 tons alone would cost $35,000 a day in rent. Not to mention the fact that a cargo ship loaded with 200,000 tons of cargo would have to consume $15,000 per day of heavy fuel oil under economic voyages. Speaking of the rent of cargo containers alone, the one-way rent of a container is basically around $700, while a cargo ship with a cargo capacity of around 200,000 tons can carry 10,000 containers. That means it would cost $7 million to rent these containers alone. If we further calculate on the basis of a 30-day shipping time for an ocean-going freighter, then such a freighter loaded with 10,000 containers would cost $5 million a month. Just ask who would spend the $5 million to ship a bunch of empty boxes. However, just 2 minutes after they had cleanly hung up the phone, the company's finance suddenly realized that there was an additional remittance of $3 million in their company account. Then that phone call came in again, stating that as a sign of good faith, he had already paid $3 million into the other party's bank account. So could we have a nice chat now? The business heads of the 10 freight companies all looked confused. A few hours later, 14 freighters filled with anywhere from 10 to 14,000 empty containers in varying quantities sailed out of the world's major terminals, bound for Xia. No need to guess. The one who called these 14 ocean freighter companies was Shun Lang. The reason why he only needed 14 ships was because he only had $42 million in his offshore account. One $3 million advance for $42 million. Had to be more or less just right. Looking at the routes, the closest to the Summerland were 6 cargo ships from Kangarooland and Sant, which were expected to arrive in the Summerland in about half a month. These 6 freighters together can carry almost 1.5 million tons of iron ore, and according to the calculation of $30 a ton, it can bring Shun Lang $45 million. Add to that the fact that the shipping costs will also be paid for by the Xia officials when the time comes, and you'll be able to bleed back another $18 million on your own. In other words, Half a month later, one would have $63 million on hand, and then one could immediately arrange for the second batch of cargo ships to go on the road. Ideally, Shen Lang estimated that it would only take about 3 months to empty all of the 80 million tons of iron ore on hand. By then, one will have $2.4 billion on hand. Mezzo. The time has passed and it is the first day of the year. This morning, Shen Lang took his sister and niece, and went door to door to visit those neighbors and friends who had lent a helping hand to their father when he was seriously ill, and while paying tribute to the new year, he also incidentally returned to each other the life-saving money that they had lent to the Shen family with interest. Waiting for a round of visits down, Shen Lang trunk of gifts are sent to the light, and along with it, the family owes the external debt is also basically all paid off. Back home, Shen Lang put the recovered IOUs into his father's hands. These IOUs were all insisted by his father to write down and hand over to the other party back then. Shen Lang said, "Dad, after the new year, you and Mom quit their jobs. I plan to open a small supermarket, hire a few people. You and Mom will just help me manage the accounts in the supermarket. As for that annual medical fee, don't even bother." The father looked as if he was still hesitant. Seeing Shen father this due to the appearance, Shen mother immediately blanked a glance. "This what ah this? My son is now successful. The house and car also have, and not lack of you work to earn that money. You still have what good hesitation." Shen Hong, Shen Lang's older sister, also helped out. "Yes, Dad, AD is capable now, so you and Mom should enjoy your blessings too." Under the persuasion of his family, Shen Lang's father finally nodded. "That's fine. I'll resign with the leader after the new year." Chapter 28, Chip Dilemma. Maybe there's someone who can help you. At noon, the family had a happy New Year's Eve dinner at home. After resting for a while, Shen Lang drove to his grandmother's house with the family and a trunk full of gifts. Shen Lang's father's family has always been a single lineage since his great-grandfather, and it has been passed on to Shen Lang's generation, which is already the 5th generation of single lineage. By the time Shen Lang's grandparents died, this branch of the Shen family no longer had any relatives within the 5 services. As for Shen mother's side, both of her parents were still alive, and Shen mother also had a younger brother. Unlike most of the patriarchal older generation, Shen Lang's grandparents were especially good to their daughter. When Shen mother married far away, Shen Lang's grandfather also specially accompanied a refrigerator over. You know, that's a 30-year-old refrigerator. Placed in the present, its value is no less than a $200,000 to $300,000 small car. However, due to Shen mother's home in Servo Hill countryside in a small rural area, from home to take the bus to Servo Hill and then transfer to the mother's home, a toss down at least 5 hours, so the weekdays are also seldom walk. At most, is to go back to a trip at New Year's time. After driving for 2.5 hours, Shen Lang arrived at Servo Hill's grandparents' house and received a warm welcome from his grandparents. During the evening meal, Shen Lang's grandparents were vigorously pinching food for their daughter and son-in-law, as well as their grandson, granddaughter, and great-granddaughter, so much so that cousin Shen Lang, who is the grandparents' own grandson, jokingly said next to him, "If only I were my grandparents' daughter." It made the family laugh. After dinner, Shen mother fished out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to her brother. "Ah Dee, this bank card is returned to you. The money your nephew has already played in the card. Turn around and go confirm it." 4 years ago, when he learned that his brother-in-law was seriously ill and needed money to save his life, Shen Lang's uncle and aunt immediately rushed to Yongcheng from Servo Mountain. Focusing on the village buried in farming, 2 people do not know what bank transfer. Directly to the bank card with 100,000 yuan of cash to the Shen mother. "For my aunts and uncles, who work at home as farmers, this is their life savings. Good sister." Shen Lang's uncle only thought that this was the $100,000 that he had lent to the other party in the first place, and without any pretense, he took it and directly asked his wife to put it away. At the same time that Shen Lang's large family is happily enjoying the Spring Festival reunion, thousands of miles away from the Imperial Capital Hotel, a New Year's Eve party organized by the Summer Semiconductor Research and Development Association is going on enthusiastically. During the meeting, this group from the country's major semiconductor industry giants Big Brother raise a glass of wine. Mingling, laughter, a good time. However, in the midst of all this laughter, there was an old man with a head full of white hair who was always slightly frowning, full of worry. This old man was no one else but the helmsman of Huawei Group, the giant of the communications industry in Xia, and also the leading cell phone company in Xia. "Nan Lao, what's wrong? This New Year's Eve, why are you still wearing a bitter face?" Right at this moment, Tang Chitsai, who had known Nan Lao for many years, came over and toasted him. In the face of his old friend's flirtation, Nan Lao said with a bitter smile, "It's not like I'm bitter today. Our group's current situation, due to a well-known reason, Warwick encountered the greatest difficulties since its establishment, and the survival of the whole group was deteriorating day by day. If there is a delay in solving the problem, then perhaps a few years later, this national enterprise, which was born from the end of the microscope, will disappear completely. Of course, it's not without a solution. As long as Nani was willing to be soft, then Warwick would be able to get out of his predicament. But Nani was reluctant. He said he would rather die standing with Warwick than live on his knees. And this toughness of Nani's has led to a growing predicament for Warwick. As an old friend, Tang Chitsai naturally knew all about the predicament faced by nonagenarian. Looking at the senior in front of him who was also a teacher and a friend, Tang Chitsai comforted. You hold on a little longer. Wait a little longer. Maybe it won't be long before things turn around. The turnaround that Tang Chitsai referred to was naturally the 2-nanometer lithography machine that the country had already gotten its hands on. Ever since that photolithography machine arrived, the state has called on the country's top photolithography research and development experts to study it on all fronts. After several days and nights of sleepless research, the experts were shocked to find that the manufacturing specifications and technology of all the components used in this lithography machine are different from those of conventional lithography machines on the market today. Even after searching various patents from around the world on lithography and comparing them, they did not find any similar parts. This means that as long as they can eat up the technology of this lithography machine and declare all of its technology as patents, then Xia will leap to become a lithography powerhouse that owns all of the technology patents for manufacturing 2-nanometer lithography machines. At that time, the pincer that holds the throat of Xia's chip development will be completely crushed. Due to the gravity of the matter, all the technicians involved in the research, including Tang Chitsai, as well as those who were in the know, were all given a gag order by the state, forbidding anyone from divulging any news about the lithography machine, especially regarding the existence of Mr. Shen, which was classified as a national-level secret. Therefore, although several days have passed, there is still no news about 2-nanometer lithography in the country. And so, for Tang Chitsai's words, Nan Lao only took it as a word of comfort from his old friend, gently patted his hand, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, I can still hold up." Looking at this old man with a face full of vicissitudes and white hair in front of him, Tang Chitsai's heart was inexplicably sour. Thus, under the impulse, Tang Chitsai blurted out, "Nan Lao, maybe there is someone who can help you." Chapter 29, Hope for a way out of this mess. Is one enough? How about getting a few more? Someone can help me? Hearing this, Nani Lao was stunned and subconsciously asked, "Who?" Well, Tang Chitsai instantly made a mistake. You know, Mr. Shine's existence is a national-level secret. If one told nonagenarian, then one would have violated the prohibition of secrecy, and what the consequences would be, no one could predict, if not say. With Warwick's current situation, who knows how long they'll last. After thinking about it again and again, Tang Chitsai gritted his teeth and made a decision. Nan Yeo, you're coming with me to the Internal Affairs Council now. Now. Right, it's right now. Bureau Wang should still be in the unit right now. Bureau Wang? You're talking about the director of the Information Technology Bureau, Wang Jin? Nan Lao was puzzled. He can save our Huawei? He can't save it, but if he agrees, he can contact someone who can save Warwick. An hour later, the two men appeared inside the Information Technology Directorate of the House of Representatives. Elder Nan, why did you come to my place at this time of the year? Facing this old man in front of him, Wang Jin was filled with respect from the bottom of his heart. Nonetheless, he was not polite and directly opened the door. Director Wang, I heard Chikai say that you have a way to help us get out of our predicament, so I licked my old face and came to the door. Old Tang? Wang Jin froze, then reacted as a sharp gaze instantly swept toward Tang Chitsai. Don't worry, Wang Bureau, I know the discipline. Non-old now still don't know anything. Tang Chitsai laughed bitterly. I just think can't just watch Huawei such a good a national enterprise just like this was screwed up, so I told him to come to you. You have a way to help him. You can really. After listening to Tang Chitsai's words, Wang Jin instantly shook his head helplessly, pondered for a moment, and looked toward Elder Nan. Elder Nan, this matter involves a great deal of importance. I'm afraid that I can't do this just by myself. Hearing Wang Jin's words, Nani Lao's spirit couldn't help but be shaken. You mean to say that you really have a way that can help Huawei? This, I can't answer you for now. You wait for me to make a call with the leader. After saying that, Wang Jin returned to the inner room and dialed a phone. The call went on for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Wang Jin walked out from the inner room, looked at the two of them, and said with a smile, the higher-ups have agreed to reveal this secret to Nani old man. But, Nan Yeo, before revealing it to you, you must promise that you won't tell this secret to anyone else, including your family and all the core executives of Huawei. I promise. Immediately, Nan Lao raised his hand and promised. I promise I won't tell anyone else the secret you reveal to me. Wang Jin nodded. For the character of this old entrepreneur, both he and the leaders of the inner house had great trust. In fact, just a few days ago, we got a photolithography machine that can realize the 2-nanometer fabrication process through a certain channel. What? Hearing these words, Elder Nonpareil's eyes abruptly widened. If he was not in the Internal Affairs Bureau, and the one who spoke was also a cadre of the Internal Affairs Bureau, Nan Lao was 100% sure that this guy was a liar. A photolithography machine that enables a 2-nanometer fabrication process. How is that possible? A trace of absurdity appeared on Elder Nan's face as he subconsciously looked at his old friend Tang Chisai at the side, only to find that the other party was nodding solemnly towards him. So it's surprisingly true? Gnome Old Man suddenly felt his heart, and so on Discount Eyes, excitedly said, Wang Director, that country cannot put this photolithography machine. I'm afraid it won't work for the time being. Wang Jin knew what nonagenarian meant and shook his head with a bitter smile. We only have this one lithography machine at the moment, and for the sake of our entire country's semiconductor industry, and for the sake of long-term development, this lithography machine can only be used for research for the time being, and cannot be commercially operated. Just as Nan Lao was gloomy because of the other party's words, he heard Wang Jin suddenly say, although this photolithography machine can't be given to Huawei, the upper side has agreed that they will contact the channel again and ask the other party if there's any possibility of getting another photolithography machine over. If we can get it, then when that photolithography machine arrives, it can be prioritized for you, Huawei, to use. Really? Elder Non's eyes lit up. At this moment, nonagenarian saw a glimmer of hope, and just as Wang Jin was revealing the secret of the 2-nanometer lithography machine to Nan Lao, the side of the Internal Affairs Bureau had also sent an email to Mr. Sheng. Mr. Sheng, I wonder if there is any way that your side can help us get another lithography machine for the 2-nanometer process? A few minutes later, Mr. Merchant sent a reply. What? Something wrong with the previous one? No, there's nothing wrong with that photolithography machine. It's just, the Internal Affairs side told the other side about the plight of domestic chip companies, citing Huawei as an example. Is one enough? After a while, I only saw Mr. Shang send a reply. How about getting a few more? IA officer in charge of contacting Mr. Shang, Sigma, A? Is it possible? How many units can you get on your end? The house officer's entire body perked up. That's too hard to say for now. I'll have to go and confirm. I'll get back to you guys. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shang. I wish you a happy Chinese New Year. Thanks. Same to you. Star. Chapter 30. Anti-cancer specialty drugs arrive. A complete set of manufacturing technology for photolithography equipment. Xin Lang was still a little surprised when he received the email from the Internal Affairs Bureau. After all, this New Year's Eve, it is reasonable to say that everyone should be at home to reunite with their families as a result of this contact with the House of the Interior, only to know that the original colleagues of the House of the Interior are 24-hour shifts, even during the Chinese New Year, but also can only be transferred to the next shift. There is no fixed holiday. It's not just the House of Representatives, but actually so many of my colleagues in key departments. After listening to it, Shen Lang's mind could not help but come up with a sentence. There is no such thing as quiet years, but it is just that someone is carrying the weight for you. Just then, a message suddenly rang in his head. Your friend K sent a video invitation. Shen Lang's mind moved, and after confirming that the room was locked, he appeared in the trading space in the next second. Dear Wave, I've kept you waiting. On the screen, K shook a few pill boxes in his hand and said, this is the special anti-cancer medicine I was talking about. I'll trade it to you now. Thanks, K. Shen Lang immediately completed the deal with K with a bottle of mineral water. Afterward, Shen Lang extracted the anti-cancer special medicine into his hand. He looked at it. There were 8 boxes in total, just one inside each box. K, how many pills of this medicine need to be taken to completely remove the cancer cells in the patient's body? Shen Lang asked. K grinned and said, we used to have this saying here, there's no cancer that can't be solved by one potent drug, and if one doesn't work, then two. When Shen Lang heard this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The arrival of the anti-cancer special medicine made Shen Lang's heart, which had been hanging slightly, fall slightly to the ground. By the way, K, can you still get a 2-nanometer photolithography machine like last time? Shen Lang asked. I don't think there's too many finished products, K said. As you know, products like these that have been outdated for hundreds of years are usually just kept as artifacts in museums, and even if there are, I guess there's only about a dozen or so units at most. In contrast, I would instead recommend that you just build them yourself. That way you can have as many units as you want. When Shen Lang heard this, he couldn't help but say helplessly, I'd like to, but the problem is, I don't have the technology. You don't have it. I do. K laughed. The museums in our world have more than just the physical object of this photolithography machine in their collections, along with all of its manufacturing technologies and programs. If you need it, I can go get you the full set of technologies. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's eyes lit up. To be. Ha ha. Looking at Shen Lang's eager look, Kay laughed out loud. I'm going to contact that museum curator right now to help you get that information over first. You wait for me for a few minutes, huh? With that, Kay waved his hand and disappeared into the screen. 3 minutes later, as the screen flashed, Kay reappeared and handed Shen Lang a chip. Inside this chip is all the information including the manufacturing technology and assembly scheme of all the components inside the 2nm lithography machine. You can take this information first. In addition, if the photolithography machine, I helped you to get 5 units, but recently because of the Earth purging operation, the lunar base airport side of the capacity is tense. It is estimated that it will take 3 to 5 days before it can be sent to me. Okay, no problem. Shen Lang nodded. That's all for now then. Kay laughed. I'll be conducting the next area's monster clearing operation on my side soon, so I probably won't be going into space for the next few days, but don't worry, I've already made all the arrangements over at the mines, so I'll send you the iron ore when I'm free later on. Okay, take care of yourself then. That's all for now. Bye. After ending the video with Kay, Shen Lang took out the chip that stored the full set of production and manufacturing information of the photolithography machine, and then asked Xiao AI to activate the scanning and transmission function on the smart glasses, and copied all the information on the chip into the glasses. For Shen Lang, this tube section said full set of manufacturing technology. He obviously could not digest it alone. Therefore, the best choice is to cooperate with the state and make money on the back of the state. Beautifully. However, Shen Lang didn't contact the Internal Affairs Bureau right away. After all, it's late, young people stay up less, and dog lives matter. Well, next time, I'll ask Kay if there's any of those pills that can strengthen your body, and if there's one of those fictional gene-enhancing potions, that would be perfect. The next day, while his family was not paying attention, Shen Lang soaked 2 anti-cancer potent pills and poured them into the cup where his father drank water, then watched him drink all the water. Shen Lang's family stayed at Servo Mountain for 3 days and 4 nights, waiting for the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. After lunch, under the reluctant gaze of grandparents, Shen Lang's family got into the car, and then with a trunk full of dried seafood, returned home. Not long after Shen Lang's family left, Shen Lang's aunt took her son to the bank, ready to transfer the money in the bank card to her son. After taking a number at the bank counter, Aunt Shen Lang asked her son, "Son, with this 100,000, is it enough money for the down payment to buy a house?" "Almost should be enough." Shen Lang's cousin did some math and said, "The total price of the house that Song and I went to look at is just $1 million, and the down payment of 30% would be $300,000. Now I and Song's hands together have almost $220,000, plus you and Dad's $100,000. It's enough." Shen Lang's cousin has been with his girlfriend for almost 2 years, and is now at the point of talking about marriage. The girlfriend's family demanded that cousin Shen Lang had to have a new house in the city. After all, they didn't want their daughter to follow the other side to live in the countryside. In all fairness, this request is actually quite reasonable, only that it makes Shen Lang's cousin's family difficult. After all, Shen Lang's cousin's family are farmers, and there are 2 old people to support. Shen Lang's aunt and uncle are only so many tens of thousands of dollars a year at the end of the year. As for the cousin who works in the school, he can earn 50,000 or 60,000 a year, but because he has only been working for 3 years, even if he saves money on weekdays, he has saved less than $100,000 by now. Also thanks to his girlfriend is really love him, quietly put their own work for several years to save up $50,000 are given to the boyfriend. Otherwise, even if their Shen Lang family returned this $100,000, but still cannot afford to buy a house down payment money. Just when the bank counter was about to take the turn of the mother and son, Shen Lang's cousin suddenly received a phone call from the sales office of the neighborhood, saying that the set of houses he had looked at a year ago had been bought by someone, and now there were only a few sets of large units left in that neighborhood, with a minimum of $1,350,000 to start. This means that a down payment of over $400,000 is required. In one fell swoop it exceeded all the money the cousin had on him. Shen Lang's cousin was shocked and angry, but there was nothing he could do. Just then, the banking system called their number. Aunt Shen Lang sat down at the counter and handed both her and her son's bank cards to the teller. "Hello, I want to transfer all the money in my card to my son's card." "Yes, please wait a moment," that bank teller asked after some maneuvering. "You have a total of $2 million on your card right now. Do you want to earn it all on this card?" "Ha!" Hearing this, Shen Lang's aunt and cousin stared in unison. $2 million? Where did you get so much money? Chapter 31, Medical Miracle. Father's Recovery. A few minutes later, Shen mother received a call from her brother asking about the $2 million in the bank card. Shen mother smiled and said, "It's okay, this money is your nephew played. You can rest assured to take it. First let Xiaojie, Shen Lang cousin, to buy the house. Now this house price is higher than a year. Don't mention what to pay back the money, not to pay back the money." Your nephew said. This is the nephew filial piety to his maternal uncle. Do not allow to pay back. You and your sister-in-law take care of yourselves. Aha, we are still on the road. Good, to home and then call you. So, after ending the call, Mother Shen put down her cell phone and glanced at her son who was concentrating on driving and her granddaughter who was singing in her mother's arms in the back, with a smile full of happiness on her face. My son is grown, earning money, and so dutiful. Plus there's a group of loving family members around. What could make a mother happier than that? It was about 3 in the afternoon when I got home. Shen Lang also did not let his mother cook dinner at home. Directly booked a box in the hotel, and drove to the hotel at the mealtime and ate dinner. That night, Kay transferred 5 photolithography machines to Shen Lang. Shen Lang also did not forget to ask the other party if there were any medicines that could strengthen the body and prolong life or even promote genetic strengthening. Kay told him that he hadn't heard of genetic enhancement drugs or anything like that, but there were many drugs that could strengthen the body and prolong life. And then he agreed on a time for the next delivery and went back to his work. Leaving the trading space, Shen Lang asked Xiao Ai to check the ships that had recently returned to the harbor, estimated the time, and finally confirmed a cargo ship that had come from Tycoon 2 days ago and was expected to arrive at the harbor in 5 days. The next day, the 6th day of the new year, Shen Lang got up and walked out of the bedroom, saw his father who was already washing in the restroom. His heart moved, and said to his mother, "Dad, you're almost at the time of the review, right? Why don't you take advantage of the fact that the hospital is less crowded now that it's New Year's Eve and go for a review in advance?" As a result, Shen's father shook his head. Why go so early? There's still a month to go. When the time comes, wouldn't it be the same to make an appointment in advance? Did not wait for Shen Lang to speak. His mother said on the side, "Isn't it quite good to have fewer people? Just a month's time. Earlier and later is fine." So, eventually, accompanied by his mother, his father went to the hospital and had a routine gastroscopy. This one does. Immediately stunned the doctor in charge of the examination. What's going on here? What's wrong, doctor? Hearing this alarming cry from the doctor, Shen mother on the side instantly tensed up, while Shen father, who was lying on the bed and still being examined, also subconsciously clenched his fists. It's hard to believe that the tumor has worsened. How come this tumor at the bottom of your stomach is gone? The doctor looked at Shen's father with a surprised face. What? Shen Lang's parents were at a loss. The tumor is gone? What do you mean? The doctor said, according to the examination records from 6 months ago, you were originally supposed to have another lesion of malignant gastrointestinal mesenchymal tumor at the junction of the base of the stomach and the intestines. Right. Shen's father nodded. Since this malignant tumor of his has grown in too remote a location to be completely clear through surgery, he has had to rely on medication to keep this tumor under control for the past few years. But, now this tumor is gone. The doctor said, just bear with me while I double check. So, after almost 10 more minutes of examination, the doctor finally confirmed. The tumor in Shen's father's stomach and intestines is really gone. On top of that, various other tests on tumor markers came back and all of them showed that everything was normal. Soon, Shen's father's attending doctor got the results of this test and was dumbfounded plus shocked. The attending doctor asked, Mr. Shen, what kind of medicine have you been taking for the past 6 months? It's those pills you prescribed. No other medication? No, doc. This result quickly sensationalized the entire hospital, and all the doctors from the entire oncology department flooded into the consultation room. A cancer patient who was ruled incurable in the hospital rating system inexplicably cured himself. It's just an unbelievable thing. They also immediately conducted tests around Shen's father's condition and the medications the other party was taking every day, but they came up empty-handed. In the end, they could only chalk it up to a miracle. Mr. Shen, congratulations. Based on the test results, we initially judged that you've been cured. You mean to tell me that the cancer in my body is cured? If there are no surprises, yes. The doctor nodded, but to be on the safe side, I still suggest you come back next month for another checkup, then 3 months later and half a year later. Each time, if all 3 checks are fine, then you can basically confirm that it's cured. Okay, fine. Thanks. Thank you, doctor. After hearing the doctor's diagnosis, the couple burst into tears of joy. What do you mean? The tumor on Dad's body is gone? The doctor said it's gone? Great. At home, when Shen Lang's sister received a phone call from her mother saying that their father's cancer had been cured, her consistently strong sister couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Adi, Dad's healed. Dad's tumor is gone. Shen Hong grabbed Shen Lang's arm and said excitedly, I heard that. Shen Lang smiled and nodded, saying, Sis, let's go out to eat at noon, talk to mom and dad, and celebrate dad. Yes. So the family had a fun seafood dinner out for lunch that day. After eating, the family spent the afternoon playing with the little one in Gintama City. I don't know whether it was psychological or physical recovery, but my father had been in high spirits all day without a trace of fatigue. With the joy of his father's healing, that night, Shenlang went to the high school reunion held for the first time in 4 years. The process, needless to say, being a billionaire, Shenlang became the most shining pretty boy at the party. No matter male or female classmates, they all try one by one to get to him. Thanks to the young people now do not love to drink, and no one dares to pour Shenlang, otherwise this wave, Shenlang absolutely cannot escape drunken death at the dinner table. However, Shenlang didn't drink much, but Su Yuting, who was a flower in the class, somehow drank a lot, so much so that it was all a bit of a daze by the time it broke up. Seeing that Su Yuting didn't even recognize the way home, Shenlang could only book a room for her in a 5-star hotel next door, and then sent her into the room under the ambiguous gaze of the waitress. Just as Shenlang was about to leave, a hot body suddenly hugged him from behind. Then, Chapter 32, The Class Flower Without Competition, the cargo shipped to the harbor. The work. The next day, Shenlang looked at Su Yuting on the bed and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Originally, he thought that with Su Yuting's face value, how it was unlikely that she would not have a boyfriend, and even more unlikely that she would still keep her first time. As it turned out, she didn't realize that last night was really her first time. This made Shenlang a bit conflicted. If Su Yuting is a veteran, then Shenlang won't have any psychological burden. It's just a matter of spending some money. We all take what we need. It's very good to get rid of it. However, now this Su Yuting is clearly a big girl in a sedan chair and has given it back to him. To be fair, in this society, it's quite okay to have such a pretty and still always kept girl as a girlfriend. But Shenlang was a bit reluctant. You've just gotten your money. You haven't even enjoyed this wonderful world of flowers yet, and you're going to give up the whole forest for a tree? Just when Shenlang was in a tangle, Su Yuting on the side let out a call and slowly woke up. Good morning. Good morning. Shenlang smiled, hesitated, and said, we were, yesterday. Just when Shenlang wanted to ask Su Yuting how the two of them were going to get along in the future, Su Yuting suddenly threw herself into his arms and said, Shenlang, don't worry. I'm not the kind of woman who would ask you to be responsible just because I slept with you for one night. I know you're very rich now, and I also know that you certainly don't have the heart to find a girlfriend in these few years. After all, boys, with money certainly want to have more fun. But I hope that if and when the days come when you want to get married, I hope you'll give me priority. May I? Shenlang did not think that the things he had been entangled in for a long time were hurriedly and sharply resolved by such words from Su Yuting. 1tu. Feel unwilling? Shenlang said. It's a lie to say that I won't. Su Yuting said, but I know that when things are too much, fate is bound to end sooner or later. I don't want to establish a relationship with you in a hurry because of last night's incident, and then after a while you get tired of it, and then end the relationship in a hurry. In comparison, I think we're fine the way we are now. You can live your life the way you want to, and then I can too if you want me to. Listening to Su Yuting's words and looking at her delicate appearance, Shenlang's heart moved. After an unknown amount of time, the two regained their composure. Su Yuting suddenly remembered something. What time is it now? Shenlang glanced at his watch. It's 10:30. Ah! Su Yuting instantly exclaimed, immediately bouncing up from the bed. Hiss! What's wrong? Shenlang was immediately concerned. It hurts a little. Su Yuting said accusingly. Why are you in such a hurry? Shenlang was a little amused and a little heartbroken. I'm going to work at 4S today. Su Yuting said. Work? Are you going to continue your internship this semester? Shenlang was puzzled. Su Yuting said. The internship actually ended last semester, but I think doing sales in a 4S store is quite a workout. So I'm planning to work over at Porsche for a while longer. Shenlang said. But you're like this now. Just take a vacation. That won't do. The store is officially open today, and those who arrive have red envelopes to collect. Su Yuting said. That's only how much. I'll just give it to you. Shenlang said without thinking. Even if you don't go to work in the future, it's fine. If I don't work, you'll support me? Su Yuting smiled cheekily and said. I don't want to be a canary. In the end, under Su Yuting's insistence, Shenlang still had no choice but to get up with her, and then had a lunch at the hotel before sending her to the 4S store. Just got into the store just in time to see a large panel truck unloading a couple of Porsche 718s. Looking at this exquisite little sports car, Shenlang's heart moved and asked Su Yuting, do you have a driver's license now? Yes. Su Yuting nodded. I went to take the test with my classmates in college. Why? Like this car? Shenlang pointed at the 718s and said with a smile. Of course I like it. Who wouldn't like this little frog face? Su Yuting gave Shenlang a sanitary eye, then jokingly asked, why do you ask? Are you going to give me a car? Shen Lang laughed. You go ask first if there is a current car. Ah, Su Yuting was first stunned, then surprised and delighted. You don't really want to send me, or don't. Without waiting for Shen Lang to open his mouth, Su Yuting shook her head and said, I just told you that I don't want to be a canary. Besides, this car is so expensive. It's not necessary. Really don't want it? Looking at Su Yuting's pushing back, Shen Lang laughed. If you don't want it, then I can give it to someone else. Su Yuting, who are you giving it to? That's a lot. Shen Lang pretended to reminisce. I remember that several female classmates were quite enthusiastic about me last night, and it looks like their face value is not bad. If I buy a 718 and give it to them, they shouldn't refuse, right? You. When Su Yuting heard this, she immediately became anxious. You're not allowed to send them. Where they compare to me, but you don't want it. Who said no? I want it. Su Yuting immediately said, I'm going to ask the manager right now. Thus, Su Yuting also disregarded the discomfort in her body and quickly walked towards the store. Soon after, under the gaze of all the employees in the store who were astonished and envious, Shen Lang hurriedly and sharply swiped more than $800,000 and bought a red 718, which was given to Su Yuting. By the time the formalities were completed, it was 2 hours later. After the handover procedures, the manager of the 4S store waved his hand and let Su Yuting go home from work early. Thus, Shen Lang and Su Yuting left the 4S store in a Porsche each. In the next few days, Shen Lang was at home during the day, and at night, he stayed with Su Yuting. The jinx and the cord. Thanks to K instantly sent the pills to strengthen the body. Otherwise every day so built. Not to mention the kidneys. Waste cannot stand. I have to say, K sent in this beefy pill that's pretty cowhidey. Took one and it worked. No pressure for an hour straight. According to K, you only need to take it for 7 days in a row in the beginning. Then take one every month. And after a year, you only need to take one every year. And you can greatly slow down aging, strengthen your body, and prolong your life. In K's world, the longest-lived Speaker of the Federal Assembly is over 150 years old, and is still strong, and shoots like a god. Then, Shen Lang thought of ways to give this medicine to his mom, dad and sister every day. And of course, he didn't forget Su Yuting. As for my niece, she's too young to use this medicine. During this period, Shen Lang took the time to have a meal with the president of the Yongcheng branch of the China Merchants Bank, and learned about the benefits related to the China Merchants Bank's premium VIP customers. For example, if Shen Lang can deposit this 100 million in the bank according to a fixed term, the China Merchants Bank can not only settle the interest on the deposit for him every month according to the annual interest rate of 6 points, but also give him a Centurion credit card with the same amount of credit. This credit card can be used not only at home but also abroad. This would circumvent Summer's restriction that nationals can only exchange $50,000 per year. Of course, this might be a very good convenience for some ordinary people, but for Shen Lang, it was a chicken rib. On top of that, there are one-on-one personal banking assistants who can help you with all sorts of investments and finances, or even with life's chores such as buying a car or house or ordering airplane tickets. Even when you want to see a certain girl group from the stick country perform, they can arrange it, either by sending you there or by bringing the girl group to you to perform in front of you, provided, of course, that money is paid. The list of such benefits goes on and on. After listening to a circle, Shen Lang felt that, for him, the most valuable benefit of this VIP customer is the wine party and investment salon that China Merchants Bank organizes every year for some high-end customers. At these cocktail parties and salons, one can make friends with all kinds of tycoons and corporate executives. And for Shen Lang, attending such cocktail parties and salons will help him to broaden his horizons and deepen his knowledge and understanding of the situation of the middle and high classes in this society. However, for all of this, Shen Lang couldn't use it for the time being. And the first privilege he used after becoming an honored VIP top customer of China Merchants Bank was to ask the bank to help him find a reliable residential renovation company to design and renovate his set of villas. Recruitment Bank Branch Manager, you are a big customer. You do everything right. This morning, right after Su Yuting left the hotel to go to work, Xiao AI sent Shen Lang a reminder. Master, cargo ship T-6823 from Taiguo will arrive at Yongcheng Harbor in an hour. When Shen Lang heard this, he immediately smiled. It's time to get to work. Chapter 33, Photolithography machine has arrived. Please check. What did you say? There are 5 of them? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Shen Lang, wearing nano armor, silently landed on the cargo ship that was about to enter the port, and then using the space ring, he quickly loaded the 5 photolithography machines into the 5 empty boxes and quietly left. On the way home, Shen Lang sent an email to the Internal Affairs Department. The photolithography machine has arrived. Please pay attention to it. Also attached are the codes for those 5 containers. In the Ministry of Internal Affairs, There is a dedicated staff member who is responsible for watching over the mailboxes that are in contact with Shenlang 24 hours a day. In the next second after Shenlang's email arrived, the staff immediately opened the email, took a look at it, and hastily contacted their superiors. Report leader, Mr. Shang wrote back, says the photolithography machine has arrived. 40 minutes later, a heavily armed inspection team quickly arrived at the port, allowing the port management to prioritize the just-arrived freighter to arrange for it to dock, and then quickly took control of it under the pretext of checking for contraband. Subsequently, the head of the inspection team quickly found the 5 containers in accordance with the information given by the superiors and opened them for inspection. Meanwhile, the interior house side saw live footage in real time via a live feed from the site. As the members of the inspection team opened the 5 containers in turn, they were shocked to see that what was packed inside the 5 containers were 5 complete photolithography machines. Oh my god, this is actually 5 complete photolithography machines? That actually sent 5 photolithography machines directly? How the hell did this happen? Everyone was shocked. Originally, in their thoughts, to be able to have 2 more 2nm process lithographs, it would simply be a dream to wake up laughing. 1 for research and 2 for commercial use is already enough to support the country's current demand for top-notch chips. As a result, they didn't expect that Mr. Shine gave them an even bigger surprise and gave them 5 units directly. Quickly, bring back all 5 containers immediately. Also, notify the Semiconductor Equipment Research Institute side and tell them to meet at the usual place. A few hours later, Tang Chi-tsai, the director of the Semiconductor Shenbei Research Institute, as well as Wei Daqian and a bunch of other semiconductor equipment experts were once again summoned to the military base on the outskirts of the imperial capital. What's going on, Don? Why did the brass call us here again? I was just about to enter the research lab. An expert who had once tested the photolithography machine with Tang Chi-tsai and the others asked, half curious, half somewhat resentful. Nowadays, he is one of the main members working on that 2nm process lithography. For these experts who have studied photolithography all their lives, such a 2nm process photolithography machine is simply the most precious treasure in their hearts, and they can't wait to soak in the research room 24 hours a day. Tang Chi-tsai shook his head and said, I don't know, didn't I just get the notice to come here? As a matter of fact, Tang Chi-tsai already had a guess in his heart, but felt that it was too unbelievable, so there was some hesitation in his heart as well. After all, less than 10 days had passed since the upper side had contacted Mr. Shang, and even if the forces behind that Mr. Shang were even more powerful, it was unlikely that a photolithography machine would be shipped over from Europe in such a short period of time. After all, the fastest sea transportation from Europe to Xiao would take 30 days. Right in the middle of Tang Chi-tsai's thoughts, 5 huge container trailers slowly drove into the workshop with a loud roar. The cranes that had been waiting on the sidelines lifted the 5 containers in turn and placed them on the empty lot next to them. As these 5 containers were opened in turn, revealing the equipment inside, everyone, including Tang Chi-tsai, instantly stared in disbelief, mouths wide open, minds blank. After a long time, a few people came back to their senses. Hiss, what is this? What is this? An expert revealed a look of disbelief. This seems to be exactly the same as the one in the research lab, right? Both 2 nanometers process? My goodness, where did you get this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 units, 5 2 nanometers lithography machines? I'm not dreaming, am I? Just as the group of experts were in a state of shock, Wang Jin, the director of the Information Technology Bureau, walked over. At this time, Wang Jin's face also carries a trace of shock and excitement, but keeping in mind the task, he forcefully pressed down his inner excitement and said, Gentlemen, next again, we have to trouble you to test to see if all 5 of these units can realize the 2 nanometer process. Several experts froze for a moment when they heard this, and then immediately responded and got busy. Soon after, this one is capable of 2 nanometer process manufacturing. This one is fine too. This side works too. After a wave of tests, the group of experts confirmed that all 5 lithography machines were capable of 2 nanometer processes. Great job on the hard work, guys. Thank you. After receiving the confirmation, Wang Jin exhaled a long breath, a trace of hard-to-conceal exhilaration appearing on his face. He immediately reported to his superiors and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the 5 photolithography machines. After finishing the call, Wang Jin put down the phone and turned around to see the group of photolithography equipment research experts all staring at him without blinking. Chapter 34, I have a full set of photolithography technology. Are you guys interested? Teachers, why are you doing this to me? Scared me, Wang Jin said in tears. Wang Bureaus, you see so much equipment, why don't you allocate another one to our institute? Tang Chi-tsai said smilingly, after all, there's a little credit for me in this, don't you think so? Hearing this, A few old friends on the side revealed curious gazes. What do you mean? Tang Chizai coughed lightly and briefly explained the matter that he had brought Nani Lao to Wang Jin on the first day of the new year. After hearing this, those few old friends immediately protested to Tang Chizai. Good old Tang, when I asked you earlier, you still said you didn't know either. After all this, you're pretending again. I really didn't dare to be sure before. After all, it's only been a few days. Who could have known that? Cough would be able to send the photolithography machine over so quickly. Tang Chizai almost didn't say Mr. Shan's name. Then we don't care. All in all, you're right for not telling the truth again this time. A meal is inevitable. Hey, Bureau Chief Wang, where are you going? A few people realized that just when they weren't paying attention, Wang Jin was secretly preparing to bolt, and immediately surrounded them again. Bureau Director Wang, we've gotten to know each other so well, so let's not be polite. Just give us another one. We promise, as long as you give us another one, we can definitely speed up our research. We'll try our best to get through all the manufacturing processes of this photolithography machine sooner. That's right. Faced with these eager gazes, Wang Jin said helplessly, teachers, this is really not something I can decide. Why don't you all make a report to the higher-ups and apply for it? An old expert immediately said, we just know that the higher-ups definitely won't agree. That's why we want you to help. Jin Wang. Just as these experts were pestering Wang Jin to get another lithography machine, this side of the House of Representatives, after receiving Wang Jin's phone call, the Internal Affairs House immediately made the relevant payment to Mr. Shang in the first instance, and then sent an email over. Mr. Shang, the goods have been received and the payment has been credited to your account. You have time to confirm. After a short while, the other party replied to the email. Roger that. Are those photolithography machines okay? No problem, Mr. Shang, the Internal Affairs side replied immediately. We originally thought it would be good enough to get 2 units, but we didn't expect you to give us 5 units at once. What a great surprise. Mr. Shang, thank you for your contribution to the country's semiconductor industry. You're welcome. This is the last bit of stock we have, and I don't think we'll have any more in the future. When the House of Representatives received this email, their hearts were tightened. Originally, they were thinking about when to ask each other to buy another batch. After all, at the rate of development of the domestic electronics industry, at least 30 to 50 photolithography machines must be needed to provide an adequate supply of chips. If the other party can continue to provide themselves with photolithography, then by the time they can not only fully meet the supply of chips in their own country, and even can be sold out, thus breaking the overseas chip monopoly in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, this dream is going to be extinguished before it even begins. But, just then, the other party sent another email. If you still need photolithography in the future, the best way is to build a factory to manufacture it in China. Upon reading this email, the liaison commissioner on the side of the Internal Affairs Bureau immediately let out a bitter smile and replied, Mr. Shang, it's not that we're growing others' ambition to destroy our own. If we had this technology, we wouldn't be facing the chip dilemma. As a result, only the other party replied, it's okay, we have it. What do you mean by that? The liaison from the House of the Interior only felt his heart begin to race, only to see the other party reply, we have a full set of technology for manufacturing photolithography machines. I don't know if you guys are interested? There is. We're so there. Chapter 35, valued at $5 trillion. The Great Power's Spirit. Sole Proprietorship. Soon the news alarmed the entire upper echelons of the House of Representatives. Upon learning of this news, several of the top brass who were out on a visit immediately returned to the House of Representatives. A vice president just walked into the conference room and asked impatiently, is it true? Mr. Shang said that they have a full set of photolithography technology on hand, and asked if we were interested? Well, it's true. Once he saw the last of the top brass come in, the Dean of the House had a copy of the text about the liaison commissioner's email contact with the other side distributed. A couple of executives took a look. The next second someone on the side lost his voice and shouted, 5 photolithography machines? When did Mr. Shang send over 5 more lithography machines? Dean said, today. Hiss. A few of the executives who had all been busy outside previously couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I remember the last time I contacted Mr. Shang was on the first day of the new year, right? A senior immediately said, counting the time. It's only been less than 10 days until today. He actually sent 5 photolithography machines at once? That's not enough time at all if we go by sea, is it? Definitely not enough. Returning from Europa takes about 30 days on the fastest direct freighter. How did he manage that? Dean said, by sea indeed, but not from Europa, but from Taikoku. Taikoku? The crowd froze. Well, Dean nodded. We checked the freighter. It left Taikoku in the early morning hours of the second day of the new year. then arrived in port this morning. That means, the other party arranged for the photolithography machine to be loaded and uploaded immediately after receiving our request? They actually got this photolithography machine out long ago? But why would be traveling from Tycoon? Could it be that they got the photolithography machine to Tycoon ahead of time? Perhaps. We thought wrong from the start. Dean Xiao Weiman came up with a new idea. This photolithography machine might not be something they got from somewhere else. It's highly likely that they produced it themselves, and Tycoon might have one of their bases. Dean pointed to the last round of dialogue on the document and said, probably didn't want to draw attention to themselves, so they only produced 6 units total. Upon hearing this from the dean, the crowd dropped their eyes to the last few paragraphs of the transcript of the incoming and outgoing emails. The other party is really willing to cooperate with us and manufacture photolithography machines together? After reading the records, some of the top management were so excited that their voices trembled. Dean said lightly, I don't think he has to lie to us. Yeah, how could someone who could sell them all 6 2nm lithography machines at a bone-dry discount cheat them on something like this? What's more, right away, they're going to deliver another 80 million tons of iron ore to their doorstep, and again, at a fracture price. So, gentlemen, all we have to discuss now is which way to work with them. Then there's no need to say, since it's a collaboration. Of course it's a joint venture, a senior said immediately. If it's a joint venture, then the other party must be a technology equity stake, the dean said lightly. So the question arises, how much is a full set of technology that can realize the mass production of 2nm photolithography worth? Hearing this, all the top brass couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Today, the market capitalization of global lithography giant ASML is $1.7 trillion. The reason why the other party has such a high market capitalization relies on nothing more than the current world's most advanced lithography technology. However, we should know that even for them, the most advanced technology today is only 5nm process technology. As for the 3nm process, we do not know that it will take a few years before it can be researched. But on the contrary, what about Mr. Xiang's side? Right out of the gate, it's already a mass-producible 2nm process technology. Judging by the current rate of technological innovation, it's at least 20 years ahead of ASML. An ASML with 5nm process technology can have a market capitalization of $1.7 trillion. So how much must a set of technologies that can mass-produce 2nm process lithography be worth? This must be at least 3 trillion or more. It's more than that, said another senior. This technology, it's worth at least $5 trillion. Well, for a while, silence fell over the conference room. $5 trillion. If they were to enter at that price, then they would have to take out at least a few trillion worth of stuff to do so. However, if you count all the land for building the factory, all the manufacturing equipment plus technicians, plus labor, plus the start-up capital, not to mention $1 trillion, not even $100 billion is estimated to be needed. What are you going to do with a joint venture? Then, can we not have a joint venture? Right at this moment, a high-ranking person put forward an idea. Just let the other party come to the country in the form of a sole proprietorship to build a factory to produce is not enough. Sole proprietorship? The crowd was stunned. A senior immediately shook his head and said, according to the relevant laws and regulations, at present, our country does not allow foreign investors to build factories solely. Yeah, so far, we don't have a wholly foreign-owned enterprise in Xia. So what? At this time, a high-ranking person put forward a different opinion. The reason why we didn't allow foreign investors to build factories on their own was only due to the impact of foreign investment on our own economic construction. But now, our Xia's economic volume has long been different from what it was in the past. I think it's also time to make a little change to such a policy. I agree with old Fong on this one. After a short period of silence, a senior raised his hand. Our great country of Xia is not so great that we can't even accommodate a wholly foreign-owned enterprise. I agree. Soon, more and more executives raised their hands. Eventually, all hands were raised in agreement. Alright, seeing that all the top brass had agreed to the proposal, the dean nodded. I'll communicate this matter. Then there's one more question next. If we agree to the other party's sole ownership of the factory, how are we going to start cooperation with the other party? What role do we have to play in this process? For a while, inside the conference room, the senior members of the House of Representatives were caught up in a heated debate. The other side. Shen Lang did not know that his words directly made a group of senior members of the House of Internal Affairs have a full day and night of meetings. After ending the email communication with the Internal Affairs Bureau, Shen Lang glanced at his overseas account. At this time, there was already $180 million more in the account, which was more than $1 billion when converted into summer dollars. With this money, Shen Lang immediately let Xiao AI contact the dozen or so ocean shipping companies again, and directly rented another 60 empty cargo ships and sailed to the summer country. The next day, Just as Shen Lang took his family to the design company to see the progress of the design, Xiao AI sent an alert. There's an email from the Internal Affairs Bureau. At that time, Shen Lang happened to be communicating with the designer, so he didn't go to open it first. It has been after 20 or so minutes after exchanging with the designer. Shen Lang opened the mail to take a look, only to see it written boldly, Mr. Shen, after our internal deliberations, we are very sincere in cooperating with your side in the production of photolithography equipment. Considering the excessive value of this technology from your side, I'm afraid that if we take the form of a joint venture, it will jeopardize your interests, so we are more inclined to support your side to come to the country and build a factory with sole proprietorship. We will provide all the facilities including factory site, factory construction, staff recruitment and equipment, and it will be given to your side at the lowest price in the market. We are also able to lend you money at the lowest bank interest rates if you have financial needs. Of course, our side also has one condition, and that is, in the future, when this factory opens, the first 50 photolithography machines must be supplied to our domestic production enterprises. After 50 units, at the same price, priority must also be given to supplying domestic producers. Shen Lang carefully read through this email and typed 4 words. We agree. Star. Chapter 36. If you repay your country with a scholar of the state, I, Xia, shall treat you as a scholar of the state. Inside the House of Representatives, after sending the email out, all the top management, including the dean, stared intently at the mailbox interface that was projected onto the big screen, waiting for the other party's reply. And so, the wait was almost half an hour. Seeing the delay in replying, a few of the top brass couldn't help but mutter away in secret. Was that preference clause too harsh and made them a little upset? I don't think so. It's not like we're not paying for it. Right, and when the time comes, we're giving it at market price. There's no taking advantage of it, so there's no reason for them to be dissatisfied, right? Then why hasn't there been a reply after all this time? It's probably still being discussed. After all, it's such a big deal. Haven't we been discussing it for a day and a night? Fair enough. Just as several of the executives were muttering to each other, a beep of new mail arriving suddenly blared from the stereo. Ding dong, you have a new email. At the sound, the crowd raised their heads in a huff and looked at the big screen in unison once again. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Weiman, the president of the House of Representatives, personally clicked on the email alert to take a look. It's Mr. Shen's. This discovery instantly made everyone's eyes burn. One of the executives even urged impatiently, hurry, old Xia, quickly open it and take a look. Under a burning gaze, Xiao Weiman clicked on the email to take a look. It just reads, our side agrees, and at the bottom of this email, there is a link to a web address, followed by, extract password, SXS 2018. Xiao Weiman immediately clicked on that link, and then it jumped to an online disk, only to see that there are more than 300 documents compressed packages on it, and the files of each compressed package are more than 2 GB. Xiao Weiman tried to click on a copy, then entered the extraction password and clicked download. A minute or so later, a zip file was downloaded. Xiao Weiman clicked on it. On the top of the page, there is a clear display of photoresist synthesis program for 2 nanometers process chip fabrication. This is? Everyone's eyes widened. As the senior management of the Internal Affairs Bureau, they have been naturally concerned about the development of the domestic photolithography and chip industry in the past few years, and have naturally heard of several important equipment and materials that constrain the development of photolithography and chips. One very important material is photoresist. For example, the quality of the photoresist used to make a 5 nanometer chip is at least 3 times better than that used to make a 7 nanometer chip. The higher the precision required, the higher the quality of the photoresist. At present, in the global direction, the best photoresist manufacturing process, all mastered in the hands of a few major semiconductor companies in the country and the island. For this reason, Xia has to pay billions of dollars every year to buy photoresists from their place. And more suffocating is that whether to sell or not, how much to sell, but also have to look at their face. If the synthesis program of photoresist in front of us is true, then from now on, Xia will completely break the monopoly of foreign countries in photoresist, and even leap to become a top photoresist manufacturing power. With excitement, Xiao Weiman clicked and downloaded several other compressed packages. Inside, without exception, all about photolithography equipment manufacturing, and even the top wafer manufacturing technology and programs. Some have 6 or 7 patents reported directly in one zip file. After opening 5 compressed packages in a row, all the top executives at the scene stood up excitedly. So, these zips couldn't be the manufacturing technology for 2 nanometers process lithography? No, it's not just photolithography. There are also wafers and photoresists. This is not a full set of optical technology manufacturing technology. This is a full set of semiconductor industry technology that can realize 2 nanometer chip manufacturing. They actually just sent us the full set of technology? All the top brass of the House of the Interior were all wide-eyed, and uncontrollable ecstasy filled his face. And unbelievable. They are just unimaginable. The party only made a commitment to cooperate with the other party through email, and the other party even sent them such a technical information worth trillions of dollars directly and without reservation. At this moment, the top management of the House of Representatives had a better understanding and appreciation of what the other side called wild patriotism. Gentlemen, Dean Xiao Weiman took a deep breath, forcibly pressing down the excitement and surging in his heart. Since the other party has served the country with a national scholar, I, Xia, should treat them with a national scholar. I propose that, as of today, Mr. Shang and the organization behind him be placed in the highest international level of protection. We must provide protection for them at all costs whenever they need it. Second, place this batch of technical programs under the national level of secrecy. Before experts are recruited to conduct research on these technologies, all the circumstances of the other party must be thoroughly investigated, including but not limited to economic status and family status. Any immediate relatives or family members who have also joined a foreign nationality or have already gotten a green card will all be temporarily disregarded. Third, enlist a military base from the army as a research base, and in the future, all technical documents can only be conducted within that base, and all electronic signals are blocked within the base's boundaries. All secrecy measures will always be carried out according to the highest level. Fourth, Xiao Weiman made 10 suggestions in a row, all of which were passed by the entire senior level of the House of Representatives. If someone on the scene goes through the relevant management policies of Xiao's manufacture of peace bombs decades ago, they will find that the proposal put forward by Xiao Weiman at this time is very similar to the relevant management and security policies of Xiao's manufacture of peace bombs at that time. And in fact, in times of peace, this 2-nanometer lithography and chips are powerful enough to rival a peace bomb. That afternoon, Xia urgently summoned hundreds of experts and scholars in the field of semiconductors in China to conduct a preliminary study of these hundreds of technical proposals. After 3 days and nights of overnight research and analysis, these hundreds of experts and scholars in the field of semiconductors came to a unanimous conclusion: these technical solutions are feasible. This means that by following these technical solutions, they have been able to build a lithography machine for the 2 nanometers process. Chapter 37, Iron Ore arrives at the harbor. A counterattack is brewing. The 14th day of the first month, the day before the Lantern Festival. On the morning of this day, Xinlang received an email from the Internal Affairs Bureau, indicating that they had completed the technical review of the hundreds of documents, initially judged that all the technical solutions are all true and valid, and asked Xinlang when it would be convenient to register a company in the country so that they could register these technical patents under the name of the other party. After reading the email, Xinlang immediately let Xiao AI transfer out the company information that had been prepared and sent it over. With the ability of banknotes opening the way, coupled with the assistance of advanced artificial intelligence, Xinlang had registered more than 30 companies overseas as early as 2 days ago, and then registered a technology company on Hong Kong Island in the name of these overseas companies after completing the extremely complex cross-shareholding. The name of the company is simple. It's called Ultratime Technologies Inc. The other side, immediately after receiving the information sent by Mr. Shang, the House of Representatives sent someone with this company information to the Trade and Industry Bureau to quickly complete the company registration. Company name, Supertime Technology Limited. The name implies that it is a sole proprietorship. After completing the registration of the company, the Internal Affairs Department immediately started the work of registering the security patents, registered those hundreds of documents on thousands of patent documents in the world, and simultaneously began to select the management personnel in the country, ready to start the operation of this sole proprietorship. Originally, according to the intention of the House of Representatives, it was hoped that the other party would send representatives over to manage this enterprise. However, on Xinlang's side, in order to maintain his mystique as much as possible, he rejected the offer and handed over all the work, including the recruitment of managers, to the Internal Affairs Bureau, and was only responsible for providing technical, material and financial support himself. When the House of Representatives said, "Aren't you afraid of being hollowed out by us?" then they received the response that our side is quite sure that you will not. Just this one sentence, surprisingly, made a group of the top management of the Internal Affairs Bureau, who had seen the storm, give birth to an impulse to regard a friend as a friend of death. Thus, even though it seems that it has played a stewardship role in this collaboration, the House of Representatives remains willing to do so. However, what the Internal Affairs Council didn't know was that although Xinlang had passed all the technical information to them, he had also left behind 2 small means. One is an intelligently managed bootloader for the photolithography machine and the other is a system backdoor. The former is a program necessary for the work of the photolithography machine, and only by installing this startup program into the processor of the photolithography machine can the photolithography machine be activated for work. Otherwise, even if it is manufactured, it will be a pile of scrap metal. The latter, on the other hand, can remotely shut down a running lithography machine, reducing it to a straight-up pile of scrap metal. Of course, the reason for leaving these two small means behind is not mainly to prevent the official from unloading the equipment, but to prevent profit-minded people from secretly selling the equipment to overseas forces. On the afternoon of the day Shen Lang sent the company information to the Internal Affairs Council, AI once again brought Shen Lang a good news. 6 empty cargo ships from Kangaroo Land in Saudi Arabia would arrive in port at 9 o'clock that evening in turn. Thus, while Su Yating was still off duty, Shen Lang immediately drove the nano armor and quietly appeared on the cargo ship, then used the space ring to replace all the empty containers on the cargo ship with containers stored within the ring. Due to the increased weight, the vessel's waterline began to plummet, and the frightened crew thought there was a leak somewhere and immediately launched an inspection, which ultimately turned up nothing. Eventually, after a period of fear and trepidation, the ship arrived safely at the harbor, and all the crew members were relieved one by one. Afterwards, they reacted this matter to their own shipping company, and the company side immediately reported this matter to the country, only to get the reply that they should not pay any attention to it, and told them to make sure to cooperate with that customer's freight transportation. Shipping companies, Sigma, A. The other side. After completing the container swap, Shen Lang once again sent an email to the Internal Affairs Bureau, telling them that the first batch of iron ore would arrive at the port at 9 o'clock this evening as such, and asked them to notify the Steel Group side in advance to go over to receive it. The reason why the Internal Affairs Bureau was notified instead of the Iron and Steel Group was, naturally, that there were no formal import office regulations for the iron ore, and that the Iron and Steel Group would not have been able to receive the shipment of iron ore without the operation of the Internal Affairs Bureau. Soon after, the House of Representatives sent a reply, received. Arrange immediately. We thank you on behalf of the Yongqing Iron and Steel Group. After glancing at it, Shen Lang smiled, thought about it, and then sent an email to his dead friend Dai Fei, telling him the time of the arrival of the iron ore in the harbor, and that he had already notified the side of the House of the Interior to coordinate. At this time, a full half-month had passed since the initial contact between the two sides. This half a month, Dai Fei had not had an easy time at all. Every day, he was breaking his fingers to estimate the time of the arrival of the first batch of iron ore, but he was haggard. At the first moment of receiving the email, Dai Fei immediately contacted the country. At this time, the Yongqing Iron and Steel side had just received a notice from the House of Representatives, knowing the news of the imminent arrival of iron ore in the harbor, and after receiving a call from Dai Fei, they immediately and happily confirmed the news and praised Dai Fei. By the time he had finished listening to a flurry of compliments from the headquarters leaders, Dai Fei hung up the phone, refreshed and beaming. That evening, with the arrival of the freighter, the port side in the first time arranged for the cranes to unload the containers on the freighter one by one, and then immediately loaded them onto the train at the side of the harbor that leads directly to the Yongqing Iron and Steel steelmaking plant. At 9:30 p.m. The first batch of containers filled with iron ore arrived at the Yongqing steelmaking plant. The steel mill staff immediately opened the box for testing. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes. After testing, the iron ore contained 63% iron. Soon, the results of this test appeared in front of the executives of the Yongqing Iron and Steel Group. After getting the results of this test, this group of executives were all excited and dancing around. Quickly, notify the financial side at once. Pay that Mr. Shang immediately. Immediately. The other side. The report on the testing of the iron ore was made available to the House of Representatives at almost the same time. When they learned that those iron ores contained a surprisingly high 63% iron content, the top brass in the House of Representatives were once again in a state of exhilaration. This proved, once again, that Mr. Shang hadn't lied to them. If Mr. Shang's side could consistently ship iron ore of this quality to them, then not only would Xia completely get rid of the constraints of overseas iron ore, but it would also teach that greedy iron ore four giants a profound lesson. Wait, Dean Xiaoweiman pacified the group of old fellows who had already begun to rub their fists one by one. Wait for Mr. Shang to send over a few more batches of iron ore before we make our move. When the time comes, just stick them with a stick. Star. Chapter 38, Kindergarten starts. Niece and her little friends. Early the next morning, Shen Lang received a tip from Xiao Ai that the overseas account arrived at $63 million, and the loss account was Yongqing Iron and Steel Group Import and Export Company. Among them, $45 million is the money to buy iron ore. $1,800 is the return of the upfront cost of the freighter. As for the cost of the freighter after the arrival of the expenditure, they directly settle with the shipping company. Shen Lang does not have to spend sporadically. Subsequently, Shen Lang immediately contacted the shipping company again, saying that he wanted 21 more freighters, and as for this money, the old rules, it would be credited to their account immediately. As a result, let Shen Lang some surprise. The other party said that there is no need to call the money. The domestic has been passed instructions. The freight and contracting fees of the cargo ship is still in the cargo ship to the port. Will be paid in full by the side of the Yongqing Iron and Steel Group. After there was no restriction on cost expenditure, Shen Lang simply let them directly arrange for all the idle freighters under their name. And all of them sailed to the summer country with empty warehouses. Shen Lang did some calculations. In this way, it would only take another month to empty the ring of all the remaining iron ore. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Uncle, get up quickly. Today, the 15th day of the first month, the Lantern Festival. It is also the start of the school year for the majority of primary and secondary schools and kindergartens. The divine beasts, who have been released for almost a month, are finally going back into their cages again. A few days ago, perhaps because he knew that he was going to start school soon, the little guy's mood had not been high until Shen Lang said that he would personally send the little guy to school tomorrow, which allowed the little guy to slightly recover his mood. 7:30 in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Shen Lang drove the car and took the little one to the kindergarten. The kindergarten the little one goes to is about 500 meters south of Yintai City, almost a 10-minute drive away. Along the way, the little guy chattered and kept talking to Shen Lang about the kindergartners. Which child is the best behaved? Which child is the naughtiest? What are her best friends? Etc. etc. Naturally, the one who comes out of her mouth the most times is her little sister Gao Gao. This winter vacation, Gao Gao's parents took her abroad for Chinese New Year and didn't come back until the day before yesterday. So much so that the little one misses her little sister extraordinarily. When it was almost time to reach the entrance of the kindergarten, the vehicles on both sides of the road were getting more and more. Shen Lang found a position in advance to stop the car, and then took the little one to the kindergarten. 1-1. At this moment, a crisp voice came from not far away. When Wu nodded and turned his head to take a closer look, then immediately waved his little hand happily. Gao Gao. Shen Lang saw that just a dozen meters away, there was a chubby little girl who was happily waving her hand towards this side, followed by a couple, which should be Gao Gao's mom and dad. After seeing each other, the two little ones immediately ran in both directions while screaming for joy and striding on their short legs, then happily hugged each other. Vin. Gao Gao. Vin. Gao Gao. Cluck cluck cluck. Without any other words, it was just that after calling each other a few times, the two little ones were laughing happily, perhaps hearing their happy laughter. Some of the children turned their heads. Hey, it's 1-1 and Gao Gao. Mom, it's 1-1 and Gao Gao. I'm going to play with them at. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 children all gathered around 1-1 and Gao Gao, and began to talk to each other about what they hadn't seen and missed over the winter vacation. 1-1, who is that man? Is it your dad? No, that's my uncle. Uncle? What's that? An uncle is an uncle. I know. Mommy's sister is called auntie. Mommy's brother is called uncle, right? That's how it's sung in Biva song. That's right. Uncle is mom's brother, grandma and grandpa's son. 1-1. Your uncle is so handsome. Much more handsome than my dad. That's a must. My uncle is a big handsome man. Wen's uncle is big and handsome, taller than my dad. Smaller than my daddy's tummy. Fathers of other children? Looking at the tall and handsome Shen Lang, the father of these children looked at himself again. Solid. These little guys who were just chatting don't care about the dads on these hands. It was hard to see the little ones they hadn't seen for almost a month, and they had a stomach full of things they wanted to say to each other. At that moment, a sudden wow howl came from not far away, crying miserably and loud and clear. Upon hearing this sound, one of the children immediately said, "It sounds like Jumpy. Look, it's the jumping. He must not want to go to kindergarten again. Come on, let's go over there." A couple of the little ones were talking while holding hands and then walking towards the direction of the crying. Shen Lang and the other parents didn't stop them, so they silently followed alongside and walked over together. After walking about 20 meters, the crowd saw that a little boy was holding his mother's thigh with his hands and feet, crying and wailing while saying, "I don't want to go to kindergarten." The wailing and howling was simply sad to smell and tearful to hear. Jumpy, do as you're told. Come on, let go. Kindergarten starts today, and lots of kids are watching. I don't want to go to kindergarten. I want to go home. No. Wow. Just as Jumpy's mother looked helpless, next to her, a clear shout rang out. Jumping. Jumping mom followed the sound and saw a group of children coming from a short distance away, and couldn't help but feel a jolt of energy. Jumping, look, it's 1-1 and Gao Gao. According to her understanding of her own son, this little thing loves to play with 1-1 and Gao Gao, and now that these children are here, her son should be able to stop a little. As a result, I didn't expect that once I saw these children, the little thing actually cried even more vigorously. I want to go home. Woo woo, I want to go home. Jumping mom? Jumpy's mom was completely bewildered. What's going on here? Why isn't the beauty plan working? By this time, the little ones had gathered around and were concerned. Jumpy, what's wrong with you? Jumpy, let's go to kindergarten together ba. Jumpy, I've brought a lot of delicious food. Let's eat together blah blah blah. With the comfort of his buddies, the little guy's emotions finally slowly calmed down. But, just then, a passing child next to him suddenly glanced over and casually said, Mom, look, there's even someone crying here. The snot is running out. He's so dirty. Hearing this, Jump immediately looked up and came to a set of eyes with the other, confirmed that it was me he was talking about. Wow! In the next second, Jumpy bawled again. I want to go home. I want to go home. Jumping horse, a group of kids. Now, even if the kids try to coax it, they can't coax Jumpy. Oops, what do we do here? A bunch of kids don't know what to do. Just then, Cao Gao suddenly looked at Shun Lang, pulled Wen Wen's hand and said, One, didn't you say that your uncle is a magician? You let your uncle do a magic trick for jumping. Yeah. The other kids were all in agreement. Apparently, they all know that Wen's uncle is a magic man. Shen Lang? Only Shen Lang himself was at a loss. I'm a magician? How come I didn't know that? Uncle. At this time, Wen ran to his uncle, grabbed his hand, and said, You coaxed Jumpy and gave him a magic trick blah. Shen Lang immediately said helplessly, When did uncle tell you that uncle is a magician? Isn't it? Wen tilted her head and said, But, every time uncle gave me a gift, didn't he always change it? Shen Lang, Sigma, eh? Shen Lang then remembered that every time he brought a gift to his niece, he pretended to do magic and suddenly put the gift in front of her. It ended up making the little guy think he was a magician. Thinking about this, Shen Lang couldn't help but have a pain in his balls. How could he not have imagined that the few times he had pretended to be a bleep at his niece's place, he was going to flip out here? Just then, Shen Lang's gaze fell on his own fingers. There it is. Shen Lang instantly had an idea. Chapter 39, Magical Magic Show. Okay. Under his niece's expectant gaze, Shen Lang nodded. Uncle will go get ready and be right back. Under the eyes of the children, Shen Lang jogged back to the place where he parked his car and took an empty cardboard box from the trunk that was previously filled with fruit back to them. Shen Lang unwrapped all of that empty cardboard box and placed it in front of them. Come on. Which kid is going to come and check to see if there's anything hidden in this cardboard box? Me. I'll do it. A group of children immediately scrambled to raise their little hands. Ooh, all so enthusiastic. Then let's give you guys a check together. But be careful, don't tear the box. Oh. Shen Lang smiled and put that one catty all unwrapped cardboard box on the ground. A bunch of little guys immediately gathered around and examined it closely. Doesn't seem to be hiding anything. This one's all disassembled. Surely it can't hide anything. Ha, my mom just disassembled a cardboard box like this yesterday and sold it to the uncle who collects scrap. Just as a bunch of kids were scrutinizing it, the little guy next to him, named Jumpy, quietly looked up and glanced this way and that. Seeing this scene, Shen Lang immediately said, Hey, there's a little kid over here who seems to be interested as well. Want to come over and check it out? Hearing Shen Lang's words, Jump seemed a bit intent. But, just then, the other kids heard this and turned their heads in unison to look at him, startling him back again. Ha. Jumpy, come over here. Come check it out. Yeah, Jumpy, come on. Jumpy, are you being shy? Ha. Being told this by the children, the courage that Jumpy had managed to gather instantly disappeared, hugging her mother's thighs and not moving a muscle. However, the effect is also obvious. The little guy finally stopped howling. At this time, Shen Lang said with a smile, Have you checked everything? Check. The little ones replied in unison. Okay. Then I'll restore the box to its original state. Shen Lang picked up the disassembled cardboard box and restored it back into a cardboard box. Kids, all keep your eyes open. I'm going to start the show. The little ones complied, and immediately had their eyes wide open as they looked at Shen Lang. At the same time, the parents next to him also looked at Shen Lang with interest, revealing a curious look, only to see Shen Lang holding that empty paper box, closing his eyes and making a luck gesture. After a moment, only Shen Lang let out a soft cry. Rise. The paper box had magically detached itself from his hand and slowly flew up. While seeing this scene, both the children and the parents next to them were all stunned. How did this happen? Some parents opened their mouths wide, and even more parents walked around Shen Lang silently, and as a result, they didn't find the presence of any wire. To the astonishment of the crowd, the cardboard box gradually rose in height, and slowly floated up to the little one's head. The cardboard box really flew. Wow, is it going to fall? Uncle Wen, can I sit on it? I want to fly too. Amidst the children's exclamations of surprise, Shen Lang smiled and said, is this magic trick magical? Fantastic, the little one said. Shenlang immediately put his hand to his ear, deliberately frowning and wondering, then how come I didn't hear any applause? Clap, clap, clap. A burst of applause erupted, from the little ones as well as the parents. Ha ha ha, thank you thank you. Shenlang was instantly happy and arched his hands around to thank him. Just when the crowd was still marveling at this paper box floating in the air, they only saw Shenlang's face suddenly change. Oops, not good. Just then, the cardboard box suspended above the heads of the small children fell down violently as if it had lost its floating power. Ah! The little ones took a look and immediately exploded their heads in rats, and one little kid even squatted to the ground directly holding his head. But fortunately, the quick-eyed Shenlang grabbed the falling box and didn't hit anyone. Fortunately, okay. Looking at the children all safe and sound, Shenlang sighed in relief, then revealed a puzzled expression. What's going on? How did this box suddenly become heavier? Under the gaze of the crowd, Shenlang put the box on the ground, then raised his head and said to the stunned and stabilized children, "Who'll help me see if there is something more in this box? I'll do it. Vin raised his hand in the air. I want it too. As when Wen's little sister, Gao Gao also raised her hand. Shenlang smiled. Alright, then it's you too. So the two little ones walked up and opened the paper lids on the boxes one by one. Wow! In the next second, there was an instantaneous gasp of surprise from the surroundings, only to see that the originally empty box was filled with yellow and oranges. Whoa! It's orange! So many oranges! When they saw that it was fruit, the first thing the children did was let out a mouth-watering gasp of surprise. Compared to the children's reactions, the parents next to them were even more dumbfounded. Chapter 40 accidentally became a national uncle. How did this happen? My goodness, wasn't that just an empty crate? Where did this crate of oranges come from? This is amazing too. Right in the middle of the crowd's astonishment, Shenlang went up and looked at the oranges, then revealed an expression of sudden realization. I said how this box suddenly became so heavy. It turns out that there are so many extra oranges inside. Children, can either of you tell me where these oranges came from? Hearing this, the parents around the room couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Who knows? Apart from you, the magician, only the gods can know. We don't know. The children also gave a blank look. You all don't know? Then I'll ask these oranges. Shenlang stepped forward and leaned over the crate, making a side-ear listening motion. Aha. Oh, so it's like this. Ahaha. Got it. After a while, Shenlang got up and said, these oranges told me that they were attracted by the applause of a group of children. Which children just applauded? Me. I applauded too. And I. Good. Shenlang smiled and waved his hand. All the children who applaud can receive an orange. Come on, line up, one for each person. So, these few children immediately formed a line and received an orange from Shenlang one by one. There are a few greedy children. In the first time after getting, even directly peeled the orange, eat up, straight to the side of the parents to see and angry and funny. But after all that, everyone also immediately realized that these turned out to be real oranges. Once again, this sparked amazement from the adults in the audience. At the end of the split, there was one orange left in the box. How come there's still one left? Shenlang looked around and finally cast his eyes on Jumpy, who had already revealed most of his body from behind his mom. Jumpy kid, did you just clap too? The crowd swished to look at Jumpy. Being watched by so many people, Jumpy ducked back behind his mom again in an instant, but wondering if it was because he wanted that orange, he popped his head halfway back up and nodded. Aha! Shenlang took that orange and came to the little guy, handing the orange to him. Here, this orange came over after hearing your applause. Take it. Hearing Shenlang's words, the little guy carefully reached out and picked up the tangerine. Thank you, Uncle. Ron, you have to call him Uncle. Gao Gao, who was at the side, immediately said, he's Wen's uncle. We all have to be called Uncle. Am I right? Wen immediately nodded. Right. Thus, a group of little ones immediately surrounded Shenlang and happily called out Uncle. Nice guy. A small magic trick directly allowed Shenlang to have so many extra nieces and nephews, and the whole process was next to a child's parents to film. Sick with Kindergarten Door Magic as the title uploaded to the short video platform. Holy, how did this happen? A paper box that actually flew straight up? Flying is fine. When did these oranges get inside? That's a great magic trick. Some netizens have marveled at the magic trick, but it has also drawn some skepticism. This isn't supposed to be edited, is it? Right, just this one paper box. How do you look at it is not like a magic prop. This is not edited. I'll stand upside down and even got a bunch of little kids to act as trustees. It's so shameless. In the face of these questions, the video blogger immediately clarified, said the video was shot in front of the child's kindergarten. Is a child's uncle in order to appease a child in the winter holiday syndrome refused to go to kindergarten. Temporary performance of a magic trick. And there is no editing. Some of the parents who were there to witness the trick also swiped the video, came out to testify and contacted the kindergarten. Soon after, the kindergarten authorities found the video, located at the kindergarten gate, and put it online. Now, everyone was convinced that it really was a clipless magic trick. This is amazing too. Yeah, a paper box that was reassembled directly on the spot, flying up, not to mention, even changed a dozen oranges directly from it. This magic trick is awesome. Could these oranges be fake? Maybe they're sponges shaped like oranges or something. It won't. Look in the back. Several kids peeled and ate their oranges right after they were given their share. If it's a fake, it'll show as soon as you peel it. Right, that's a bunch of real oranges. It's amazing. Say, is there a hang big one to crack this magic trick? I'm dying to know how the hell it's done. Yes. Ask the gods to crack it. My son watched this video and told me how he would love to have an uncle like that. Ha ha ha. My 3-year-old daughter just called her grandmother and asked her if she could give her an uncle who could do magic. Laughing my ass off. It's impossible to give birth. I just wonder if this magician uncle wouldn't mind having more nieces and nephews? Ha ha ha. That's right. Fantastic magician. I wonder if you wouldn't mind having more than one 30-year-old nephew? Uncle magician. I'm 20 years old. Can I be your niece? The kind that falls in love. Go away. This uncle is mine. Bah, let go of that uncle. Let me have it. Xin Lang never dreamed, but just to coax the children casually change a magic trick, but accidentally turned himself into a national uncle. Where is he going to justify this? Chapter 41, Plummeting Virtual Coins. Fortune alert in the classmate group. After the magic show, the gazes of the little ones on the scene looking at Xin Lang were all filled with admiration. As for the jumping child who had refused to go to kindergarten because of his winter vacation syndrome, he finally calmed down and entered the kindergarten obediently with an orange in one hand and a child's hand in the other. After seeing his niece walk into the kindergarten with a bunch of her buddies, Xin Lang greeted the parents around him, put away the cardboard box, and turned to leave. By the time Xin Lang returned home, there was still an old sister, Shen Hong, left at home. Sis, where are mom and dad? Xin Lang asked. Went to the grocery store. My sister said, today's Lantern Festival, mom is going to buy some materials and get soup dumplings to eat at night. Xin Lang helplessly said, then just go to the supermarket and buy some ready-made ones, wouldn't it be better? It's more effortless. Mom said that the kind in the supermarket is not as good as the soup dumplings she made herself. My sister said with a smile, mom and dad aren't working now, and that supermarket of yours isn't still decorated, so they have to find something to sit on, or else they won't die of boredom. Okay. Xin Lang felt that his old sister had a point. Just a week ago, Xin Lang's parents applied for resignation from the organization. On the same day, Xin Lang spent more than $2 million to buy a set of 200 square meters of large stores in the opposite side of his neighborhood, and then contacted the Yongqing general agent of the Good and Plenty supermarket through the recruitment bank, and got the Good and Plenty community supermarket agency. Now, the supermarket is undergoing intense renovation, and is expected to officially open in another 3 to 5 days. Just at this time, a cell phone ringing. Sister's cell phone picked up the phone to connect. Hello, Manager Zhang? The design drawings are out? Okay, then I'll come over now. Okay, bye. Hanging up the phone, Lao's sister picked up the backpack next to her and was ready to go out. The design company said that the design drawings of the dessert store came out, so I'll go over to take a look now, and communicate with the designer directly on the spot if there are any problems. Okay. Xin Lang nodded, and then silently released 3 mechanical bees to drill into his old sister's bag, for no other reason than to maximize his old sister's safety. As a matter of fact, on mom and dad's side, Xin Lang put in 6 of them. Kay is afraid that he never dreamed that the sharp weapon that was used to hunt monsters in his world, in Xin Lang's hands, became a tool for changing magic and protecting his family. When the old sister left, Xin Lang was the only one left at home. After thinking about it, Xin Lang sent a tweet to Su Yiteng. After a long time, the person replied that they had just arrived at the 4S store and were ready to work. Xin Lang, then work hard. Su Yiteng sent a flying kiss. I bought a few sets of intimate clothes a few days ago. They arrived yesterday, so I'll wear them to you tonight. Shy. Xin Lang took a look and was filled with anticipation. Yeah, looking forward. It's time for the morning meeting, so let's not talk about it for now. Oh, see you tonight, honey. $3 Xin Lang smiled. See you tonight. Just as Xin Lang finished sending the message and was about to exit Weishuan, suddenly a message appeared in the group of high school classmates to aid him. At Xin Lang, is the magician in this video you? Xin Lang clicked and tapped the message to take a look. What was played in that video was exactly the image of Xin Lang performing magic in front of the kindergarten. In this regard, Xin Lang was not too surprised. because as early as when that parent was silently filming, AI had already sent a reminder to Xin Lang and asked if she wanted to interfere. In the end, Xin Lang did not let AI interfere. As a result, I did not expect this parent to send the video to the short video platform. Looking at tens of thousands of loving likes, it seems to be on fire. It's me, Xin Lang replied. Ouch I go. Shen Lang, when did you learn to do magic tricks? Wow, Shen Lang, how did this magic trick of yours become this paper box actually flew up to the sky? Flying up into the sky is still secondary. The point is, how did this orange turn out? I just studied it for half a day at 1/8 playback speed and couldn't figure it out. This Nima, old Shen, you've gone too far. It's not enough that you're handsome, you're also rich. If you're rich, but you can still do such awesome magic. I beg you to take away your magic powers and give our male compatriots a chance to live. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, the group of classmates had a good laugh. Just at this time, a classmate suddenly once again ate Shen Lang, old Shen, ask you something do you still have Bitcoin in your hand? Shen Lang glanced at it, thought about it, and replied, there's some more. What's wrong? The person asked, have you been following the Bitcoin market lately? Shen Lang, no, there's something going on at home during this time. I didn't look at it. Bitcoin has fallen. Still plummeting, damn it, I've lost over $20,000. Lu Jiahui, you even bought Bitcoin too? The boss of my internship company just lost over $1 million 2 days ago, and it was from buying Bitcoin, and then just now he said he was ready to cover his position. I don't believe this Bitcoin will continue to go down. What's the situation? Are you guys talking about the Bitcoin that student Shen Lang bought earlier? Right, that's the one. At one point, the students asked questions. Taking advantage of the crowd's efforts to discuss, Shen Lang asked Xiao AI to pull up the current market of Bitcoin and take a look. In less than 20 days, the price of Bitcoin had dropped from $18,000 to $12,000, dropped a whole $6,000. It's down more than 30% or more. What is this? Shen Lang was curious as to who was shorting Bitcoin. AI, go into the Bitcoin's trading platform system and check the source of funds of those shorting accounts. Yes, master. A moment later, Xiao AI told Shen Lang the information she had found out. All of those accounts shorting Bitcoin are from those well-known investment banks in the Eagle Sauce country. Through the back-end system, AI found out that these shorting accounts still have a large number of Bitcoin orders in their hands. It also means that they will continue to short down. Seeing this, Shen Lang immediately reminded the student group, if any of you still have Bitcoin in your hands, you should dump it earlier. This time it's the Wall Street side that's shorting Bitcoin. They won't stop until they make enough money. Wah! Those ING jackals. Damn it. I knew that those guys wouldn't let go of Bitcoin, but I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. At Shen Lang, how far do you expect the price of this Bitcoin to fall? It's estimated to drop below $5,000. Crap, doesn't that mean it's going to plummet over 70%? This is too ruthless. Those damn Wall Street jackals, they really will do anything to make money. That's true, the global financial crisis 10 years ago was caused by them. In the end, the whole world paid for it and they made a fortune. Isn't that the global financial crisis? Shouldn't they have lost a lot of money too? Why are they making money? How could they lose? Other than that, just by relying on a high-frequency trading. Just in the year of the financial crisis, Gosen made billions of dollars in the market. How did this happen? The crowd was shocked. Even Shen Lang revealed a trace of shock. AI, do a search for information on high-frequency trading. Yes, master. Soon, a variety of information about high-frequency trading, including the origin of its development, the principle of calculation, modeling structure, and the major investment banks using high-frequency trading in the stock market to roll up money like crazy and so on. All the information appeared in front of Shen Lang. Looking at this information, Shen Lang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He felt that a door to the vault was slowly opening to him. Chapter 42, Artificial Intelligence to Speculate on Stocks. Who can stop it? The so-called high-frequency trading is a trading method born after the development of securities trading to the electronic trading era. 20 years ago, a chance, Wall Street capitalists from the mouth of an expert in the field of computers to learn that the speed of information in the network is fast and slow. Born to chase the wealth of capitalists quickly realized that the speed of this speed in the stock exchange market will mean a huge amount of wealth. So they immediately assembled a group of computer experts to develop programs that allowed for fast trading, and then made a killing in the stock exchange market by virtue of being one step ahead of the rest. To use the most obvious analogy, for example, there is a stock in the U.S. Stock price fell to $5,001 U.S. dollars, U.S. Stock quotes can be accurate to 4 decimal places, and then there are stockholders feel that the price of this stock has hit rock bottom. They want to buy at the bottom of the market. In order to be on the safe side, He is through the securities company he opened an account with to the stock exchange quotes $5,000 to buy this stock. What he didn't know was that there was a high-frequency trading program that was closely monitoring all securities orders in the stock exchange. When it captures this order information, it immediately initiates a trading program to preemptively buy that stock for $5,000 and then quickly sell it for $5,000 and the order is then bought by that stockholder. This process takes as little as 10 milliseconds, or 0.01 seconds. According to scientific research, a blink of an eye lasts 0.2 seconds. That is, in the blink of an eye, a program with a high-frequency algorithm can complete 2 securities trades, and in the process, the stockholder who successfully bought the stock didn't realize that someone was secretly making a $0.0001 per share difference on his trade. Don't underestimate that $0.0001. That's just 1 share of the proceeds. If that stockholder had placed 10,000 shares at that time, then in that 0.01 seconds, high-frequency trading made $1 out of it. The more types and number of stocks you trade, the more money you will make per unit of time. What's even scarier is that it can make money every minute without stopping, and as long as the system doesn't fail, and as long as there is volume on the stock market, they have no possibility of losing money. 10 years ago, the global financial crisis, countless securities investors lost a lot of money, but the top investment banks like Goldman and Magic Root wildly totaled $21 billion in gains. The reason for this is no other than the fact that they are all making money using high-frequency trading programs, and that was only 10 years ago. Now, 10 years later, the number of listed companies in each country has multiplied several times, the daily trading volume has multiplied several times more, and the trading speed of those high-frequency programs of investment banks has long been updated. Today, high-frequency programs within the major top investment banks trade at a rate measured in microseconds, and 1 microsecond equals 0.001 milliseconds equals 0.00001 seconds. Just last year, Goldman alone, an investment bank, went on a $5 billion stock market binge on high-frequency trading. If you add up all the investment banks with high-frequency trading programs, the earnings are at least $50 billion. After browsing through the relevant information, Shen Lang asked, AI, do you have a high-frequency algorithm? No, master. But AI found quite a few programs named high-frequency algorithms in the system backend of some securities companies, and AI can analyze their programs and program them accordingly. Then learn, master. The process may last a few minutes. You can play games and surf the internet if you are bored of waiting. AI's learning will not affect the basic functions of the smart glasses. Okay, you do your thing. Yes, master. The wait is always long. Shen Lang simply lay down on the sofa and opened the information that K had sent over about the civilian technology of their world and looked at it. In the world where K is from, some war weapons such as tanks and fighters have become civilian equipment, and ordinary people can buy them at will as long as they have money, and even artillery shells can be sold in unlimited quantities. The main reason for this is because in the world K is in, it's already universal, and everyone can become mercenaries, buy weapons and equipment, and then land on broken planets to hunt down the mutated monsters. However, it is clear that these civilian technology, Shen Lang, cannot be used for the time being. Well, let's get some of it and sell it to the state when we get a chance. Master, AI-chan has finished modeling the high-frequency algorithm. May I ask if you want to test it? Just at this moment, AI's voice came from the ear. Shen Lang looked at the time, 9 o'clock in the morning. Less than 3 minutes had just passed since AI had just started studying. Meanwhile, at this point in time, the stock markets in Europe and the United States are either still in the first half of the night or the second half of the night. The only thing that can be tested is the stock market of Hong Kong Island and a few countries in the neighboring time zones. As for the stock market on the mainland, Shen Lang did not consider it. This is because the mainland stock market operates a T+1 trading system, which means that you can buy today and sell only tomorrow, whereas most other places operate a T+0 system, which supports same-day trading. Shen Lang let Xiao AI enter the background system of securities companies in Hong Kong Island, the island country, the stick country, new garbage and the kangaroo country, etc., and unknowingly opened an account on each of their servers that was not subject to systematic monitoring and restriction, opening a total of 10 accounts. Afterward, Shen Lang asked Xiao AI to transfer $100,000 from each of the overseas accounts to each account. Now start testing. Yes, master. As the words fell, the securities trading interface divided into 10 regions instantly appeared on Shen Lang's eyeglass lenses. The test begins. As Xiao AI's voice sounded, the transaction records on those 10 transaction interfaces began to flash non-stop, straightening Shen Lang's eyes. Shen Lang immediately turned off the trading interface. This is going to make my eyes go blind if I keep looking at it. AI, report back in 5 minutes with the test results. Yes, master. 5 minutes went by in a flash. AI also duly delivered the test results. Shenlang saw that in just 5 minutes, the funds on the securities account opened on Hong Kong Island had risen from the original 782,940 Hong Kong dollars to 800,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is 102,160 US dollars when converted into US dollars. In other words, in just 5 minutes, this one account in Hong Kong Island alone made $2.160. That's an average of $432 per minute. Apart from the accounts on Hong Kong Island, other securities accounts such as those on the island, the Stick, and Singapore also saw varying degrees of inflows. The largest number was naturally the securities account from the island country, which earned a total of $3,000, or an average of $600 per minute, while the smallest, from the Fijian country, earned $500, or an average of $100 per minute. The reason for this gap is mainly related to the total market capitalization of the local stock market and how much turnover there is. High-frequency trading, to put it bluntly, is about making a spread within that trade. The higher the total market capitalization of the stock market and the higher the volume, the more you can earn through high-frequency trading. This is why most high-frequency trading is focused on US stocks, because it has the largest amount of money in the world as well as the most active trading volume. Shenlang let Xiao AI counted. Just in this short 5 minutes, the total gain on these 10 securities accounts reached $9,800, and that's just the $1 million principal. If it was a $10 million principal and then it was all concentrated in a few high market capitalization, high volume stock markets, that return would probably break $100,000. So, Shenlang simply emptied the accounts of several small stock markets such as the Philippine and Malay countries, and then moved the remaining $62 million on the overseas accounts together and injected them into several stock markets such as Hong Kong Island, the island countries, and Singapore and other countries with relatively high total market capitalization and relatively active trading volume. Then, Shenlang's wealth began a journey of rapid expansion. Chapter 43, The Wall Street is in a frenzy. In half an hour, Shenlang's funds swelled from $63 million to $68 million. Subsequently, the stock markets in the island and Stick countries were closed. In the spirit of the principle that time is money, Shenlang took out all the funds on the island securities account, and then injected them in batches into the securities accounts on Hong Kong Island, Newcastle and Kangaroo Land, which were still continuing to conduct transactions. It's just that with two big stock markets, the island and the Stick, missing, the rate of making money is also significantly lower. After another 2 hours, the stock markets of Hong Kong Island and Singapore and other places entered the closing time, and then Shenlang moved all the funds out and transferred them to the stock markets of the island country, the Stick country, and the stock markets of the 3 countries of the A.R. That had just begun. If it were an ordinary account, such a high frequency of transactions and such a large amount of money in and out of the securities trading platform system has long been captured. However, under AI's powerful and unreasonable technical crushing, the systems of the securities trading platforms of various countries froze and did not react at all. In the ensuing time, Shenlang fully developed the tactical thinking of his forefathers of hitting one shot and changing one place. Whichever country's stock market is closed, immediately move the money out and put it in several other stock markets that are still trading. With the continuous passage of time, the securities accounts under Shenlang's name gradually increased from East Asian countries to Central Asian countries and then to West Asian countries. Waiting until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock markets of the Asian countries were all closed, and then Shenlang began to land on the European stock market again. And at that moment, the money in his hand had swelled from $68 million to $110 million. In the beginning, Shenlang would also call up the background of the securities account every few minutes to take a look at the current funds. Every time he saw that the account funds had risen by a few more tens of thousands of dollars, Shenlang would dance a little with excitement. However, gradually, with the continuous expansion of funds, Shenlang is also more and more indifferent to this increase in money. It started with watching it every few minutes, extended to every half hour, and then, a few hours. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Shenlang appeared at the entrance of the kindergarten on time, and the parents of the other children were already waiting over there. Uncle Wenwen, some of the parents who had met in the morning greeted Shenlang warmly. Uncle Wenwen, you're famous now, a parent said with a smile. I saw the video of your magic trick this morning on a short video today, and the number of views have broken 1 million. Ha ha, I saw that too. So many people are saying they want to recognize you as their uncle. Ha ha. As we were chatting, a group of little ones appeared at the door led by the teacher, and then each of them led their own children and went back to their own homes. Uncle Wenwen walked to the school entrance in line. He saw Shenlang standing not far away at a glance, then ran over excitedly. At the back, the gang of kids swished their heads around to look over after hearing Wenwen shout, "Oops, quick look, it's one's magician uncle. Wow, it's really cool. I told you, much more handsome than our dad, and he can do magic. Come on, let's go over together. Maybe Uncle One will even do a magic trick for us. Ha, but my dad is right there waiting for me. It's not like anyone's going to steal a dad that ugly. Don't worry, I won't lose it. Fair enough, let's go. All around, a bunch of dads, little bugger, are you polite? Xinlang also did not expect that just that one magic trick would allow him to collect so many small fans. Seeing that the surrounding little ones were getting more and more surrounded, Xinlang had to perform a few small magic tricks for them on the spot, like making their book bags fly, or pulling a piece of fruit out of their book bags. With the space ring and the hive ring in hand, this little trick was a snap. It's just a bit fruit intensive, and after such a wave of performances, Xinlang and the expansion of the small fan base at the same time, along with the scene of many parents and even kindergarten teachers, have become his fans. A lot of teachers and parents have come up to ask to add Microsoft Friends. Soon, the tricks were uploaded back onto the short video. Ouch! Isn't this the magician uncle from the daytime? He's new again. Wow! It was a cardboard box in the morning, but this time we flew straight into the sky with a book bag. It's a kid's book bag straight from the field. Can this even be magic? This is definitely not a magic prop. Uncle Cowhide. Uncle, do you remember me? My half-brother's nephew? A poof. Goddamn half-nephew. There's no doubt about it. This video has once again exploded in popularity, and Xinlang's name as the national uncle was completely confirmed. Later that night, when Xinlang saw the video and the comments from netizens in his classmate group, he sighed helplessly. Hey, what can I do? Actually, I'm not even trying to be famous. A bunch of students. Full marks for this pussy. 9:30 p.m. Xinlang once again asked AI to open the stock trading account. At this point, the European stock market is nearing the end of its run, while the stock market in the Eagle Jam country is just getting started. AI, what's the total amount of funds in all the accounts combined now? That's $175 million. Master, transfer all the funds to the Eagle Sauce country's account. Let's mess with American stocks next. Yes, master. In the next 6 hours, love began in the U.S. stocks on the money-grabbing trip. The U.S. stock market is closed at 3:30 a.m. Empire time. At this time, the funds on Xinlang's account had risen from the original $175 million to $260 million. From the $63 million in the morning to the current $260 million, Xinlang only used a short period of 18 hours, and the rate of return reached a terrifying 698%. With such a horrific rate of return, even the world's most profitable Wall Street predators would have to kneel down and call their dads. It's 4 p.m. New Yorican time, which is 4 a.m. Imperial time. At the close of business on the major U.S. stock exchanges, the high-frequency trading departments of the major investment banks on Wall Street are taking stock of the day's earnings. Hey Jack, what's going on? Why is the income earned from high-frequency trading today $600,000 less than usual? Just then, a staff member of an investment bank realized that the earnings of today's account had been significantly reduced by a small amount compared to the previous days. What? It's missing so much? Is there something wrong with our trading program? How can that be? I've been in front of the computer all day today, but I didn't find any glitches in the program. What's more, I've just accessed the earnings records, and there are entries every second. Only the number of entries is quite a bit less than on weekdays. What was that about? It's possible that some other securities company has upgraded their high-frequency trading system again, improving the speed of trading. We have to hurry up and report this matter, so that the higher-ups can immediately arrange for experts to upgrade our system as well. Conversations like this one have appeared within major high-frequency trading firms and divisions. These people all coincidentally assumed that it was a competitor's upgraded HF system that had hijacked so many of their trading orders. And what they can't even dream of is that the one who actually made this money is just a retail investor from the summer country. In the next few days, AI continued to conduct high-frequency trading on the global stock market according to the instructions given by Xinlang. As Xiao AI continues to improve the high-frequency trading program, the success rate of the orders on Xinlang's account is getting higher and faster, and the money he earns is also getting more and more. Soon those top-tier capitals found themselves with diminishing returns on high-frequency trading. This has naturally caused great concern and even panic among the major investment banks. Oh shit, what the hell is going on here? How come today is so much less than yesterday again? It's almost $2 million less than the same period last month. Did you find out which one did it? If we keep this up, our profits on high-frequency trading will become less and less. Could it be Gao Sheng and Magic Root and the others? We've checked through a few insiders, and Gao Sheng and Magic Root and their high-frequency trading gains have also seen a significant decline in the past few days, so it shouldn't be them. Who the hell could that be? We are also continuing to investigate. Don't worry, as long as this person is on Earth, we will definitely be able to find out. Reassured? How am I relieved? If this continues, it won't be long before we won't be able to earn a single penny on high-frequency trading. By then, everyone will have to drink the Northwest Wind. Chapter 44, The Second Temporal Trader, an alchemist from the alchemy world. The time was a week. At this time, the funds on Shan Lang's account had exceeded $1 billion. In fact, as early as the morning of the fourth day, Shan Lang's funds in his securities account had already exceeded $900 million. The main reason why it was reported down in the latter days was because of the shameless Wall Street investment bankers. Due to the high-frequency program is too heavenly, almost dominated the global high-frequency trading market. And high-frequency trading plate would have been so big, Shan Lang eat full of oil. The corresponding other gang of high-frequency trading of Wall Street investment banks can only starve. Seeing their earnings fall from the original tens of millions of dollars a day to just over $100,000 a day, the group of investment bankers immediately quit. For that kind of money, it's not even enough to pay a high-ranking official an annual salary. So, in the case of not being able to find that mysterious opponent, and their own high-frequency trading program cannot do the other side, this group of investment banks began to contact each other, discussing the preparation of a proposal to the Securities Administration Center, ready to a little disruption of the order of the market and the principle of fairness in trading on the grounds that the ban on fair trading. Their thinking is very simple. Since you have made it impossible for me to eat meat, I will simply lift the table so that no one can eat. Yeah, right. It's that shameless. Only, they never dreamed that what they discussed with each other through the computer and cell phone was all listened to by Xiao AI and informed Shan Lang. After learning that the other party was ready to set off the table, Shan Lang immediately asked AI to lower the frequency of high-frequency trading, and limited the daily gain to about $80 million. As Shan Lang's side reduced the frequency of high-frequency trading, the gang of investment banks on Wall Street suddenly realized that they seemed to be able to do it again. Watching their own high-frequency trading account earnings from the original more than $100,000 dollars back again rose back to millions of dollars. They were ecstatic, calling God bless. Although this gain is much less than what they had before, it's at least $2 to $3 billion a year. Seeing that the big fat meat was back, the gang immediately abandoned their previous proposal. What market order? What fair trade? It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What's more important than real American money flowing into your pocket? As a result, although there was no communication throughout the process, all parties reached a consensus with extreme tacit understanding. Of course, behind the scenes, those investment banks started frantically recruiting math, physics and computer talent at major universities. The purpose, naturally, is to develop the next generation of high-frequency trading programs. Only, what they didn't know, right inside the supercomputer of their research and development center, an advanced artificial intelligence named AI had already silently left a diversion program here. Whatever awesome high-frequency trading program they developed would be copied and learned from by AI in the first place, and then used to perfect the high-frequency trading program it had written. This wave, unanswerable, while killing it in the global stock market. Shan Lang didn't forget to contact K from time to time to understand the current situation of the other party, and by the way, replenish the energy crystals needed for the nano armor and the virtual reality training warehouse. On this evening, after completing the transaction as usual, K said to Shan Lang with a smile, "Wave, today seems to be the 30th day since you became a time and space merchant, right? Wait until tomorrow. You will be able to match with a new time and space merchant. I'll wish you in advance that you can match with a powerful trading partner. Thanks for the reminder, K," said Shan Lang with a smile. "Otherwise, I would have forgotten that I could match new trading partners tomorrow. Well, without further ado, I've got to get out of here. I just picked up another assignment and I've got to get busy again." Shan Lang nodded. "Okay, take care of yourself. Pay attention to safety." Early the next morning, after sending his niece to the kindergarten, Shan Lang stopped by the villa that had begun to undergo renovation, looked at the current state of the renovation, and then contacted the design company to learn about the progress of the renovation, and then returned home. By this time, the home was empty. Shan Lang invested in a good supermarket has been opened 2 days ago, although Shan Lang has recruited enough manpower, but Shan Lang's parents are giving them still a little less assured. Early in the morning to go over there to sit down. As for Shan Lang's sister, well, her that dessert store has also begun to renovate. She also early in the morning to run the store. In my sister's mind, this is the place where her future career will take off, and it has to be looked after right from the start of the renovation. After drinking a glass of water, Shan Lang returned to his room, locked the door, and then entered the trading space. After entering the trading space, Shan Lang followed K's instruction and said to the huge screen on the right, Trading space, am I able to match new time and space traders? In the next second, a line appeared in the screen. Yes, honorable time trader. May I ask if you would like to choose an active match, or wait for a match from another time and space merchant? I want an active match. Okay, the match is on. Please wait. You have been matched with Time Trader Soul, waiting for your opponent to make a choice. The other party accepts the match. Congratulations on your second trading partner. Hearing this announcement, Shenlang's spirit was shaken and immediately sent a video link to the other party. A few seconds later, the video connects. A creature covered in green, with a towering head and a chin so sharp that it could poke through a steel plate appeared in front of Shenlang. At a glance at the other party's appearance, a thought instantly popped into Shenlang's mind. Crikey, why does this dude look so much like a kobold? Greetings, esteemed time trader Wave. First time meeting, Alchemist Soul greets you. Star. Chapter 45, Alchemist's Trouble. There's no bare child that can't be solved by a game console. Greetings, Mr. Sol. Shenlang immediately expressed his greetings to the other party as well. After exchanging a few friendly pleasantries, Sol said to Shenlang with an apologetic face, Mr. Wave, please forgive me. I need a little time to complete the last step of my alchemy process. Please wait for a moment. When Shenlang heard this, he immediately waved his hand and said, Ha, it's fine. You're busy with your own. Shenlang then witnessed an alchemy process, only to see that Sol drew and carved a hexagram spell formation on the floor of the trading space, and placed a crystal-like crystal on each of the 6 corners, then picked up a few items from a side table and put them into the hexagram spell formation. Finally, Sol stood in front of the formation and quickly recited a difficult and incomprehensible incantation with his hands clasped together. In the next second, a blinding light was released from the spell formation, quickly flooding the entire spell formation. This burst of light lasted for about 10 seconds, and when the light faded, a cool item in the shape of a child's scooter from Shenlang's world appeared. Sol entered the formation and picked up the scooter, carefully inspected it, and after confirming that there were no problems, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally done. Hearing Sol speak, Shenlang finally opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Sol, may I ask what this is that you have built? It was not until then that Sol realized that he was still video linking with Shenlang. I'm sorry, Mr. Wave, I almost forgot that I was in the trading space. Sol scratched his head in embarrassment. It was obvious that this Mr. Sol was a tech geek, and once he got into experimenting he left everything behind. This is actually a toy I made for my child, said Sol, who actually spat out his bitterness with Shenlang. Mr. Wave, you don't know, kids nowadays are too strong climbers. But whenever any of the children had a novelty toy, the other children had to force their fathers to make one exactly like it. No, just the day before yesterday, one of my kid's classmates took a toy that his dad made for him that could slide on the ground to school, and then when he came back from school, my kid was pestering me to death to make one for him as well. When Shenlang heard this, he immediately wondered, then why don't you just ask that parent to buy one directly? No. Buying is an impossible purchase. When Sol heard this, he shook his head repeatedly. As an alchemist, how can you buy alchemical products from other alchemists? If this is spread out, it will be laughed at by other alchemists. Not to mention that this is something for children to play with. What if the alchemy product made by the other party has any flaws and something goes wrong while playing with it? To be on the safe side, it's only safe if you make it yourself. Shenlang asked, Mr. Sol, are there many alchemists like you? Sol laughed. Ha, there aren't too many of my level, but there are certainly a lot of alchemists. In the conversation with Sol, Shenlang also gradually understood the situation of the other side of the world. It was a world that took alchemy to the extreme. Everything from small pots and pans, nails and screws and even weaponry and medicines, to large wagons and ships, were made with alchemy. Hey, after chatting for a while Sol couldn't help but sigh. I wish the parents would have a little more understanding, but don't develop any new alchemy toys. If this keeps up, I won't have time to work on my own research. Poof. Hearing this, Shenlang almost didn't laugh out loud. It's really the same parents, the same involution. However, talking about toys, Shenlang suddenly had an idea. Shenlang said, Mr. Sol, I do have a toy here that should be unlikely to be mimicked by an alchemist. Impossible. Hearing Shenlang's words, Sol firmly shook his head and said, Alchemy is omnipotent. There can't be anything in this world that alchemy can't produce. I've traded some toys from their world with a few other time traders before you, but all of them ended up being duplicated by other alchemists. What you said about copying it out should be those tangible items, right? Shenlang said, Can alchemy produce intangible things? Something intangible? Sol queried. What is it? Shenlang smiled and spat out 5 words. Software and program. Sol? Looking at Sol's bewildered face, Shenlang smiled. Admittedly, the other world's alchemy was truly amazing. But the overly pure alchemy also caused that world to lose the possibility of other technological developments. For example, computer programming techniques. And this toy that Xin Lang was talking about was no other than a game console. Even if the alchemists were able to perfectly replicate all the hardware on the console, the intangible game software installed inside would be impossible to produce given 100 years. Tell you what, I'll trade you the toy first and you see if you can duplicate it. You wait for me. After saying that, Xin Lang went back to his room and found out a PSP game console that had been placed by himself for a long time. This game console was bought at a used electronics store when Xin Lang was in high school. I have to say, the islanders who have had a good little life do have a knack for making consoles that still run very smoothly, almost a decade after they were produced. After confirming that it was still functioning properly, Xin Lang returned to the trading space. Mr. Soul, let me demonstrate this toy for you to see. After saying that, Xin Lang finished the 98 King of Fighters in front of Saul, and played a little bit of Three Kingdoms. This toy, which had never been seen before in the alchemy continent, instantly intrigued Saul. Mr. Wave, that's fine, that's it. Hopefully my kids will have a continued interest in it for a while, Saul said. Mr. Saul, don't worry about this, Xin Lang said with a smile. In my hometown there's this saying, there's no bare child that can't be solved by a game console. If it doesn't work, then change the game. If he gets tired of playing the games here, you contact me and I'll send you new games. Saul exclaimed. If that's true that's great. Dear Mr. Wave, Saul said after a moment, what do you think? On my side, I would like to exchange with you? Xin Lang pondered for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that in the Western cultural legends of the Blue Planet, alchemy and magic culture shared the same origin and an extremely high degree of similarity. Since the magic world could create space rings, what about the alchemy world? Thinking of this, Xin Lang instantly asked with anticipation, Mr. Saul, do you have any space rings on your side that can be used to store items? Chapter 46, Space Teleportation Matrix. Spatial Mobility. A space ring used to store items? Mr. Soul froze for a moment, then shook his head. That's something I haven't heard of, but I do have a contraption on my side called a spatial teleportation matrix, Saul said. I recently took an order from the Royal Guard to make a dozen or so sets of spatial teleportation matrices for them, and when I checked today I found that an extra set had been made. Spatial teleportation matrix? Xin Lang couldn't help but be interested when he heard it. Can you describe it in detail? Yes. Saul nodded and introduced himself. This spatial teleportation matrix, as the name suggests, is an alchemical device that can realize spatial teleportation. This device comes in two types of equipment, one called the parent matrix and one called the submatrix. Users can realize long-distance transmission of various objects, including themselves, between submatrices through the mother matrix. Moreover, the person holding the mother matrix can detect all the situations within 100 meters radius of where the submatrix is located through the mother matrix to make sure that there will be no accidents after teleporting over. After listening to Saul's narration, Xin Lang's eyes widened. What the? Isn't that space travel? And it's space movement with remote monitoring. This is a godsend. Xin Lang thumped his heart. Mr. Soul, this spatial teleportation matrix, it should be very expensive, right? It's okay, this thing belongs to the military control equipment. The Empire doesn't allow casual trading. I just take a few orders from the Royal Guards every year to earn some money. You don't know, that Royal Guard is very stingy. Every time they just give so little labor fee. If not because the head of the Royal Guard is my brother-in-law, I don't even bother to take care of them. There was a black marketer who contacted me earlier to say he wanted to buy it, but the Imperial Inspectorate took a potshot at him before he could even pay the deposit. What a disgrace to the black market. Xin Lang, straight face. Xin Lang sort of heard out. Dare this Mr. Saul is also a big brother. After chatting for a while, the two confirmed the deal. After waiting for the transaction to be confirmed, Xin Lang suddenly remembered a problem. Mr. Saul, it suddenly occurred to me that the language and text on this game console might be different from that of your world, and you might not be able to read it. At that moment, Mr. Soul said smilingly, Mr. Wave, haven't you noticed that the communication between us has been smooth? Ha! Xin Lang couldn't help but stare back. Yeah, the two were obviously in different time and space, or different intelligent races, so why could they understand what the other was saying? This trading space is able to convert the other world's language and text into this world's language and text in real time, no matter if it's our video connection or the items we trade, so you don't have to worry about that. So it is, Xin Lang suddenly realized. This magical trading space, it's just cowhide. After ending the video with Soul, Xin Lang took out the spatial teleportation matrix and then exited the trading space. The set of space teleportation matrices that Saul had traded over was divided into a mother matrix and 9 submatrices, consisting of a total of 10 components. The submatrix was about the size of a $1 coin, engraved with a mysterious hexagram spell, and the mother matrix is a bracelet. Shenlang put the mother matrix on his hand, and then placed the 9 submatrices in different locations in his home. For safety's sake, he first tried to put some items like apples and bananas into a submatrix location, and then controlled the mother matrix to transfer these items back and forth between the 9 submatrices. After testing with small items, Shenlang began to test large items again. So, what with the couch and dining room chairs and such starting to transient all over the house? After testing for 10 minutes or so and confirming that there were no problems, Shenlang finally failed to hold down his restless heart and took the test himself. Shenlang stood in the living room where one of the submatrices was planted, then used his mind to give a command to the mother matrix. Go to the bedroom. In the next second, Shenlang then appeared in the bedroom where that submatrix was located. Go to the restroom. Shenlang instantly appeared in the restroom. To the kitchen, parlor. Thus, in the following time, Shenlang played with instantaneous movement inside the room. If there were people in the room at this time, they would be able to see that Shenlang was in the living room 1 second, then appeared in the bedroom the next, and then appeared in the restroom the next. Playing with interest, Shenlang put on a nanodealer, and even directly threw a sub-matrix into the air, followed by a thought. In the next second, Shenlang appeared directly in the air. This, the alchemical version of the Flying Thunder God's technique, combined with this black nano armor on his body. Aha! From this day forward, please call me Black Flash. Star. Chapter 47, Cargo Ship Hijacked. Destroyed. There's a mastermind behind this? Just when Shenlang was having fun, Xiao AI suddenly sent a reminder. Master, AI has detected a message on the Xia public communications satellite that a freighter you hired, HB 73158 from the Pyramid Kingdom, has been hijacked while traveling through Somali waters. The pirate side contacted the shipping company and demanded a ransom of $2 million or else they would tear the ticket. Currently, Xia's local official forces in Somalia are actively launching a rescue. Shenlang, the ship I hired, was hijacked by pirates? If this were an ordinary person who encountered this kind of thing, then they could only hope for official mediation, or bite the bullet and hand over a ransom of $2 million to buy peace. However, Shenlang was not an ordinary person. AI, can you locate the freighter? Yes, Master, navigate me. After saying that, Shenlang retrieved all the sub-matrices, leaving only one in his room, and then adjusted the nano armor to sneak mode, and leaped out of the balcony with an arrow step, and flew into the sky. On the other hand, after learning that a Xia freighter had been hijacked, the Xia Internal Affairs Bureau immediately launched a rescue effort and had people investigate all information about the Xia freighter. 10 or so minutes later, a detailed report of the information appeared on the desk of the relevant head of the House of Internal Affairs. What? The hijacked freighter is a freighter hired by Mr. Shang? Yes. Just now I asked the shipping company to confirm it. It's indeed the one-way freighter hired by that Mr. Shang. Hiss. This discovery made those in charge realize the seriousness of the matter. He immediately reported the matter to Dean Xiao Weiman. Dean, what should we do now? Should we notify Mr. Shang? After a few moments of contemplation, President of the House of Internal Affairs Xiao Weiman nodded and said, it's good to notify. So, the liaison commissioner immediately sent out an email, briefly recounting the matter of the cargo ship being hijacked by the pirates, and stating that the Xia side would definitely do its best to ensure that the cargo ship arrived at the harbor safely. Not long afterward, the House of Representatives received a reply from the other side. We have gotten the message that we can settle this matter on our own, so we won't waste official diplomatic resources. On your own? How do I fix it? Is it to be prepared to pay the ransom? The Internal Affairs Department immediately sent a document again. Mr. Shang, we do not recommend that your party directly give the other party ransom. This will only encourage the other party's arrogance. You can rest assured that this matter will be handed over to us. After all, that cargo ship is originally affiliated with our Xia company. The crew on the cargo ship are also our Xia people. We have the official obligation and responsibility to ensure their safety. The ransom is impossible to give, and the freighter and crew will definitely be safe. Don't worry, it shouldn't take long to settle. That's all. We'll be in touch later. Looking at this email from the other side, the senior members of the Internal Affairs Council could not help but look at each other. They were a little confused as to what that organization of Mr. Shang was planning to do. Is it hard to believe that they have power in Somali as well? Just as the top brass of the Internal Affairs Bureau were struggling to guess what kind of way Mr. Shang's organization would use to solve the problem, Shenlang, who was wearing nano armor, had already silently appeared over the hijacked freighter. It was 4:30 a.m. local time. Through the meta-infrared scanning built into the nano armor, Shenlang saw that all the crew members were all locked inside the cabin. Outside the cabin, Two men clutching rifles were on guard, but by the way they were slumped over. They should both be asleep. In addition to this, there were also two loaded men stationed on the deck and in the cockpit each. Isn't that a coincidence? As it happened, there were still 6 mechanical bees left in his hive ring. So, Shenlang silently released the mechanical bees in the hive ring, very fair, one per person, and then gave each person a free electrotherapy package. Under the powerful electric shock, these 6 pirates couldn't even let out a single fart before they were all electrocuted. Afterward, Shenlang took one in each hand and carried them to the sea to soak and wake up, then threw them back on the deck. After coming to their senses, a few of the outlaws tried to resist, only to have 2 lightning bolts appear out of nowhere in the next second, and after splitting the 2 pirates with the most obvious intentions into charcoal, the other few were completely honest. You guys, who's the boss? With Xiao AI's powerful translation function, Shenlang and the other party launched a cordial and friendly exchange. To Shenlang's disappointment, these few people were all juniors. Think about it. As the boss, how could you possibly be here in person to put your hands on it? As for the squad leader in charge of the 6, he was their boss's cousin. It was a pity that it had just been dishonest and had already been split into charcoal by the mechanical bee. Where is your boss now? He should be at home sleeping. Call him. Shenlang picked up one of the cell phones recovered from them from the ground and threw it to one of the pirate minions. Just tell him the crew ran away. Ha? Oh. The little brother froze for a moment, and then immediately dialed a phone. Oh boss, the crew ran away. What? What are you guys doing for food? Where's Passion? Where the hell is he? Papa Senator has been killed. What? Damn it. They seek death. Boo. The phone hung up. Just at the moment when the phone hung up, Xiao AI's voice sounded in Shenlang's ears. Master, the location of the other party has been located, and the other party is in a manor less than 3 kilometers away from the freighter. Shenlang smiled and nodded, and after settling things here, he would go over there for a visit. He was curious if this pirate boss's residence would be hidden with gold and silver jewels just like what they put in the movies. A few minutes later, amidst a roar of engines and exhaust pipes, a dozen trucks, jeeps, and SUVs of various types drove straight into the dock and rushed to the embankment by the freighter. Then, dozens of loaded pirates rushed onto the freighter while firing their guns in the air. And then, there was no more, with dozens of lightning bolts falling out of thin air. These dozens of ferocious pirates all fainted to death on the deck with blue smoke in their mouths and their hands and feet trembling. This scene stunned the 4 pirate minions who were the first to be captured, as well as the pirate boss who was left at the end. At this time, any thoughts of avenging his cousin had long been thrown out of his mind. But in the next second, he only felt a tightness in his neck. Then, the whole person was lifted up in the air and fell down hard on the ground again. While being thrown to the ground, the pirate boss held his hands up very sharply and yelled, I surrender! I surrender! Spare my life! Spare my life! Don't kill me! Big brother, please, don't kill me! Looking at the other parties instantly conceding defeat, Shenlang almost didn't laugh out loud. That's it? You deserve to be a pirate? And the famous Somali pirates? Just you! How dare you rob my ship? A low voice came out of the nano-armored mask through AI's intelligent compilation. No, not me, Biggie. It wasn't me who wanted to rob your ship. It was someone who paid me to rob this ship of yours. What? Hearing this, Shenlang could not help but stare. Who? I don't know. The other party contacted me through the darknet, gave me $100,000 in information about this freighter, and told me to wait and hijack it in the waters it must pass through. Just as the other party was giving his account, the cell phone he was carrying suddenly rang. With Shenlang's consent, the other party slowly touched the cell phone from his body and took a look. Biggie, it's him. It's that guy's phone. The pirate boss immediately said excitedly. Catch. At Shenlang's gesture, the other party picked up the phone. I hear you've contacted the shipping company for the ransom? A raw electronic voice sounded over the phone. Apparently, the other guy used a voice changer. Yes. At Shenlang's gesture, the pirate boss immediately said, Isn't this what you ordered? Aha! Very well, the other party said. However, whether the other party hits the money or not, you can't let go of this freighter. Unless, of course, the man who hired this freighter comes here himself. Do you hear me? Ha? Oh, okay. Understood. The pirate boss nodded repeatedly. Well, I'll be back with the second payment to your account. Happy cooperation. After saying that, the other party ended the call very dryly. Big brother, you see. Looking at the phone that was hung up, this pirate boss looked at Shenlang with an apprehensive face. Master, the location of the other party has been localized. Great. Shenlang smiled. Since the other guy wants to see me so much, go over and meet him. Star. Chapter 48, the pot called the kettle black. The eagle sauce. But before that, it's got to be done here. After throwing the gang of pirates off the ship, Shenlang entered the cabin and prepared to release the crew members who had been imprisoned. At this point, it had only been about an hour and a half since the freighter was hijacked and returned. Inside the cabin, 24 crew members were tied up with twine and sitting on the floor one by one, their faces filled with apprehension and worry. Brother Zhang, do you think the company will come to our rescue? I've read the news before that these pirates are cruel. If you don't pay, they'll really tear the ticket. I don't think so. Our country will surely send someone just for us. I hope so. Just as a group of people were worried and apprehensive about their fate, the closed hatch suddenly opened and an unfamiliar man with an oriental face stepped in from outside. Are you all the crew of freighter HB 73158? The gang looked at each other in unison and nodded blankly. Which one is the captain? The crowd unanimously looked at a middle-aged man sitting in the center. The middle-aged man forced himself to compose himself and said, I am the captain of this ship. Are all of your crew here? The other asked. The captain nodded. Yes, it's all there. That's good. The strange man nodded and stepped forward to rip off the twine tied to the men's hands and feet. You're free now. Go check the freighter. If it's fine, drive away. What? Hearing this, the crew all froze. And may I ask, sir, said the captain, swallowing, are you a man sent by the state? No, the other smiled. I'm your employer on this freighter. That those pirates. It's all worked out. At first, these crew members thought that the other party had paid to redeem the ship, but when they boarded the deck and saw the group of pirates who had been thrown on the pier and were strewn on the ground, they realized what the other party meant by settle. This can't all be dead, can it? Put. These damn pirates. Serves them right for dying. I'm afraid this isn't a special force that was sent over, right? Dozens of pirates but all killed? Okay. Cut the crap. Hurry up and check it out. If there's no problem, start the ship immediately. Yes. A few minutes later, the captain confirmed that there was nothing unusual about the freighter. The mysterious man nodded. All right, then you can sail away. The captain asked, what about you? Me? The other man laughed. I have to stay and run some errands. So, under the eyes of the crew, the other walked off the freighter, stood next to a group of pirate corpses that had fallen to the ground, and waved his hand toward them. After facing this extremely visually impactful picture in front of them, the crew on the freighter gulped in unison. Go! Launch the ship! Leave now! Yes! With the captain at the helm, the ship was started and then slowly left the dock. After the ship left, Shenlang lifted the facial AR projection on the smart glasses. This group of crew members were afraid that they would never dream that the face of the oriental man they had just seen was only a fake by Shenlang through the air projection on the smart glasses. However, Shenlang did not leave immediately. After the ship sailed out of the harbor, Shenlang followed them in the air for half an hour until they safely met up with the Xiao warships that had arrived on hearing the news. And only then did he quietly leave. AI, give me the location of that mastermind. Yes, master. A few minutes later, Shenlang quietly arrived in an inconspicuous residential house in downtown Somali. At the moment, inside the residential house, a blonde man was busy with something in front of his computer. Shenlang released a mechanical bee to go over and take a look. As it turns out, the guy was actually talking smack to the internet. Meow. There's no one else to flirt with this early in the morning. AI, check the identity of this man. Shenlang pointed at the man's appearance in the mechanical bee's field of vision and gave an order to Xiao AI. Yes, master. Please wait a moment. Soon, AI mobilized its tentacles across the global network and quickly found out the man's identity and origins. The opponent's name was Charlie, from the Eagle Sauce Country, an agent attached to the Eagle Sauce Country's intelligence bureau. Special agent? Shenlang frowned slightly. How could an agent be staring at him? AI, can you hack into the other computer? Yes, master. 2 seconds later, a computer interface appeared in front of Shenlang's eyes. The interface is the very same dialog box in which the other person is getting to know his or her female online friend. AI, search this computer for anything related to me. Yes, master. Please wait. Soon, a file appeared in front of Shenlang's eyes. Shenlang clicked to take a look, and it was clearly the information related to the cargo ships that he had rented globally over the past month. It turned out that the intelligence officers of the Eagle Sauce Country had discovered that a large number of empty freighters had recently sailed from all over the globe to the Summer Country, and this unusual move had immediately attracted their attention. After more than half a month of tracking and investigating and finding nothing, they planned this pirate hijacking incident, ready to use the pirates to draw out the people who hired these freighters, so as to thoroughly investigate this matter. After reading the documents about himself, Shenlang also saw so many confidential documents, including many secrets obtained through various underhanded and even bloody means. Not to mention, the handsome-looking blonde man in front of him had no less than 10 lives on his hands. Even this residential house was the house where his last mission target lived. Then after killing that target, he turtled up in a dignified manner. In addition to that, Shenlang also saw many lists on the computer of some agents and spies that the Eagle Sauce country had planted in this area. Looking at this list, Shenlang couldn't help but coldly smile. Shall AI post this list on the internet? Yes, master. It's not polite to come and go. Eagle Sauce, wait to receive my generous gift. After silently preparing a big gift for Eagle Sauce, Shenlang went back to the manor where that pirate boss lived, and then found more than a ton of gold as well as enough guns and ammunitions to equip an entire division in an underground warehouse. Previously, with the few pirate minions exchanged when Shenlang learned that this pirate boss engaged in this line of work is only 10 years, so much wealth has been saved in just over a decade. It's no wonder so many people go into piracy. But now, they're all mine. Well, consider it moral damages. With a wave of his hand, Shenlang directly included all the things in the underground warehouse into the spatial ring. Just then, AI sent a reminder. Master, your mother superior is calling. Shenlang immediately picked up. Hello, Mom, what's up? Mother Shen, son, where are you? Shenlang said. I'm at home. Mother Shen, that's just right. Your father's cell phone pulls in the house. You help me take down. I'm downstairs now, too lazy to climb up. Okay, wait a minute. In the next second, Shenlang launched the space matrix and returned directly to his bedroom, then sent his cell phone to his old mom. Just a few minutes after Shenlang returned home, far away in that private residence in Somali, that elite agent who was chatting flirtatiously with a female internet friend suddenly received a call from his superiors. Where the hell are you right now? Ha, I'm in the secret house. Hurry up and run. Your side has been exposed. Hurry, someone is already coming your way now. Run. Yes, however, in the next second, boom, a rocket pierced through the window and exploded directly beside him. On that day, more than 30 armed clashes took place in Somali and hundreds of people died in these clashes. Only, not too many people cared, because that was the daily routine in Somali. But only the intelligence services of the Eagle Jam country have a hard time. In this wave, they lost dozens of their elite agents. Check. Find out for me right now. Who the hell leaked the information? Find out. I'm going to cut him alive. Star. Chapter 49, Xia is shocked. We need to reassess Mr. Shang. On the other hand, the summer house of the interior. After learning that Mr. Shang's side was going to solve the freighter hijacking incident with his own methods, a group of high-ranking members of the House of Representatives expressed their worries. They were very worried that Mr. Shang's side would take any over-aggressive behavior, and once they irritated the pirates, they might rescue the hijacked crew members at that time and pose a life-threatening threat to them. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of those crew members to the greatest extent possible, the House of Representatives once again contacted the Xia Embassy in Somali, urging them to make sure that the pirate group was contacted as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the crew members as much as possible. At the same time, the side of the House of the Interior also contacted the summer fleet sent by the summer country to escort the passing ships in the waters near Somali, so that they could arrive at the incident waters as soon as possible in order to deal with the unexpected situation. After doing all the things that needed to be done, the group of executives could only wait quietly for things to progress. According to previous experience, such as this pirate hijacking incident, no 3 or 5 days is impossible to solve. If the first time did not talk together, then talk for 10 days and a half, a month, or even a month or two is also possible. But what they didn't dream of was a phone call coming in out of the blue just an hour later. What do you mean? That HB 73158 has escaped safely? Upon hearing the report from the staff of the relevant department on the phone, Dean Xiao Weiman's eyes directly widened. Who rescued them? According to the captain of freighter HB 73158, it was a man who claimed to be their employer. Employer? Hearing this, Xiao Weiman's mind immediately conjured up the words that Mr. Shang had said in his email not long ago. Wait a minute. Just then, Xiao Weiman keenly caught a detail. Did that captain say that a few people went over and saved them at that time? The captain said that they saw just one man. The other party said, then after being rescued, they saw on deck that dozens of pirates were all lying on the shore of the pier, not knowing if they were dead or alive. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiao Weiman's immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. One man, a bunch of Somali pirates armed to the teeth? How did this happen? What is the current location of that freighter? Xiao Weiman pressed down the shock in his heart and continued to ask. They are following the established course, coming this way towards Yongcheng Harbor. Our warships have also gotten the news and are currently heading towards the course where the other side is, and are expected to meet in a few minutes. Good. When the time comes, remember to pacify these frightened crew members. In addition, Xiao Weiman said after a pause, as much as possible, let them describe what happened at that time in detail. Yes. After another hour, a detailed report describing the rescued crew members of the freighter was handed over to Xiao Weiman and a group of other executives. After reading the descriptions from the crew, all the executives couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were no signs of gunfire on the vessel. They also did not hear any gunfire. Judging from the movement, it seemed that Mr. Shang's side had put down the dozens of notorious Somali pirates without bloodshed. But how is this possible? If those pirates were really that good, they wouldn't have been able to run wild in Soma for so many years. Just as the crowd was wondering how on earth Mr. Shang's side had managed to settle so many people, a staff member from the House of the Interior knocked on the door of the conference room and hurried in with a document. So, this is an urgent notice from the Somali embassy. Please take a look. Xiao Weiman took it and took a closer look. The eyes widened at once. Upon seeing this expression on the other party, a senior next to him immediately asked with concern, "What's the matter, old Xia? Did something happen again on Somali's side? You all take a look at it too." Xiao Weiman handed the urgent notice to the other party. A few of the executives immediately gathered over curiously to take a look. Hiss! Once again, they sucked in a cold breath in unison. That emergency notice stated that someone, unknown, had posted a detailed information about all the spies that Hawksauce had planted in the major powers and key departments in Somali to the internet, and now all the major powers in Somali were searching and hunting for those people based on the information on the list. That alone would be fine. What's more important is a message attached to the bottom. Just half an hour ago, the boss of the pirate gang that had hijacked the Xia freighter took the initiative to contact the Xia embassy side, expressing repentance for his previous hijacking of the Xia freighter and also revealing an important piece of news. He told the embassy that someone had paid him to rob that Xia freighter. Putting these two pieces of information in one place and combining them with the description of the crew that I just saw and what Mr. Shang said earlier inside the email, a complete and clear line of action then surfaced in the minds of this group of Interior House executives. The organization behind Mr. Shang immediately dispatched its own members to Somali after knowing that the freighter they hired had been hijacked, and not only rescued all the crew members without bloodshed but even dug out the masterminds behind the scenes, and then borrowed all the major forces in Somali to uproot them. Still, it's all just speculation. Contact Mr. Shang immediately. Xiao Weiman immediately gave instructions. Tell him that our fleet has converged with the freighter. Also, mention something about the current happenings in Somali and ask if it's related to them. Yes. Soon after, the liaison commissioner immediately sent an email over. A few minutes later, the other party sent an email. Well, we did it. Oh yeah, my coworker also found something interesting over there. You guys can download it and check it out if you're interested. That liaison commissioner immediately downloaded the attached zip file and opened it. It was a list in details of some of the spies that Hawk Jam had planted in Samari and other neighboring countries. Looking at this information, everyone once again sucked in a breath of cold air. Gentlemen, Xiao Weiman's gaze swept a circle of the crowd and said in a deep voice, I think we have to make a fresh assessment of the strength of the organization behind Mr. Shang. Everyone couldn't help but be energized. Indeed, one that can take care of the pirate forces all the time in such a short period of time, and at the same time find out who is behind it and counteract it in such a short period of time. This is definitely not something an ordinary organization can do. You know, that's known as the strongest Eagle Jam intelligence agency in the world. It turned out that Mr. Shang's organization had gotten hold of the details of their overseas intelligence network without even knowing it. Not to mention anything else, just this hand alone, if it can be used for Xia, or provide assistance to Xia, then the construction of Xia's intelligence network around the world will definitely be taken to the next level. Star. Chapter 50. A little surprise from Mr. Soul. The Alchemy World Space Ring. After some careful discussions and evaluations, the top management of the House of Representatives reached a unanimous opinion: the cooperation with Mr. Shang must be further deepened. As of now, the photolithography project and the iron ore project are the opportunities they are using to deepen further cooperation between the two sides. To this end, the House of Representatives issued a series of documents to further ensure that the photolithography manufacturing project and the iron ore project are carried out in an orderly, efficient and expeditious manner. The site for the photolithography manufacturing plant was determined to be a wasteland on the eastern outskirts of the imperial capital, adjacent to the Dashin airport, covering an area of 380 acres and a contract of 250,000 square meters. Such a large site, if it were an unusual enterprise, it is estimated that 2 or 3 years may not be built. But under the direction of the House of Representatives, more than 10 national construction companies were directly stationed at the plant, and construction began day and night in a 3-shift rotating work mechanism. As for the iron ore project, all international freight companies with official backgrounds have been notified that they must give unconditional priority to cooperating with Mr. Shang. As long as Mr. Shang has the need, then its ships must be provided to Mr. Shang on a priority basis. The other side. For Xin Lang, the cargo ship hijacking was just a small episode. As for the loss of Hawk Jam intelligence in Soma, that was even less of his concern. Be reasonable. This is the work of that mysterious Mr. Shang and the organization behind him. What does it have to do with me? Shenlang? Therefore, after returning home, Shenlang directly put this matter behind him. The next week, Shenlang continues to pick up and drop off his baby niece to and from school every day without fail, and also performs some small magic tricks for a group of small fans from time to time. And then from time to time, he makes a date with Su Yuting to have a meal and warm up a bit. Not to mention, this kind of wealth freedom after years of peace and quiet is really fascinating. At the same time, with Shenlang one after another in front of the kindergarten to perform magic video was sent to the network. He is also more and more heat on the internet. And, following the title of National Uncle, he has another Kindergarten Magician title. The title of Kindergarten Magician has been added to the title of National Uncle. Such fame naturally attracted the jealousy of certain magicians. Soon, a lot of small videos claiming to be perfect kindergarten magic tricks appeared on the internet like a spring. At first, netizens were enthusiastic about clicking in to see how that mysterious floating magic trick and the magic trick of changing fruits out of thin air actually worked. Only that, after watching a few so-called cracked magic tricks that were obviously just made up, they lost interest completely. Ugh, what a bull ****** crack. This is nothing like the magic tricks performed by Uncle Nation. Exactly. I've seen Uncle Nation live. He didn't have any fishing line on his hands at all. You piece of trash. How dare you say that those little kids were Uncle Nation's trustees? Have you ever seen any magician who would get a 3-year-old brat as a trustee? Ha ha ha, you're simply a stupid fool. So, instead of rubbing off on Shenlang, this group of magicians who attempted to use magic cracking to rub off on Shenlang, instead of rubbing off on him, they were subjected to a wave of ridicule from netizens, which is really stealing a chicken without being able to do anything about it. On top of that, Shenlang also traded with K from time to time, with his own supermarket as a cover. Shenlang could also finally stop moving like ants to get so little supplies each time. On the other hand, after having Shenlang's stable material security, K's side also began to continuously recruit and expand its territory. Compared to K, who traded a bit every now and then, Master Soul, who was in the world of alchemy, was a bit high-strung and godforsaken. Since the first transaction, Shenlang has never seen each other, and after 3 consecutive days of sending over video invitations that were stone silent, Shenlang also lost the interest in taking the initiative to send video invitations. After all, who hasn't been a baby with a temper? However, what Shenlang did not expect is that this day, just after he sent his niece back home, lost for a week of Master Saul actually took the initiative to send himself a video invitation. After confirming that there was no one else in the house, Shenlang returned to his room and appeared in the trading space in a flash, connecting to the video with Master Soul. As the screen lit up, the goblin-like Master Soul appeared on the screen. Only, compared to a week ago, at this moment, Master Soul's face was full of fatigue, with 2 circles of heavy dark circles hanging over both eyes, as if he had played mahjong all night for a day and a night. Master Soul, it's been a few days since you've slept? Shenlang joked with slight concern, but I didn't expect the other party to come faintly. It's okay, it's only 3 days and 3 nights. Shenlang, Sigma, eh? Sure enough, the world of tech geeks is one that mere mortals don't deserve to understand. Are you researching any new alchemy products here? Shenlang asked. Yes, Saul nodded, a hint of exuberance in his eyes as he said, Mr. Wave, do you remember the idea you mentioned to me a week ago about the spatial ring? Shenlang's heart stirred and nodded. I remember. It's just that at that time, you said that you didn't have this type of alchemy product on your side. Yes, it really wasn't then. Saul nodded and smiled. But it is now. As he spoke, Saul raised his hand and placed 2 plainly modeled rings in front of him and said with a smile, this is what I created according to what you said last time about the functions of spatial rings, and then combined it with the principle of spatial teleportation matrices. Due to time constraints and the fact that I don't have very much material on hand at the moment, the storage space in these 2 rings isn't very large, and each can only hold about 5 square meters of items. Shenlang? After listening to these words of Saul, Shenlang's mind suddenly dawned and instantly blanked out. In the next second, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. Space ring. The other party had actually created a space ring. Master Cowhide. Star. Chapter 51, a space ring for a PSP game console. Shenlang has made a fortune. Shenlang didn't hesitate and opened the door. Mr. Saul, name your price. I'm very interested in these 2 rings. No. Master Soul waved his hand in a hurry and said, Mr. Wave, if it wasn't for this idea of yours, I'm afraid there wouldn't have been the birth of this brand new alchemy product. If you like it, I'll just give it to you. Consider it a token of appreciation for you. Shenlang shook his head and said, I just mentioned an idea. Without your superior alchemy skills, it would be impossible to refine such a ring. If I take these 2 rings for nothing just based on an idea, that won't do. What's more, I'd like to ask you for more space rings like this in the future. This kind of ring with a storage function could definitely be called a valuable hard currency no matter which realm it was in. Although now Shenlang only 2 spacetime friends, but with the passage of time, his spacetime friends will only become more and more. Then even if their own world does not have the resources needed by the other side, with this space ring in hand, you can still communicate with each other. Seeing that Shenlang was so determined, Master Soul hesitated and said, Then why don't you give me 2 more consoles? Game console? Shenlang froze for a moment, puzzled. What? Is something wrong with that game console? No. Master Soul shook his head hastily, a blush appearing on his face. Mr. Wave, I won't hide this from you. This matter has to start from the last time after I gave my son that game console you gave me. It turned out that just a week ago, after completing the deal with Shenlang, Master Soul had thrown the console to his son who had returned from school. At first, my son didn't care about the gadget. After all, what fun could such a small thing be? Except, after only 5 minutes, the son was completely shocked. Oh, my dad, what is this? How is there someone in here? Wow, this is too much fun. The next day, my son brought the game console to school, which instantly caused a school-wide sensation. Soon enough, the alchemists in the Imperial City learned that Master Alchemist Saul had invented a new alchemical toy that was simply fun to play with. Early the next morning, a group of alchemists quietly rushed to the alchemy school to take a closer look at the console, and even used alchemy instruments that could be used to analyze and deconstruct the observed target. After analyzing and deconstructing it, they found that the manufacturing process of this game console was not complicated at all, except that some parts were very tiny. In front of the alchemy phalanx, all these things are not a problem, so the group of alchemists returned to their respective laboratories and refined with confidence. Soon, the game console was refined. However, they were shocked to find that no matter how they started it up, no image was ever presented on the screen of this game console. At first, they only thought that it was because they were refining it for the first time, and some details were not noticed resulting in problems, so they immediately summarized their experience and refabricated another one. But it's still the same old problem. And so, it took 2 whole days in a row for no alchemist to perfectly create such a console. For a time, rumors that Master Soul had created an unrepeatable alchemical product took the world by storm. Such fame didn't do much good to Soul, who was already the Empire's #1 alchemy master, and instead led to some headache-inducing trouble. Saul's son was enrolled in the royal school, where the children were either royal relatives or heirs of the Empire's nobility. Seeing that their own alchemists couldn't build such a game console, these kids started to turn towards their parents every day, begging them to buy it from Master Soul. But the problem was that only Saul himself knew that. In fact, just as the other alchemists were secretly cottaging, he had also carried out hundreds of refinements at home, none of which had ever been successful. Therefore, in the face of these people's door-to-door requests for purchase, Saul all refused without hesitation. Frankly speaking, as the #1 alchemist in the Empire, Master Soul really didn't need to give anyone face, but there was only one face that had to be given. That would be the Imperial Emperor. The very next day after Soul rejected everyone's door-to-door requests, the Imperial Emperor personally summoned the other party, beautifully inviting the master to a meal to exchange alchemy insights. Just as Saul was about to leave, the Emperor mentioned that game console seemingly unintentionally, saying that several of his own youngest emperors were clamoring for him to want to play that game console every day, which could make him so noisy that he didn't have the heart to deal with the affairs of state. Who can stand up to this hatchet? So, Saul could only promise that he would refine a few more consoles and send them over in the next few days. After returning home, Saul had planned to contact Shenlang immediately, but soon, he considered that such a game console that could not be created by alchemy must be very precious, and he definitely could not rashly just ask the other party to trade such a precious item. Then, Saul thought of the space ring that Shenlang had mentioned before. After 3 days and 3 nights of testing and experimenting, Saul finally succeeded in creating 2 space rings, and then this launched a video invitation to Shenlang. That's just the way it is, Master Soul said with a series of blushes. So it's like this. After listening to Master Soul's narration, Shenlang could not help but be happy. This is no problem, Shenlang said, but I don't have this game console in my hands for the time being either, so I'll have to find someone to ask. After all, this PSP console has been out of production for several years now, and offline brick and mortar stores are probably less likely to sell this. Okay, Master Soul nodded instantly. Leaving the trading space, Shenlang immediately asked Xiao AI to check out the local sellers of PSP game consoles in Yongcheng and contacted the other party. You've got 30 used PSP 3000s right over there right now, right? Okay, I'll take them all. After learning that the store where the other party is located is just half an hour's drive away, Shenlang immediately drove to the other party's store and spent $10,000 to buy the 30 used PSP 3000. I thought each of these PSP 3000s cost several $1,000s at first, but now they average just over $400, with dozens of games installed in them, making them affordable. Back home, Shenlang immediately contacted Master Soul and traded the 30 PSP consoles to the other party in a brainwave. When Master Soul saw the extracted not 2 units as he expected, but the whole 30 consoles, he was shocked and delighted. Mr. Wave, are you mistaken? The previous agreement was 2 units. Now there are a total of 30 units here. No mistake, it's 30 units, Shenlang said with a smile. Mr. Soul, in my eyes, the value of these 2 space rings is much higher than these 30 consoles. As a result, to Shenlang's surprise, Master Soul shook his head and said, No, Mr. Wave, it can't be like this. We agreed before to exchange 2 space rings for 2 consoles, and we should keep what we've already promised. Tell you what, Mr. Soul mused, I'll turn around and create 28 more space rings for you. Shenlang, Sigma, 28 pieces? That is, a PSP console for a space ring? Shenlang felt that he had simply earned hemp. Star. Chapter 52, Heavyweight Announcement. Domestic photolithography machine launched. After finishing the video with Master Soul, Shenlang contacted Kay at the first time. Kay, I have 2 space rings over here. Do you want them? Ha? Kay froze. Curious, where did you get that? Oh yeah, did that new time trader you added give it to you? I kept forgetting to ask you before. What's the situation on the other side? Mr. Soul comes from the alchemy world, which is a world that has developed alchemy to the extreme. Shenlang briefly introduced Saul's identity and background, and said, however, because it's the first time I've made it, and because of the limited materials, there's only 5 square meters of space in it, and it's not as big as the one you've lent me. 5 square meters? That's enough. Kay nodded instantly. With these 2 spatial rings, he would be able to put in all the weapons and equipment that he used on a daily basis and take them as he went along, without having to go into the trading space to get them when he ran out, as he did now. After completing the transaction, Kay put the 2 rings on each hand in front of Shenlang and tested them, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, except for the smaller space. It's basically exactly the same as the one I have. And with one hand, that thing is even more convenient. Then you can use it first. Shenlang smiled and said, turn around and we'll switch back when the iron ore is finished being moved. What else is there to exchange? You can keep that ring. Kay shook the 2 rings on her hand and squeezed her eyes towards Shenlang. If you don't mind, let's exchange 1 for 2. How about it? Ha? When Shenlang heard this, he immediately shook his head. Then aren't you at a big loss? What's there to lose? Kay said full of concern. For me, the biggest role of this space ring is to store some items that can be easily accessed at any time. As for those large items, it's enough to have this trading space in place, and it's also safer and there's no fear of losing it, especially when fighting. Even if you accidentally damage one, at least there's another ring in place. It's more stable. After hearing Kay's words, Shenlang thought for a moment and said, then I'll give you a few more pieces later. Kay, hearing this, Kay was flabbergasted. What? Do you have a lot more on your side? Kay asked. Currently there are no more, but Master Soul promised me that he would give me 28 more. Shenlang briefly told Kay the reason for exchanging a game console for a ring, and straight away, Kay listened with envy and jealousy. One must know that it took him a great deal of effort to be able to exchange that spatial ring from the hands of the time and space merchant of that magic realm. But what about Shenlang? Surprisingly, just by using a bunch of outdated game consoles, he exchanged them for dozens of valuable space rings. Where does that leave him? It's really a people person. Alright then, remember to page me when you get to it. I'll be busy first. Okay, you're busy. A week later, Master Soul brought 9 space rings for Shenlang, with sufficient materials already more mature and experienced. The storage capacity of these 9 spatial rings had been expanded from the original 5 square meters to 50 square meters, making them even more practical. It was a pity that the materials used to make the space rings, like the space teleportation matrix, belonged to the Empire's controlled materials, and the annual production was extremely small, and creating these 9 space rings this time around had pretty much emptied out Master Soul's private inventory. But Shenlang was in no hurry. As far as the current stage was concerned, his need for these spatial rings was not that urgent. In contrast, he was instead interested in the other alchemy products of Master Soul's world, such as cloaks and brooms that could take people flying, or power rings that could be worn to increase strength, and so on. At the same time, Shenlang also knew that this type of alchemy items all need to consume energy. After the energy is consumed, these alchemy products will lose these magical effects. As for the energy they needed, it came from an energy stone called the Sage's Stone. Seeing that Shenlang was so interested in these things, Master Soul took some time to collect a large pile and gave it to Shenlang. So, the next day, After sending his nieces to the door of the kindergarten, Shen Lang directly on the scene to play a magic trick for them to fly a broomstick, and even let a few children sit on a broomstick. Low-altitude flight for several meters, straight next to the children's big friends looked dumbfounded, and even called it magic. Unsurprisingly, the video in question soon appeared online. At the same time, the gang of willful netizens also made a special effort to AI those who previously claimed that they had perfectly cracked Shen Lang's magic trick, urging them to hurry to crack this magic trick. In response, the gang of magicians were all silent and speechless. This special brew, I slowed down 8 times the speed, did not understand the other side of this magic trick, how to come out. You let me crack a grandma yo. Time passed, and another half a month passed. With the full cooperation of the Xia Shipping Company, the first batch of 80 million tons of iron ore has all arrived in Xia. In addition to the 30 million tons bought by the Yongqing Iron and Steel Group, the remaining 5,000 tons were all taken by the officials and transported to official warehouses for storage. On top of that, after more than a month of gestation, the Supertime Technology Company Limited also officially moved into the Imperial Capital Science and Technology Park, and held a global press conference in conjunction with the Internal Affairs Bureau. Media people, including all the official media, expressed their confusion about the sudden launch, because, until then, not a single person had heard of this company, much less knew what it did. Some fast-moving media reporters quickly launched an investigation into this company, resulting in no gains other than knowing that the other party is a sole proprietorship company, with the majority shareholder being a technology company of the same name from Hong Kong Island. What's going on here? What is the origin of this Supertime technology? I looked at the registration time. It's just over a month. I checked that major shareholders company and it was also registered over a month ago. And then behind that major shareholder are some companies whose registered place is overseas. So, this company is actually a wholly foreign-owned company in China? I'll go. What is this company all about? How could he get the inner house to agree to let him open a sole proprietorship in the country? I'm afraid this is the first time since the founding of the country. But, why do I feel like it's a shell company any way I look at it? Laughs and cries, laughs and cries, laughs and cries. How could a shell company possibly alert the House of Representatives? I reckon there's going to be something big at this press conference. For the curiosity about this so-called first wholly foreign-owned enterprise in Xia, countless domestic and foreign media have sent out applications to attend the launch event to Supertime Technology and other relevant parties. 3 days later, more than 300 media reporters from all over the world gathered at the Imperial Grand Hotel. Right under the witness of more than 300 media reporters at the scene, the representative of Ultratime Technology Company, Ltd., walked to the front of the stage, among which read out a company notice, announcing that the company had successfully broken through the technological shackles of the 2-nanometer process in the field of photolithography, and that it would carry out batch production in the near future. This news instantly triggered an outcry in the room. Photolithography field? 2-nanometer process? And mass production? Many domestic and foreign journalists familiar with the field of photolithography technology even subconsciously let out a snort, especially some media journalists from China, but also unanimously showed an angry expression. From their previous understanding of the domestic photolithography field research and development progress, not to mention the 2-nanometer process, even the 7-nanometer process photolithography technology has not yet been completely broken. It's so obvious that it's a fraud. If it was in private, it would be fine if the other party made such a fraudulent move. But now, this is a press conference for the whole world. The other party went so far as to pull such a big lie in front of the global media, embarrassing the country in front of the peoples of the world. He is not afraid of becoming a public enemy of the state and the nation. There are a few young and vigorous, but also cannot hold back, almost jumped up to swear. The results were peer colleagues to the side of the former colleagues to the dead drag. Brotherly, don't pull me. This is a liar. He's just making fun of the dignity and credibility of our Xia people. You calm down a bit. Don't forget, there's a high-ranking member of the inner house sitting up there. If that man is a liar, do you think the inner house would agree to come and stand up for him? Or do you think that, if even you can see the problem at a glance, those higher-ups in the inner house can't? Hearing this, the few young reporters were stunned. You mean to say, patiently watch. The former reporter revealed a heartfelt smile. We, the top management of Xia, but we always like to plan before we move. Fruity, right in the midst of the uproar in the room. That high-ranking person from the House of Internal Affairs walked to the front of the speaker's podium with a bland face, gently tapped the microphone in front of him, and said, "Gentlemen, I know that this news sounds unbelievable, especially for some of our overseas friends. It may feel that we have made a big international joke, but here, I have to regretfully tell you that it is, well, true. If you had paid a little attention to the local news of the imperial capital a while ago, you would have noticed that just over a month ago, a 50 000 square meter land acquisition project was completed in the eastern suburbs of the imperial capital. That's the factory that Ultratech uses to produce 2-nanometer lithographs. Gentlemen, here it is. I solemnly declare, in the near future, all of our Xia's technological products will be able to use chips produced by our Xia's own manufactured photolithography machines. As this groundbreaking declaration rang out, the entire launch site was instantly silent. A moment later, the scene instantly exploded. Chapter 53, Global Outcry. World questioning. Warwick strikes. Raging. The stand from the House of Representatives brought the scene to a complete boil. All of the media workers from Xia were wide-eyed one by one, with expressions of disbelief and surprise on their faces. We've really developed a 2-nanometer process lithography? The House has come out and stood up for itself. So what's false? So, it won't be long before we can use chips made by our own photolithography? Ha ha, Xia Gua cowhide. For a while, there was a lot of jubilation. In contrast, the faces of those media reporters from overseas were filled with either shock, surprise, skepticism, or laughter, with extremely complex expressions. Very quickly, the contents of this conference were spread all over the world through the live camera lenses. Within the Summerland, when the people of Xia saw this news on the internet, their subconscious reaction was, our country has actually developed a 2-nanometer process photolithography machine? I'm afraid this isn't another story fabricated by some unscrupulous self-media, right? No way. People are really scared by all the real and fake news from the unscrupulous self-published media. But soon, as more and more media outlets with official credentials picked up the story, the public realized that it was actually true. Ouch I go. Our country actually developed a 2-nanometer process lithography? This is not scientific. Didn't some media report before that the most advanced domestic mastery has only reached 14-nanometer process technology now? How come it jumped to a 2-nanometer process all of a sudden? What do you care if it's unscientific? It's been personally confirmed by the House of Representatives. There's no way it could be fake. But isn't this ultra-time technology a foreign-funded enterprise? Why would the Internal Affairs Council say that the photolithography machine produced was made by our Xia country itself? Maybe, possibly, probably, the owner of this foreign company is actually from our summer country? Wah! It's really possible. That explains why the Internal Affairs Council said it was our own photolithography machine made by Xia. Wahahaha, Summerland cowhide. Long live the motherland. For a while, the entire Xia network was in a state of jubilation. Meanwhile, as the news traveled overseas, the world's networks exploded at the same time. Oh my god, Xia has actually developed a photolithography machine with a 2-nanometer process? That's impossible. The magical East. The incredible summer. Haha, this is fake news, right? Didn't they say that people in Xia can't even afford to eat tea eggs? And they're the ones who can still develop a 2-nanometer process photolithography machine? It's impossible. Even the world's no. 1. A smear is still struggling to overcome the technical difficulties of the 3-nanometer process. So how can Xia just develop a 2-nanometer process photolithography machine? That's right. Xia is at least 20 years behind Ismail in photolithography development. How could they have surpassed Ismail and developed a 2-nanometer process photolithography machine all of a sudden? This must be a fake. Unlike the people in Xia's country who cheered for their motherland, netizens from all over the world have questioned this, especially when the major media outlets have confirmed that this is a public release from the Xia officials. Many people even think that this is a fake news that the Xia officials deliberately put out. I reckon that's what they want to use this news for, to unlock the technological blockade we've imposed on them. Haha, the truth about the brothers upstairs. The cunning Xia people. They guess they just want to make us believe that they already have the technology to make 2 nanometers process photolithography. And then they can get us to lift the technological blockade and let them access our advanced photolithography. A country that can't even manufacture a 7-nanometer process photolithography machine suddenly claims to have mastered 2-nanometer photolithography production technology? Haha, laugh me to death. Soon after, the official accounts of the major overseas tech giants came down and commented on the matter. Although they didn't explicitly mock Xia, the words were indeed full of flirtation. In this case, the personal social accounts from the president of Asmir are extremely typical. I was just woken up in my sleep by a phone call from a friend who nervously told me that something big had happened and told me to get online and check it out. From his nervous tone, I assumed that there had been a horrific alien invasion of Planet Blue, and immediately and nervously turned on the internet to take a look. It's okay. I'm going to bed. Hashtag Summer invents 2-nanometer process lithography hashtag. Soon, countless overseas netizens converged under President Ismail's personal account. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Nice handful of tweets from Mr. President. Succinct and meaningful. Well, alright, I'm off to bed. Mr. President must be thinking that the only way to catch up with my Asmer's technology is in my dreams. I'm afraid. Ha ha ha. Soon after, President Ismail's phrase "well, it's okay, I'm going to bed" was put on the Hot 100 and quickly took the #1 spot on the Hot 100. Apparently, there simply aren't many overseas recognitions that believe what Xia says. As time passed, such questions and taunts became more and more intense. And just as such skepticism intensified, Warwick suddenly announced that it would hold a new product launch in 3 days. New products including cell phones, watches, and laptops will be on hand for launch. The most important chip is that all of these products will be equipped with one of their newly developed 3nm process smart chips. The news sparked another global outcry. Before this, the most advanced chip launched by Huawei is only 5nm process Kirin 1020. As a result, now, they even directly skipped the 4nm chip, launched a 3nm process smart chip? This is never possible. The very next second that Huawei sent out this news, countless skeptical voices came roaring in from overseas. In particular, the chip giants led by Pennycom and Intel were even more vocal in accusing Warwick of claptrap and cheating cell phone users worldwide. And for these accusations and questions, Huawei didn't go too far in arguing, and just said in a nonchalant manner, "See you in the imperial capital in 3 days." In the face of such a bland move by Huawei, many giants in the tech world had their hearts drumming. Then why is Huawei so calm? Could it be that they've really developed a 3nm process chip? It's impossible. Even if they can develop a 3nm process chip on a computer, that's just a chip that stays on a computer. So far, there is no photolithography machine that can make a 3nm chip at all. But didn't Summerlin say before that they had already mastered the 2nm process photolithography machine? If that's true, then won't Huawei be able to transform 3nm process chips from design to reality? You mean to say the rumor that the internet previously stated that Xia had mastered the production technology of 2nm process lithography is true? What do you think? Hiss. Thus, just 3 days before the Huawei new product launch, a large wave of overseas people madly flocked to the imperial capital of Xia. In addition to thousands of media reporters from all over the world, the most frequent visitors are experts in the semiconductor industry from all over the world. The most notable of these are the executives from Pennycom, Intel, Rotten Apple, and Asmir, to name a few. All of them are coming to witness with their own eyes whether this new product launch of Huawei is true or not. And due to the fact that there were too many people who signed up and applied to attend the conference, the Warwick officials temporarily decided to move the conference from the Imperial Hotel to the Sangsong Stadium, which can hold more than 10,000 people. As time went by, it was the day of the new product launch, 6:30 that night, when the soul of Warwick, Nani Lao, appeared on the stage. A commotion erupted from the scene. For this old man who dared to fight hard with the Eagle Sauce Country, both Xia and his overseas counterparts in the science and technology sector admired him from the bottom of their hearts. However, everyone knows very well that in the past 10 years or so, this soul of Warwick never appeared at the scene of its own new product launch. Yet, now, he was on the scene. It's hard to believe this new product launch is actually hosted by nonagenarian himself. Soon this speculation of theirs became a fact. When they saw the white-haired nonagenarian take out a cell phone from his pocket and explain it in conjunction with the content on the large screen behind him, all of them showed a dumbfounded expression one by one. And just as everyone was shocked that Elder Nan would personally serve as the host of this new product launch, they only saw Elder Nan on the stage suddenly give a playful smile. I know. In fact, what everyone is most interested in today is not these products of our Huawei, but that little heart buried in these products, right? So, in order not to waste everyone's time, I'd better skip the previous content and directly introduce to you this 3nm process chip that we, Huawei, have developed independently. As Non-Elder's words fell, a drawing of a chip immediately appeared on the large screen behind him, along with all the performance parameters about it. When the tech gurus on the scene, especially the executives of companies like Pennycom, Intel and Rotten Apple, saw this performance parameter, each one of them leapt out of their seats as if their asses had been stuck with needles. They were seen pointing at the big screen and shouting, "That's impossible!" Chapter 54, Terrifying Performance. Crazy face slapping, network scolding, the giants are terrified. In normal times, such an out-of-character performance by executives from companies like Pennycom, Intellier and Rotten Apple would surely have gotten the attention of the room. However, at this moment, at the launch site, no one cared about them at all. Everyone's eyes had already been completely captivated by the data of that 3nm chip displayed on the screen. Although the reactions of many people were not as dramatic as those executives of technology companies, they were also stunned and even shocked, simply because the performance parameters of that 3nm chip displayed on that big screen were appalling. First, there are 31.5 billion transistors integrated on this chip. What kind of a concept is that? To use a more blunt analogy, 31.5 billion channels available for information transportation have been built on a chip the size of a fingernail. And as the two kings of cell phone chips, Pennycom's latest Snapdragon 845 chip only integrates 5 billion transistors, while Apple's crappy A12 chip only has 9 billion transistors. It could be said that, other things aside, in terms of transistor integration alone, this chip from Huawei had already hung on to beat these two kings, and that is just the beginning. In terms of CPU arrangement, this chip integrates 5 GHz supercores, each with 10 megabytes of L2 cache. By comparison, the Snapdragon 845 chip, which also claims to be 8-core, features nothing more than 8 GHz and 8 GHz integrated content. Compared to this chip from Huawei, it's like a brother among brothers. However, these are nothing more than just the numbers on the surface. The next performance parameter is the scariest. That's the computing power of the processor. On the screen, the data about the chip's AI arithmetic clearly shows that its extreme arithmetic can reach 130 trillion times per second, while the energy consumption at the extreme operation is more than 40% lower than the Snapdragon 845 and A12. You know, the Snapdragon 845 and A12's arithmetic power is only 5 trillion times per second. When you compare the two, it's like a heaven, one underground. Outsiders don't know it, but executives at chip companies like Pennycom, Rotten Apple, and others know it all too well in their minds. Not to mention the main chip that their company had launched now. Even the latest type of chip that was stocked in their labs could only be hung up on in terms of data. In Pennycom's labs, they had actually developed the high-performance chip internally numbered 888 a long time ago. This 888 chip has reached more than 10 billion transistors integrated. As for the arithmetic power has reached 25 trillion. Originally, in their plans, it would have taken at least another 3 years for the chip to make its debut. However, from the looks of it, I'm afraid it's completely scrapped before it even comes out. Sharing the same fate as this 888 chip is a chip numbered A15 lying in the Rotten Apple lab. They have never dreamed that the wall of protection in the field of chips, which they have been casting up for many years, would be shattered by Huawei in a single night. But soon, another flicker of luck arose in their minds. This is just a promotional image they put out. Who can prove that this performance parameter of theirs is already true? Right, that's it. Just as this thought had just popped up in their minds, on the stage, Non-Elder suddenly laughed and said, "Alright, I believe everyone has pretty much seen all of these superficial data. Many friends may be skeptical. This is just a map. We want to write how to write. After all, the chip in our hands. In the end, what is the performance? Is not with us to write it, right?" Upon hearing this from Elder Non, many people at the scene let out a heartfelt soft laugh after the simultaneous translation. Elder Non did speak to their hearts. So next, in accordance with international management, let's play a running score test as well. Trouble the camera master to pull the camera a little closer, haha. Subsequently, in front of the scene and the netizens who were watching the live broadcast of this conference, Nan Lao opened the web page directly from the internet to find a score software recognized by major cell phone manufacturers, and then download and install. In less than 3 seconds, the 50M software was downloaded and quickly installed. Immediately after that, Nan Lao opened the runtime software and clicked start. Then, everyone's eyes were dead set on the score screen. 100 points, 200 points, 300 points, 500 points, 700 points, 900 points, 1,500 points. It took just over a minute for the score running software to complete the test, and at that moment, on the screen of the cell phone it was clearly displayed. Single core score, 3,800. Multi-core score, 11,800. At this moment, the entire stadium was silent. Everyone was staring at the screen with dead eyes, their faces showing either shock, excitement, or disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. You know, the mainstream chips on the market today, like the Snapdragon 845, its single-core score is just a little over 1,000, while the multi-core score is only 2,800, and the score of the A12 chip is not much different. However, that is to say, Warwick's chip, a single-core score data directly hanging Snapdragon 8-core overall score. And that's just what the public knows. For the executives at Pennycom and Rotten Apple who know better, it's even more horrified at this point already. Not to mention the chip that their company had launched now. Even the several pressed high-performance chips lying in the lab. In front of this chip of Huawei, there was only the part of being completely hanged. This is fake, right? A score like that is too fake? On the overseas networks, some of the overseas netizens who were watching this live broadcast immediately let out cries of disbelief. Originally, they were holding the mentality of watching jokes to see this new product conference of Huawei, and even have done a good job of editing a small video to send to the network afterwards to mock the intention. As a result, but did not expect, the joke was not seen, but witnessed the birth of a myth. Looking at this running score data on the screen, they only felt that these data seemed to have turned into a slap in the face. fiercely slapping all the skeptics in the face, smoke them so much they start to wonder about life. And such a huge discrepancy as well as prejudice against Xia and Huawei subconsciously gave them a feeling of disgust. They refused to accept this. Right, this runtime score is so fake too. They must have cheated. How could a company from a summer country develop such a high-end chip? Even Pennycom and Rotten Apple can't do it. How could they? Ha, it must be a fake. This old man is really cowhide. How dare he blatantly fake it in front of the global audience? It's so shameless. Sneaky summer people. Simply a tumor on human society. At this time, those who watched this live broadcast overseas were not only those overseas netizens, but also many Xia people who studied abroad. When they saw these remarks, which blatantly insulted their own country and national enterprises without regard to the facts, they immediately retaliated without hesitation. Are you guys blind? All the operations of everything were done in front of the live camera. Still cheating? Why don't you say it out? Where did Nani Lao cheat? You're going to allow your Pennytons and Rotten Apples to make high-end chips? And you won't allow our companies in Xia to make them? Who do you think you are? Gentlemen, please keep it clean and don't spew all over your mouths. Though I know it's hard. After all, you guys don't have such a long cultural heritage as we do in Xia. Ha, you guys think this is still the last century? Wake up, foreign adults. Times have changed. For a while, on the overseas networks, Xia's overseas travelers and those overseas netizens quarreled with each other. Due to the away game, the number of overseas travelers of Xia is too small, was scolded by the other side to retreat. But soon, this situation of the domestic netizens of Xia have rolled over to support, and at once, the situation will be broken back. And at the launch event, the release activity doesn't stop with the internet scolding. In the next hour or so, Mr. Nan introduced a series of new products including Huawei Watch, Huawei Tablet and Huawei Audio. Without exception, all of these new products utilize the newly developed 3nm smart chips. And at the end of the conference, Naneo took out a laptop from a cowhide bag that also used a 3nm chip, after Nani Lao posted the chip data of this laptop on the screen. Once again, Intel, the world's computer chip boss, and executives from the equally kingly Rotten Apple, turned pale in unison, especially when Known Lao used that laptop to conduct a score test. The score data that was displayed completely hung up on the most advanced computer processors of the two companies. At this moment, the venue as well as the major chip giants who watched the conference through the live broadcast, one by one, revealed a panicked look, and the heart was unable to restrain the birth of the emotion of fear. Faced with the gray-haired but glowing old man on the screen, their faces were tearful, as if they had died. Chapter 55, Xiagua Core Made in Xiagua. A global sensation, deadly strike, strong rise. At the end of the conference, Naneo announced the retail prices of all the new products shown today. Among them, the most popular Huawei P20 series, 64GB RAM, starting at 3,999 yuan, the flagship model, 256GB mega memory, starting at 5,999 yuan. When this price came out, it instantly blew up the room. It is important to know that in today's market, a Sancho Phone S9 Plus fitted with a Snapdragon 845 chip and 128GB of RAM will cost $6,999, while the flagship model with 256GB of RAM costs as much as $7,599. In contrast, the same memory configuration, the chip performance then it is still in times stronger than the Huawei P20 surprisingly only sell 3 or 5,000. When this price came out, it directly dangled Sangori. Of course, the ones who got hung up on were not only the three gorillas, but also the Rotten Apples. Prior to that, Rotten Apple stood tall and alone in the cell phone market with its unique closed-loop ecosystem and its one-of-a-kind chip processor. But now, with the introduction of this 3nm chip from Huawei, it directly breaks the technological barriers that they have worked so hard on for decades. As good as you are at ecology, it looks like nothing in front of a chip that is generations ahead of you. At the same time, below the retail price of each new product, Warwick put a public on-sale time, 30 days later. This means that they already have plenty of chips available for these products. But, how is that possible? Even if what the Summer Internal Affairs Council had said before was true, and that company called Ultra Time Technology had really mastered the 2nm process lithography, it would still have to go into production only after the factory had been built. But, judging from Warwick's moves, it seems they've got the 2nm process lithography ahead of schedule. Well, folks, that's it for today's new product introduction session, followed by a live question session. As the words of the MC in charge of the overflow next to him fell, the scene bristled with a bunch of arms raised. Almost all those present had their hands raised high in the air, their faces full of eagerness. There were just so many questions they wanted to ask. However, in the end, the reporter from the national TV station in Xia got the first chance to ask a question by virtue of the home field advantage. Nan Lao, If I remember correctly, in last year, Huawei declared to the public that it was going to prepare for the mass production of 5nm process chips. How come it suddenly crossed over to 3nm all of a sudden now? Hearing this question, executives from major chip and cell phone manufacturing companies, including Pennycom and Rotten Apple, all showed concern. Some are even aggrieved and complaining in their hearts. Just say, last year clearly said to be ready to mass production of 5nm. In the end, they came up with 3nm all of a sudden. Talking doesn't count. No martial virtues. This old man is very bad. Faced with this pair of concerned gazes on the scene, Elder Non smiled and said, we can't really be blamed for this. At the time last year, we had indeed sent an order to TSMC toward having them help us with the production of 5nm chips. But, for reasons that are well known, they refused. To be honest, I was quite anxious at the time. Even my hair turned a big white with worry. But the good thing is, the sky is not the limit. Then, the House of Representatives learned of the predicament we were experiencing and, without saying a word, sent us 2 lithography machines that could realize the 2nm process. When we thought about it, wouldn't it be a big stretch to use 2 such lithography machines that can produce 2nm chips for 5nm chips? So we took out the 3nm chip design, which we had already finished designing 2 years ago, to try it out. And it really worked. And then there's what everyone is seeing now. Oi, it's a pity. Speaking here, Nanlao suddenly sighed with a regretful face. If in the previous few years, we could have worked harder and directly researched 2nm process chips, then what appears in front of everyone's eyes today would be products loaded with 2nm chips. As a result, obviously now have in hand photolithography machines that can realize the 2nm process, but as a result, they can only produce 3nm process chips. Honestly, the heart is really a bit bad. In the face of this last wave of Versailles-like exclamations from Nani old man, everyone on the scene fell silent. This Nima, with 2nm process lithography machines in hand, it then mass-produced a 3nm process chip. That's it. You're saying it's not good for you? Please be human. If you really feel bad about it, then bring those 2 lithography machines over here. I'm willing to take the brunt of any bad feelings like that. While the entire room was hurt by this wave of Versailles from Nani Lao, the questioning continued. Soon, the second audience member got the chance to ask a question. Nan Lao, from the parameter performance of these chips you just showed, it has far surpassed all the chips on the market today. So in the future, will your company transform into a supplier of cell phone chips like Pennycom? Or will it be just self-produced and self-sold like Rotten Apple? As soon as this question came out, all the audience members in the scene suddenly returned to their senses and showed a concerned look. This series of 3nm chips announced by Huawei is a peace bomb level existence for electronic products, especially for cell phones and computers. With the price of the products they announced today, coupled with this powerful chip, I'm afraid that in a month's time, the global cell phone and computer markets will be completely cleansed. It's going to be extremely close to what it was like in 10 or 11 when the rotten apples were killing it, but worse, because the Warwick can be cheaper than the crappy Apple 4th Gen back in the day. This is an issue that we have actually communicated with the House of Representatives and Supertech, and a preliminary decision has been made. We, Huawei, are willing to take this 3nm process chip and share it with all our friends. Just yesterday, the Chip Research, Development and Manufacturing Company led by the Internal Affairs Bureau and jointly invested by us, Huawei and Supertime Technology, has completed its registration in the imperial capital. In the near future, this company will be responsible for the development and production foundry of 3nm and higher level chips, and all interested friends can contact to order. However, due to limited production capacity, there may only be a limited supply to our own cell phone manufacturers when the time comes. Of course, I prefer all of our friends in Xia can participate in. After all, only rely on our Huawei's R&D ability is limited. If all of our Xia's cell phone manufacturers can join together to jointly develop a chip that belongs to our Xia's common, then I believe that 2 nanometers, 1 nanometer that only higher level process chips will also be sure to come quickly. Elder Nant's words caused the scene to instantly fall into silence. Everyone was shocked by the other's words. Are they, in fact, going to share this 3 nanometers chip? So, is this the pattern of Nani and Warwick? Pop, snap, snap. The next second, as someone clapped heavily, more and more people followed. In the blink of an eye, the originally silent venue thundered with applause. Countless media reporters from Xia, hardcore users of Huawei and friends of the country all excitedly applauded for nonagenarian and Huawei. At the same time, the netizens of the summer country who were watching the live broadcast cheered excitedly on the internet one by one. Nonagenarian cowhide, Warwick cowhide, asterisk 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 asterisk. F asterisk king 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 F asterisk CK. Nong Lao actually just directly shared the chip that his family had worked so hard to design and develop? This pattern, it's simply wahahahaha. From now on, all of our Xia's cell phones and computers will use chips developed and produced by our own Xia. Summerland Core, made in Xia. Huawei Weiwu, long live Xia. Meanwhile, overseas, all the overseas netizens who saw Nani Lao's words through the simultaneous translation on the live broadcasting website were all silent, although they carried inexplicable prejudice and hostility towards Xia. At this moment, all of them were bowled over by the pattern shown by Nani Lao and Huawei. Soon after, all major overseas media outlets had reported on this statement of nonagenarian on the internet, instantly sensationalizing the world. Oh, my god, they're actually going to share out such a powerful chip? This old man is too big to let go. True enough, those politicians are surrounding Warwick for a reason. This company is not ordinary. That's a pattern that I'm afraid many high-flying governors in our country don't necessarily have. Of course, there were those who marveled and those who expressed concern, but what about Pennycom, Intel, AMD and Rotten Apple? Seeing this message, overseas netizens couldn't help but freeze. Yeah, if Warwick opens up its own 2nm chips, what can be done about those tech giants that have made profits off of their chips until then? Except for Rotten Apple, which is self-producing. The other three companies are only responsible for developing and producing chips. But now, in the field of chips, they had been completely hung up on by Huawei. At this moment, everyone then realized, Warwick's behavior of taking out chips for friendly companies to share is nothing short of a fatal blow to these tech giants. At the same time, everyone realized, Xia's semiconductor industry, I'm afraid to completely rise. In the face of the strong rise of Xia, the world's major technology giants, especially before relying on their monopoly position, in front of Xia, those semiconductor companies, completely in fear and despair. As a giant, they are naturally not willing to just sit back and wait for death. So an action against the semiconductor industry and Xia. Whistling, Star, Chapter 56, The Barking Mohammed. Internationally acclaimed double standard. Global scolding. Soon after the Huawei New Product Conference, the domestic large and small official media, and self-media started to report the content of this conference in a swarm. Soon, at the behest of the officials, the major platforms pushed out these reports. For a while, whether it was those who brushed the news on Duo Niang, or those who watched the gossip on the scarf, or those who watched the young lady on the fast-shaking short video, all of them brushed the relevant reports about the new conference of Huawei. Crap, Warwick is having another new product launch? When was that? You don't know? Warwick sent out a notice 3 days ago. Didn't pay attention. Say, wasn't Huawei blocked by that? They can't even buy chips anymore. Why are they still holding a new product launch? This new product, is it new? Squints and smiles, squints and smiles, squints and smiles, squints and smiles. Dude, were you on Mars the other day? Surprisingly, you didn't even hear about the news of Huawei's new product launch? I suggest you hurry up and find a video to watch. It's a thief's delight. Wahahahaha. Warwick has caught a skin. 5nm chip production was stuck in the neck, and directly took out the 3nm chip. The whole bunch of Pennycom and Rotten Apple executives at the scene were dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha, I watched it too. When Master Nan typed the performance parameters of the chip on the screen, those foreigners were like they had seen a ghost. Ha 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 ha, too funny. Wah, 3nm chip? Warwick developed that? Right, it's not just developed, but it's already in mass production. Nested in a big groove? Seriously? Where did Warwick get a photolithography machine? That's not true. Is there a 3nm photolithography machine in this world? I saw on the news earlier that the most advanced one is the 5nm process photolithography machine produced by Asmare. Bro, you can't really be back from Mars. Didn't you read the news the other day? Our country now has a 2nm photolithography machine. Isn't that fake news? Fake my ass. The House of Representatives is standing up, and you're saying it's fake? But that's what I see all those official media on the extranet saying. There's nothing wrong with looking less at the extranet. They're all a bunch of sour foxes who can't eat grapes. As time passed, more and more people in Xia saw the reports related to the launch of Huawei's new product. When they saw that Huawei had not only developed the world's top-performing 3nm chip, but also made it available to all domestic cell phone and computer manufacturers, countless netizens applauded and cheered for the old man in the screen as well as for Huawei behind him. Nonagenarian cowhide. Warwick cowhide. Of course, while applauding for Nan Lao and Huawei, more and more people turned their attention to the Transcendent technology company that had never come out of the raw since then, except for showing its face once at the launch site. That said, does anyone know what the hell is the origin of this super-time technology? I've just searched the internet and I don't seem to have gotten anything. Me too. I just checked and this company not only didn't open a scarf or quick shake account, It doesn't even have an official website. If it wasn't for the fact that the House of Interior endorsed it, I almost suspected that it was a shell company. You're overthinking it. What shell company these days wouldn't have a scarf and a quick shake account? The more shells they are, the more they will decorate themselves. Ha ha ha. That's right. But this hyperspace technology is indeed very mysterious. I watched that conference earlier, and that representative seemed to be merely a professional manager of that company. The real helmsman behind it hasn't shown his face. I checked the registration information of this company, and the parent company seems to be an overseas enterprise. Who cares what kind of business he's from, as long as he can actually make a 2-nanometer process photolithography machine anyway. That's right. That said, this new product launch conference of non-Lao was opened with a real boost of energy. Xiagua core made in Xiagua. From today onwards, our Xia's chips will never be stuck in someone's neck again. It's all thanks to that hyperspace technology company. If it weren't for it, we'd probably still be having a hard time for years. Indeed, while Warwick and Elder Nan are great, I think what's even greater is actually the ultra-time technology that silently provides Warwick with photolithography machines behind the scenes. Indeed, Supertech YYDS. For a while, the networks of the summer country were filled with praises and thanks to the Supertime Technology Co. Gradually, however, another voice began to emerge on the major platforms. That said, don't you guys have any doubts about where the hell this over-the-top tech that came out of nowhere got its photolithography technology? I myself studied semiconductor in college, and to be honest, let alone 2-nanometer process, even 3-nanometer process photolithography, it is impossible to develop it without decades of technical reserve. Not to mention the fact that even Ismail, who is at the forefront of photolithography research and development in today's world, has not developed a photolithography machine with a 3-nanometer process, and as a result, this Transcendence technology, which has appeared out of nowhere, has actually done so. This is indeed a bit unbelievable. I think it's better for the officials to remain a little vigilant against this supertime technology. It's best that they can scrutinize all the technology they provided about the photolithography machine, but it must not be stolen. Otherwise, it will affect the image of our country in the world. Indeed, I personally suggest that it would be better to get some international experts to come along and authenticate the technologies to make sure that they are indeed all independently developed by them, so as to be a bit safer. At first, the comments were just a half a dozen, and the netizens didn't care, but gradually, with some Scarf versus and Netroots publicists joining one after another, such remarks began to grow. Some uninformed netizens, at first glance, found these remarks quite reasonable and casually gave them a like, which in turn directly propelled their remarks to be pushed to more and more netizens. The netizens were infuriated as they watched such comments continue to appear. I'm pissed off. After all, you guys just think that we Xia people deserve to be backward. If we deserve it, we can't invent the world's leading technology. As soon as it is invented, the first thing you think of is it couldn't have been stolen. What the hell? What era is this? You're still kneeling. I'll put it together. How many years have these guys been on their knees? Haven't they gotten up yet? Just because we developed the world's leading photolithography machine, you guys started to worry about the foreign lord in a hurry? You're even looking for foreigners to appraise the technology? What's the difference between this and giving these technologies to the foreigners? I just don't understand. Why is it that when foreign countries develop new technologies and products, you guys don't suspect that they are not plagiarizing our technology, but when we develop new technologies, you guys jump out and suspect it? What kind of country are you guys from? This is a bunch of sheepdogs. Seeing that their own masters are going to be overtaken by us, they are in a hurry. I'll say a fair word. In terms of historical development, our Xia kingdom has led the world for thousands of years. Therefore, I have reason to believe that all the inventions in this world are built on the foundation that our Xia kingdom once laid. I strongly suspect that those foreign technology companies are the ones who copied and plagiarized the wisdom of our old ancestors. Now I strongly urge these technology companies to disclose all their technology to us, to prove that they didn't copy and plagiarize. Everyone, do you think what I'm saying makes sense? That makes so much sense. Top you. As the saying goes, the eyes of the masses are sharp. With the passage of time, more and more netizens have seen through the sinister intentions of this group of VN netizen publicists, and for a while they have been fiercely attacking them on all major platforms. Just then, some netizens who were following overseas developments ran over. Everyone, don't bother with this bunch of moochers. Hurry up and all go to the overseas websites. Those geezers are up to something again. As soon as they read that, a bunch of netizens immediately flipped to overseas websites to take a look. Couldn't help but be amused again. It turns out that just half an hour ago, hundreds of renowned scholars from the field of overseas semiconductor research published a joint initiative on social accounts. They first highly praised the achievements created by Huawei in the field of chip design and manufacturing, and expressed their warm congratulations, and then congratulations to Xia for making a double leap in the field of lithography and chips. They then return to the semiconductor industry itself. Starting with the birth of the semiconductor to talk about the significance of the semiconductor industry to the development of human society. Toward the end, this group of experts and scholars began to make an appeal to SIA and the Supertime Science and Technology Corporation. Science was born to serve the happiness of all mankind. Congratulations to Ultratech for being at the forefront of the world in the field of semiconductors. However, we have to worry whether it is a monopoly for just one company, Supertime Technology, to hold such advanced photolithography manufacturing technology, and we are even more worried that such a monopoly will inevitably lead to internal conflict in the research and development of the semiconductor industry by mankind, thus increasing the unnecessary wastage of the Earth's resources. Therefore, here, I would like to appeal to Supertime Technology, hoping that your company will focus on the development of all mankind, and start from the well-being of all mankind, and disclose the manufacturing technology of the 2-nanometer photolithography machine to the world as a means of upgrading the development level of the global semiconductor industry. Science has no borders, and I am sure that but any peace-minded scientist will accept this offer. I am also very much looking forward to Ultratech taking this step. When the netizens of the summer country saw the initiative, they were all infuriated. I've seen shamelessness before, but I've never seen such shamelessness, because we have the world's #1 photolithography technology. We have a monopoly? Ha 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 ha. This NEMA, this logic cowhide up. This NEMA, hyperspace technology indicates that people are sitting at home, and a mouthful of the hat that caused the internal conflict of humanity is on their heads? Screw you, science without borders? That's good. Why don't you call on the Hawksbane Kingdom to publicize all its science and technology? This is a international famous double standard. I've finally seen it today. I finally realize now what the basic qualities are in order to be an expert overseas. It's that one has to be shameless first. Just this one prerequisite dooms me to be absolutely impossible to become an overseas expert. I should at least have some face. As time passed, more and more SIA netizens rolled over the net to witness the shameless comment. Then a global scolding war roared to life. Chapter 57, SIA pulls out the sword. Rage against the Muyang dogs. You summer people are really disgusting. Without the new technology brought by our first and second industrial revolutions, I'm afraid you'd still be living in seclusion, using kerosene lamps every day. It is a bunch of barbaric and stupid summer people. Don't forget, in the past 100 years, more than 90% of the world's technological innovations have come from somewhere. If we in the West were like you, hiding all the new technology we've developed for our own use, how would you be able to develop? Ha! Ungrateful summer people. You guys are afraid that you've forgotten who invented the computer, right? If it wasn't for us people from the Eagle Sauce country who invented the computer and selflessly spread it to the world, you would all still be relying on writing letters every day to pass on information. That is, over the past few decades, your summer country has gained development by relying on our various Western technologies, and as a result, now that you've made so much progress, you've forgotten your benefactors. To apply a word from your summer country, you summer people are all a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Faced with these remarks that were clearly a reversal of black and white, the netizens of the summer country were almost not defrauded. So I have to thank you guys. Thank you for blowing open our gates with the Industrial Revolution's invention of the ship's gun. After all the fuss, back then you guys blasted open our country's door and came to send us science and technology to send warmth to us? Are so many of our country's cultural relics and national treasures, so many gold and silver treasures all carried away by dogs? What did you invent the computer for? Only later did you realize that this thing could make money, and only then did you start promoting it to the public. Can't you have some face? Can you stop putting gold on your face? Talking as if we are getting all the technology for nothing. Other than that, your shamelessness is in the same vein as that of your fathers and grandfathers decades ago. Back then, you bullied us for our underdeveloped science and technology and lack of understanding of scientific equipment, and presumably sold us a bunch of obsolete and outdated equipment at a high price. Don't think we don't remember all this. All of the technology we have mastered was painstakingly drilled by our forefathers undercover, relying on their own efforts and even their lives. It's not something you guys are handing out to us. Don't talk about these useless things. Didn't you say that science knows no boundaries? That science and technology should be shared among all mankind? Then first of all, please ask the Eagle Jam country to share all your space technology. Oh yes, the so-called patent protection seems to have been created by you Westerners, right? Since science has no borders and science and technology should be shared by all mankind, why don't you just remove all the so-called patent protection laws? Sharing economy. Let's all share. Right on. I'm for it. In the face of this wave of even talking and cursing comments from the SIA netizens, that group of Western netizens were completely dumbfounded. Just as the netizens of SIA had just disliked these international double-standard dogs, some dignitaries from Western countries jumped out and started their show again. They highly recognized Xiao's achievements in the field of science and technology over the years. It then went on to praise Xiao